minutes
I know.
without like just drenching sweat.
I know it. Okay, so I did look at the numbers here, and I will share these. I made a special graphic. I'm not going to show you that right now. But
Okay.
since June 15th, we have had 10 days of 90 or greater, only 7 days in the 70s, which means most of the summer has been 80s and 90s, and a very minimal amount of it has been in the 70s. So it has been a very hot summer so far to date, with an average temperature of 86 degrees, and that is above average. So it has been hot. More so than that, it's been that humidity, and boy, the humidity is rough out there today. Let's take a live look outside. We'll show you what's happening downtown Detroit. Being around the water, that's a good thing over the next 48 hours, because we've got back-to-back days of 90 degrees for the high, at least 90 degrees for the high, with a heat index of close to 100. And the heat index takes into account this. That's the dew point. Anything over 60 is muggy. Let me say that again. Anything over 60 is muggy. And our dew points today are in the 70s, 75-degree dew points. That is something that is more typical of like Florida or Louisiana or Mississippi. So these are southern numbers, so southern humidity numbers. And it is very uncomfortable outside, sweltering for sure, because again, from 50 to 70, today's dew point already at 75 degrees. So that means there is a lot of water in the air, and all that water makes it feel very, very humid. And that makes that heat index number skyrocket. So feeling like 100 degrees already in Monroe, 100 degrees in areas like Flint. Downtown Detroit feels like 95. So while the thermometer is reading upper 80s, the heat index is already mid 90s to low triple digits. Sunshine outside for Lapeer, Port Huron, up into parts of Canada as well. We've got that sunshine and we've got those warmer conditions. We also have at least a chance, and I think a pretty good chance, for us to see some showers and perhaps some rumbles of thunder as we move through the next several hours. You'll see this track across here. So that's going to keep that rain around, the chance of a heavy rain shower or even a rumble of thunder. Now, the threat of severe weather is pretty low out there today, but the threat of seeing some of this rain continues to remain on the higher side through the afternoon, through the early evening. I think it is going to be a bit more active for us between the hours of around 3 p.m. and 8 p.m., 9 p.m. So in that chunk of time, late afternoon through the evening, there's a chance that we could see a stray thunderstorm. Now today, 92 feels like 100. Tomorrow, 91 feels like 100. Then things start changing a bit. By the middle of the week, we're going to have a cold front come through. Now, that cold front midweek is going to really knock down our temperatures for the end of the work week. Look at Thursday, Friday, Saturday, even into Sunday. Not only will the thermometer temperatures drop, but the dew points will drop, which means the humidity will finally kick out of here. By the end of the work week, we're going to feel way more comfortable. It will be very different. In fact, Tanisha, I even think these overnight lows in the 50s will feel a little crisp in some spots. I think it may feel a little bit on the cooler side as we wake up on Friday morning, Saturday morning, Sunday morning. But the big story is this. Over the next 2 days, the next 48 hours, we have those extreme heat numbers. So the heat advisory does remain in effect till 9 p.m. tonight. So the heat advisory we have to watch out for feels like numbers close to 100 degrees. In fact, we're already at 100 degrees, so it could get as high as like 103. And then the chance for some spotty showers and thunderstorms, which could drop some very heavy rain through the area through the afternoon and evening tonight. So localized flooding could be a concern. There's a chance we could see some pretty, winds gusting to like 40 miles an hour. That puts it just below severe status, but still some strong thunderstorms are a possibility over the next 2 days. Spotty rain still on Wednesday. That's a cold front coming through, and then we feel the effects of that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Honestly, Derek, the crisp nights and those little moments, it's going to be relief, I'm sure, for so many people. So
Yes.
Thank you for that. We thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Derek. Well, it's been 4 months since an apartment explosion rocked an entire neighborhood on Detroit's west side. The blast sparked by a gas leak. It happened on Littlefield near Schoolcraft. 13 people injured, including a 3-year-old girl receiving burn treatments in the hospital.
I looked at her and I says, she doesn't have any clothes on. And she's help me, help. And I says, come here, come up here.
Down, the homes of families just gone, as you can see. That damage just so devastating. But today, a moment of gratitude. The city of Detroit shining a light on the lives saved. The Detroit Fire Department and Mayor Mike Duggan honoring first responders for their life-saving efforts. Let's get out there right now. The recognition ceremony in Detroit unfolding right now.
The victims know the city was going to wrap our arms around you. And so Commissioner Sims, and to everybody here being honored today, Thank you for your extraordinary bravery on this day, but most of all, thank you for what you do every day. And I know at this point, the city council member from this neighborhood, who's been here all his life, wanted to be here and offer his thanks, Councilman Fred Durham.
Well, good afternoon to you all. First, my thoughts and prayers continue to go out to Brandon, his family, and everyone that was affected. I remember the call first thing in the morning, hopping out the bed and pulling up to the scene, seeing the devastation, seeing the bricks, as the mayor articulated, which had flown 25 some odd feet, bricks embedded in car windshields, and just so much devastation. But through that, what I saw was also bravery. I saw our first responders on the scene, assisting folks, getting them out of the building, making sure that they were safe, making sure that the children were safe, and everybody working in a collaborative effort to save lives that morning. And it really touches your heart when you see that. But because of our dedicated men and women, with their bravery, with their courage, we were again able to save lives. We owe each and every one of you a debt of gratitude for responding so quickly. We owe our city departments, LaJuan Counts from demolition, as well as Julie Snyder from HRD from being on that scene in a coordinated effort. Even after first responders responded, it was important to make sure that other members of our community were not harmed. And we tore that building down immediately because we did not want anyone else to be harmed in that incident. But what you saw was what you see and you have seen the past few years here in the city of when all our departments come together, when our first responders who have not only that courage and bravery, that heart for the public, put their lives on the line. Many folks run away from danger. And these are folks who run towards it to ensure that everybody remains safe. So from the bottom of my heart, I would like to say thank you for all you do each and every day for each and every one of us here in the city of Detroit. You keep us safe. You help provide a blanket of safety that keeps us each and every day. And again, to the family, we are here for you. Our community will continue to wrap our arms around you, our council, our mayor. Anything you need, we will be here for you. So again, thank you all to our men and women, and to the family. My prayers again are still with you. Love you. God bless you. And with that, I'm sorry, I'd like to introduce someone who is extraordinary, getting the troops together, making sure that they respond, very disciplined. Fire Chief David Nelson.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Councilman Durham. And thank you all for being here. On behalf of the Detroit Fire Department, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary bravery, professionalism, and teamwork that is demonstrated daily by these gentlemen here. It's awesome to see how they operate on a daily basis to serve the community. Our firefighters responded swiftly under extreme conditions, without hesitation and with courage that defines this department. What took place on that day was both devastating and deeply personal to our city. But in the face of danger, our personnel did what they always do. They ran towards it. No doubt, lives were saved because of their actions. Again, I'm reiterating what everyone has said. Me being the chief, as they call me, I always let it be known that I can't be me without them. And I hope they understand that, and I hope the community understands that also. At this time, it's my honor to introduce Battalion Chief Percy Warmack, who served as the incident commander during that critical incident. His leadership on the ground was instrumental in organizing the response and ensuring the safety of our personnel and the community. Chief Warmack.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Just a short synopsis of what I saw when I pulled up. On the early morning of May 31st at approximately 3:59 a.m., Chief 4 was dispatched to 13910 Littlefield, along with Engine 40 and Squad 1 for a call of a vehicle versus a building. But upon arrival, the scene was definitely different. We found a 12-unit apartment building with 8 of the units under structural collapse. One side of the wall was bowing out, and the other was completely gone. With multiple calls coming into dispatch about people trapped, Central Office made the wise decision to send me a commercial box, which allowed all of the companies to arrive fast enough to orchestrate a speedy rescue with our fire division and treatment with our EMS division for at least 12 civilians. This was all done by a very collaborative effort of the entire Detroit Fire Department. I want to thank everybody, and I want to pass it on to Commissioner.
So before I bring up the next person, as you can see, for the fire department, we're always ready to respond. So the company that left out, they just caught a run, in case anyone was wondering. Now I'm gonna bring up Michelle Robinson. She's the program director of Detroit Housing Service Division.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. First and foremost, our hearts continue to go out to the residents and the families of the individuals impacted by the explosion on Littlefield in late March. We extend our deepest gratitude to the emergency responders from the Detroit Fire Department, EMS, the Detroit Police Department, our local hospitals, and many others for their swift and compassionate response to assisting the residents that were impacted by the explosion on that day. From securing the scene and ensuring resident safety to providing emergency shelter and critical support services, your professionalism and humanity have brought comfort and a path forward during this incredibly difficult time. We would also like to acknowledge the outstanding efforts of our Housing and Revitalization Department, particularly those of Detroit Housing Services. The Detroit Housing Services Office provides case management, relocation assistance, and housing support services to individuals and families who have been displaced due to emergencies, unsafe living conditions, and other housing crises. The Housing Services team has been on the ground from the very beginning, supporting the residents on Littlefield who suddenly found themselves without a place to call home that early morning. To the collective efforts of all involved in the rebuilding and recovery of each impacted household and their families, your strength, resilience, and support to the residents and their families is a testament to the dedication of service and the heart of Detroit. To the impacted household, we are extremely honored to continue to provide services and support. This has been a personal reminder to our team, to each of us, of why we have made the decision and that we are proud to serve you. And I would now like to welcome 2 of our residents, Miss Diamond Washington and her son, Caden Jones. And my apologies, and Coda.
your turn, okay?
My turn.
Say hello.
Hello.
I'm Coda. Say thank you for everything you do.
Yay! We made it.
Okay.
You talk.
Thank you guys for everything that you did. Thank you guys for everything that you guys did. It was hard waking up at 4 in the morning to pitch blackness when I went to sleep with a wall, you know? But you guys were fast. You guys were speedy. As soon as I woke up, because we were knocked unconscious, so when I woke up, I didn't have to wait long to get out of a building that was on the verge of collapse. I didn't have to wait for my children to be saved. That was my biggest concern. And I thank you guys, all of you guys. Personally, I thank you because I didn't know what we were going to do. So thank you for being timely and very responsive and doing more than just your job. Because that's what you guys did. You guys are heroes to me and my kids. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm the chief chaplain for this Detroit Fire Department, and it's very humbling to see the love of Detroit, the way they respond. I've been around the fire department now for 37 years, and it's been remarkable. But I want to pray for the family and wish them better health and response. Help them on with their life. God our Father, we come to you today. We bring the family with us. Help them as they respond from pain and suffering and loss of homes. Keep them all safe and watch over them. I ask it in Jesus' name, amen.
We'd like to bring up to the podium Jamila Hines. And girls, if you want to join your mom, you're welcome to. Allison and Madison. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I had things that I wanted to say. That night, I had just got home from work. I work at a bar. I was a waitress. And normally when I come home, I'm either welcomed by this little one or my fiance, which was Brandon Bradwell, their dad. I can't do this. Okay. I thank you all. I remember your face. Can I give you a hug?
On behalf of our family, I'd just like to say thank you. Thank you. Because without you guys, I hate to think about it, but I thank you. All right.
Again, thank you, everyone. On May 31st, 2025, shortly before 4 a.m., multiple Detroit Fire Department units responded to a report of a vehicle running into an apartment building. As companies were en route, 911 calls escalated, reporting trapped residents and several injured. The incident was upgraded, bringing additional crews to that scene. Upon arrival, firefighters found a partially collapsed building with multiple civilians, adults and children. They were trapped on the second floor. Crews quickly deployed ground and aerial ladders, rescuing residents through windows and from collapsed sections using improvised ramps. A small fire was extinguished and a thorough search ensued. No one was, or insured, was left behind. 10 patients, including 6 children, were treated and transported by EMS. The quick coordinated response by fire and EMS personnel prevented what could have been a tragic loss of life. Their courage, teamwork, and dedication to duty are a credit to the Detroit Fire Department and are fully deserving of these unit commendations.
At this time, we would like to request the company officers of the responding fire companies to come up to receive their plaques. Company officers, come on up, please. There are also multiple medical units that responded to the incident. However, in keeping with the protection of Detroit, City of Detroit, we left them in service, and they are not here to accept their awards. But I would like any medic personnel that are here, including the EMS supervisors, to come up, and we will present the EMS citations. Thank you.
Okay. A few of you guys come on and listen. Oh, make sure you guys can be seen.
All right.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming out. That concludes this ceremony. We can do individual interviews if you guys would like. However, there is early voting here.
Well, again, that recognition ceremony from Littlefield in Detroit about the Littlefield apartment fire that happened back in March. More than a dozen people heard of an emotional, I think, moment for so many. Again, hearing from the residents there, just recapping and revisiting such a tragic moment and just a terrifying morning for so many. So, again, many thanks to the firefighters there. We'll definitely have more on that story later today. All right, moving on here. We're going to take a break. We're going to go to a break right now. We'll be right back with more. Welcome back here. An innocent child shot and killed in a drive-by shooting on Detroit's west side late last night. Now police are looking for those responsible. Here's what we know so far. Shots did go off near England Street and Stender Avenue in the Cadillac Heights neighborhood. Investigators saying the child was hit by a stray bullet inside his home. Police searching for a red Jeep and a black sedan they believe may be connected to that shooting.
Sorry, we don't have that.
And if you, all right, Tom, we're going to keep going. All right, if you know anything, speak up here. I mean, there's $5,000 on the table for a reward for any information leading to an arrest. And we're going to stick to the west side of Detroit here. Another police search. Investigators looking this time for a gunman behind, they say, an accused gunman rather, in the quadruple shooting at a gas station. It happened at a Marathon station at the intersection of Puritan and Fairfield this morning. A man in his 30s was killed. 3 women also wounded in that shooting, 2 of them in their 30s and 1 in their 20s.
Excuse me, Tanisha, let's go to a break, please.
You got it. All right, we'll be right back. Stick with us.
And weaponized against them by the Trump administration. There's such a difference between protecting program integrity and violating people's rights. And government at all levels has a responsibility to be good stewards over the private, personal identifying information we request from our residents in order to effectuate these programs. And for SNAP, that information goes way beyond what you file in your tax forms. It includes your housing information, landlord contact information, how much you pay for your utilities, even how much you pay in medical debt. When that information is shared, it is with the understanding that the federal government is only using it for its intended stated purposes. And what the Trump administration is doing here crosses that line. State agencies have repeatedly raised these concerns, asking for basic data protections for residents. Instead, we got threats to withhold federal funding unless we comply with their illegal demands. So now, of course, we're doing exactly what we have to do. We're taking this illegal action to court. We will not allow this administration to trample on the constitutional protections or unlawfully exploit the SNAP program to advance their political agenda. Our personal data is exactly that, personal. And this data should remain confidential, protected, and only used by agencies involved with SNAP recipients. Michigan families deserve this protection, and I'm going to keep on fighting until they receive exactly that. And thanks again so much, AG James and AG Banta, for continuing to lead the fight to protect our state residents. So greatly appreciated.
Thank you, AGs Nessel and James, for your partnership and leadership. With that, we can take any questions that the press might have.
All right, so I did want to play out the very latest from the attorney generals you heard from California, Michigan, and New York as they are filing a new lawsuit against the Trump administration. We are going to step away for a brief break, but before we do so, I did want to bring your attention to the QR code right there on your screen. This is happening right now. Deion Sanders is providing a health update, just sharing that he had previously been diagnosed with bladder cancer. And so he is speaking alongside a doctor right there. But I did want to share that with you. So we do invite you to scan the QR code and watch as Deion Sanders is speaking about that update right here. And you can see that TMZ also sharing that he revealed his bladder cancer diagnosis during the press conference happening right now, providing more details. So if you scan that QR code, we are streaming that live on our YouTube page without any commercial interruption, as he is now speaking alongside a doctor. We are going to step aside for a brief break, continuing our coverage in just a moment. We are monitoring a number of live events, and this is a live look right here as we are anticipating the arrival of President Trump at his golf resort in Aberdeen, Scotland. And what a beautiful view that is. Right now, at least according to the very latest information, is that President Trump is minutes away from landing right here. The helicopter that you're seeing, we're told, is actually press transport. So we are monitoring this look, and you can see the large number of Secret Service agents patrolling the grounds right here as we are expecting the arrival of President Trump. And so perhaps this possibly could be the helicopter right here. It's a little unclear. We do know that there are multiple helicopters carrying individuals. So we're just going to monitor this and, of course, bring that to you. But the next live event is one that we dipped into just moments ago, and that is a press conference being held right now, and you can see a live look at three attorney generals, one from Michigan, California, and New York, as they have announced a new lawsuit against the Trump administration. Right now, they're taking questions from the media.
And, you don't need to look any further than the articulated argument that the Trump made on the campaign trail and continues to make this to this day, and so does Stephen Miller, that they are going after undocumented criminals in the United States. And they are absolutely not. On day one, they went after U.S. citizens who are born with birthright citizenship. They went after refugee programs and TPS programs, people who are lawfully present, people with legal visas, student visas, and work visas. And now they're, deporting citizen children and arresting people who are lawfully present. So there's such a distance between what they say and what they do. And I appreciate your investigation to probe and test what they say and to get to the bottom of it, because I think what you'll see is that what they say is absolutely completely different from what they actually do. And that's another example here. This is not about waste, fraud, and abuse. This is one of the programs that have been hailed as having the best protections and safeguarding against waste, fraud, and abuse. And to somehow need every bit of data from all the states over 5 years to somehow read out waste, fraud, and abuse is, it doesn't pass the straight face test.
Right. And if they were focused on waste, fraud, and abuse, then why would you fire so many inspector generals?
And I'm just going to add one more thing to that, right? So California and New York are donor states. Michigan, we're about even in terms of the amount of money that we pay to the federal government and the amount of money we receive back in the form of our programming. So I just want to make it clear, again, to people who seemingly have a difficult time grasping this, not referring to our friends in the media, of course, but to other people who are watching this, that's our money. I mean, we paid tax dollars to the federal government. Then the federal government, routes that money back to us in the form of these essential programs. So we already paid for this. And so when you cut off programming like SNAP, it just goes into the pockets of Trump's friends and billionaires. But we already paid for this stuff. And our state residents, who again paid their taxes, and our individuals in our states paid their taxes, businesses paid their taxes, that money went to the federal government. We want our money back.
Okay, next question comes from Michael. Michael, you're now unmuted.
Hey, all, you can hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. Last time I could not connect, which was my fault, not yours. Anyway, I am Michael Zinstein with Cal Matters. Thank you for doing this with us. Thanks for taking all of our questions. So this is sort of like a meta question. In California, we have 35 suits in 27 weeks. Not sure what the tally is with the other states on this call, but how would you put this, in what bucket of type of suit or type of either, congressional or constitutional challenge would you put?
All right, welcome back on this Monday. I'm your host, Tanisha Cordell.
Tanisha?
What's up?
How are you?
I was trying to give you a proper intro.
No, who cares about me?
Who cares?
You want to hear about my yard work?
I do, actually,
Does
because
anyone
you're
care?
crazy for getting out in this heat.
I know.
Doing yard work?
Well, here's
and you
the
said
thing.
you got a lot.
I've got a lot, and here's why. Here's what's concerning to me. Hey, Tom. Bye, Tom.
Yeah, bye.
He's Tom in the background. I went to the Tigers game yesterday.
Okay.
And that was pretty hot. And I'm dehydrated already from the Tigers game yesterday.
Okay.
And I can feel it.
Because we won't say why, I guess, maybe why you were dehydrated.
Well, it's like a combination of things. But it's a combination of things. But the heat definitely played a role in it.
Yeah.
So I feel like I'm trying to hydrate today. And then, I'm already looking at all this work I have to do outside. And I'm like, I'm going to be dehydrated again.
No, you definitely are.
How do you stay? I'm going to have to drink 120 ounces of water. Tanisha, this is unattainable.
You need electrolytes. You need, vitamins. Try
need
some
it all.
body armor. You need everything. Okay.
Do you have any of that? Can I borrow some?
We need to go to the store. Can we all
Yes.
go and
Those
get this
little
together?
packets of electrolytes. Yes, that would be great. So, anyways, I've got to do it.
Yeah.
This is the thing. It's just sometimes you just got to do it when you got to do it.
Mhm.
But the heat does not help. But here's the other part of it, Tanisha, is I don't think that this summer has really been that convenient to do yard work ever.
Oh, no.
Because remember we talked about the history of this summer so far.
Yes.
I've got some raw numbers for you.
All right, let's hit me.
If you want them.
Hit
Are
me.
we gonna? Could we can't punch. That's
Can
okay.
we? Okay,
So
all
here,
right.
I'll just tell it to you because the truth is you don't even need it. You don't even need it. So, since June 15th, so we're talking about a total of what is that? 47? No, wait. Well, what day?
Your math's better than mine.
It's 27 plus the 43.
Carry the one.
43 days. 43 days since June 15th. 27 of those days have been 80 degrees or more. 10 of those days have been 90 degrees or more. And only 7 of them, you can see it right here, this little teeny tiny number right there. That's it. 7 days have been in the 70 to 80 degree range, which means no matter what day I would have had to go out and do this yard work. It would have been it's a long way to say.
But you did say there's going to be some crisp. I mean, this doesn't help you tonight and today. I mean, but it helps everyone else looking ahead. I mean, a little relief.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know my story about my weed whacker? Because I can tell you another story. I got stories.
What's going on with you and Jules? I don't know if this is like.
Yeah, this is not good.
Who's approving this?
For
by the way?
years, the weed whacker I have is like a cheap, crappy weed whacker. We can say that, right? It's a crappy weed whacker. Yeah.
You gotta do better.
But I'm the kind of guy. I'm just cheap enough that I don't buy something if the first thing is still working. You know what I mean? Like if it's working, I'm not going to invest money. I'm going to wait for it to die.
The one that works.
Nobody's going to want this cheap, crappy weed whacker. So I was like, in a way, I was like wishing that it would die.
All right.
The dang thing didn't die. It just keeps going, season to season. And at the end of every season, I'm like, I just want like a good weed whacker.
Treat yourself.
Exactly. It's time.
I can't do it. I cannot do it.
You can. Stop being cheap. Just do it.
So
you
here's
deserve
what happened.
better.
Here's what happened. Friday, it died. It died. And I was like, yes. And what did I do? I started looking up cheap, crappy weed whackers
Oh, Derek,
to replace it with. And I was this close. Tanisha, I was this close to buying another cheap, crappy weed whacker
You're in
to
a cycle
replace
of terror,
my
man.
cheap, crappy weed whacker that I didn't even want anymore. And I almost bought it, but then I thought, I'm going to treat myself. And I didn't buy it, and I went out and I bought the more expensive one that I actually wanted.
Because finally, you treated yourself. Round of applause for Derek. All right, reaching into those
Is it
pockets.
the kind that has attachments where you could buy the little chainsaw? For
No.
trimming?
Really what bothered me, what was so, and people, people that know weed whackers will understand this, is that when you get the cheap ones, you get the thin, crappy, like wiring that always breaks. So like every 30 seconds, you're like, I broke again, and you gotta say, broke again. And I just wanted like a nice thick weed whacker line, if that made any sense. And so that's the one I bought. So it's the more expensive one that's got like the thick lining, so it won't break as much.
We're going to be thinking of you
This
today,
is
Derek.
I'm now realizing that this is a very boring story, and nobody cares.
We're
but
invested.
I'm already into the story.
I think everyone's visualizing you just going through it with this weed whacker. We're so proud of you for just upgrading, okay?
It's a good upgrade. All right, I want everybody to look right here, okay? All right. There it is.
Now
okay.
we're here.
You see it? It's right there. Okay. That's the radar. So I'm going to zoom in because we are seeing some rain that's starting to develop. Not just rain, but some thunderstorms that are passing through. Now, we did talk about this. We've talked about it all day long. We've got a lot of heat. We've got a lot of humidity. We've got a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. It's not going to take much for thunderstorms to develop. And they are starting to develop all across the map. This is mid-Michigan. They are in Lansing right now, but they are headed in our direction. They are not severe, but they are dropping a lot of rain. So there is a chance, if these linger a little bit, it could cause some flooding type conditions for some of these areas. So this is where the heaviest stuff is. Heavy rain, yes thunder, yes lightning. Those will move into Livingston County shortly. In fact, it'll probably be into Livingston County within the next 20 minutes. And then they're going to track through Livingston, Washtenaw, Oakland, Wayne counties. They're headed our way. So we're going to deal with afternoon, early evening, heavy rain and some passing thunderstorms. If the kids are outside playing, pull them inside. If they're in the pool, start wrapping things up because these are legit thunderstorms. You do not want to be in the pool when there are thunderstorms passing overhead. Take a look at these rain chances. Notice how they're the highest between 3 and 4 o'clock. That's going to be our window to see that first burst of activity. Temperatures, there's no getting around this. It is going to be hot and muggy through the day. We have heat advisories that will continue. Heat advisories will go, they're in effect right now. They go till 9 p.m. tonight. So it is going to be hot. Back out towards, you saw that one other box there towards Chicago with these developing storms. They do have some severe thunderstorm warnings out there. We do not have any of those here. We'll keep an eye to see if anything develops into a stronger, potentially severe storm, but we are not seeing it right now. Heat indices today will be up to triple digits, so it will feel like 98 degrees. We're going to the Tigers game. 88 for the thermometer, but 98 degrees when it comes to that temperature. That feels like temperature, so the heat index number. Our high will get to 92. Again, it will feel like 100. 74 overnight. We stay with the heat and humidity for 2 days. We got 4 to 8 hours of this heat and humidity. 84 and some storms possible on Wednesday. That's a cold front that's coming through. And I know the numbers might be a little bit small, but right in here in that circle, those are high temperatures in the 70s.
Love it.
In the 70s. Keep yeah. Okay. So So those are temperatures that will change this graphic pretty dramatically, Tanisha.
Like a little fan.
I mean, but here's the thing. See,
Yes.
with the fan and just, I mean, you're clearly dehydrated.
Yeah, there we go.
So,
Okay,
I mean, we ought to talk. I mean, let's bring everybody in. We're all hot. You're dehydrated. You're going to be even more dehydrated tonight.
Yeah.
How are folks supposed to like stay healthy, stay safe? I mean,
So
I don't
the
know if we
key-
want to listen to Derek after he's telling us he's dehydrated, but
Right. I'm gonna. Yes. I mean, I got stories. So the key is hydration, and it is realizing that when you're outside on a hot, humid day like this.
Yeah.
So the way are you keen to the way the body cools itself off?
yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna tell you anyways.
But, I mean,
I'm gonna go through it.
and educate us.
So the body sweats to cool itself off.
Yes.
It's one of the things. So dogs don't do this. Animals and creatures that don't sweat, they have different means of cooling the body off. But the way that the humans do it is we sweat. Well, when it's muggy outside, our bodies cannot sweat as efficiently because there's too much water in the air. We can't see it. It's called water vapor. That's the dew point and the humidity levels. When that is outside and it's very thick, it acts as an invisible blanket to our bodies and doesn't allow us to cool off. So the short of it is take breaks, go inside, cool off, and then stay as hydrated as you possibly can. And I will be doing all of these things later today when I use my brand new weed whacker
Yes.
to do
I
the
feel
yard
like we need to come tomorrow. We need to update. We need to see pictures. We need to know that you're okay out there in that heat.
I can live stream. I can live stream it with you
Let's
guys.
do
Okay.
it.
Yeah, okay, we got
All
it.
right, guys.
All
Well,
right.
yeah, enough of the weed whacker. We'll be back. You can always, again, stay updated on the forecast in the Fox 2 app, Fox 2 local app, rather, and on air. We've got more coming up. Stick with us. Don't go anywhere.
updates we did want to share with you from Miami Beach Police, saying that MBPD is currently managing a multi-agency critical incident involving a capsized vehicle and multiple victims between Monument Island and Hibiscus Island. All victims have been accounted for. Media staging is located at 90 South Hibiscus Drive. So according to WFOR, as we take another live look right here at Biscayne Bay, which is near Miami Beach, we are expecting officials to give another update after a sailboat has sunk in that area. And as Miami Beach Police have shared, there are multiple victims involved. All of them, though, have been accounted for. So we are expecting to receive more information in terms of exactly who these victims are, perhaps their ages, and perhaps even what happened, how this sailboat sank in Biscayne Bay. We are expecting that update to get underway at a specific point in time. Unfortunately, you can see that live look has now ended. So we don't have a specific time frame from police. We do know that they will be giving an update, and we will bring that to you. But another look here from their social media post saying that there is a multi-agency critical incident involving a capsized vehicle and multiple victims between Monument Island and Hibiscus Island. So we're going to monitor this situation, and we will bring you that update once it is into our studio right here. In the meantime, we are going to head back to another live event. This one is a teleconference where we have several attorney generals giving an update about a new lawsuit against the Trump administration. You can see right there on your screen, that is on the left-hand side, the Michigan State Attorney Dana Nessel. And then on the right-hand side, that is New York Attorney General Letitia James. Earlier, California Attorney General Rob Bonta was also part of this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is all we have time for. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so it does appear that that is all that they have time for right there. So we did want to
Happy Monday, Detroit. Thanks for joining us on this July 28th. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
All right, brace yourselves. Another heat wave hitting the city this week. Time now to check in with Fox 2's Derek Kevra for more on all of this. I know we had a heated weekend, and we'll have a hot Monday, a hot Tuesday. How long is this going to go on for, Derek?
A hot minute? Yes. Yeah, a hot minute's probably the right answer there. Yeah, we're going to see these temperatures will stay hot, Jamie, for the next 48 hours. And by hot, I mean dangerously hot. I mean, there's a heat advisory today. There'll probably be a heat advisory tomorrow. On top of that, the atmosphere is very ripe for showers and storms to develop. Now, models, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you what some meteorologists might not say. Weather models have done a bad job today. They are not picking up on the threat of storms, but we as real life people, the meteorologists, we've been saying that there is that chance for some showers and storms, and guess what? The showers and storms are happening outside. There's some very heavy rain across southeast Michigan right now that extends from Lansing through Eaton Rapids, and we're going to see all of it here. Now, as we zoom down into it, there's definitely two different clusters of it here, one back near Battle Creek, but then this line of very heavy rain that is slowly making its way across the state. It's going to get into Livingston County in the next 15 to 20 minutes. It's going to travel into Washtenaw County in about 30 minutes. In fact, there's already some spots in Washtenaw County that are seeing some of those showers develop. Chelsea is starting to pour. Scioto, it's starting to see it quite a bit. This is all on tap for us. Over the next 3 to 4 hours, we're going to see more of it. Now, here's the weather model. Notice right now it's not showing any rain. This is what I'm meaning when I say they're doing a poor job of showing the threat of rain, because it is obviously raining outside right now. So back to a live look at the radar, where these clusters of thunderstorms, while they are not severe at this point, we're not seeing severe thunderstorm warnings, we're not seeing severe thunderstorm watches, but we are seeing some of this active weather. Some of these are on the stronger side, dropping a lot of rain and having thunder and lightning with them as well. So these will track across We'll be seeing those for the next several hours. Now, here's a pretty decent representation of this rain threat as we move through the late afternoon, early evening, with those rain chances up to around 50% at 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, and then about 15% by 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock. So there's still that chance that even as we head into the evening hours, we might still be dealing with thunderstorm threats. 86 is our current temperature. When you take the humidity into play, it feels like 96 already. In fact, it feels even hotter than that in some spots, with a heat advisory that continues through the afternoon. And the heat advisory is out there because there's a lot of moisture outside. There's a lot of water in the atmosphere. We feel that as humidity, and it makes things feel hotter. So the heat index forecast is very high through the day today. You're looking at numbers into the upper 90s, even triple digits. It will feel like triple digits as we head through the day. Overnight tonight, we fall down into the 70s, and then we're right back at it tomorrow with the heat index of about 95 to 97, even through Tuesday. So today, 88 degrees for that Tigers forecast, but it will feel like 98 degrees, feeling like 100 at its peak through the afternoon today with a chance of some thunderstorms. Thunderstorm threat will diminish as we move overnight. We'll see another round of that tomorrow for the exact same reason we're seeing it today. And that is because we still have the heat, we still have the humidity. Doesn't take much when you have all those ingredients in play. Cold front comes through Wednesday, and then that is what drops us down into the 70s, upper 70s, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Very comfortable end to the work week and kickoff of the brand new weekend.
Looking forward to that. And you can't always rely on technology, but you can rely on talented meteorologists like Derek Kevra.
Well, thank you. That is, it is one of those reminders of AI and technology. And while it can be very helpful, still having an actual set of trained eyeballs on a situation to say, look, I know that model is not showing a whole lot of rain. I know that this weather app is saying 8%. But when the ingredients are there, it doesn't take much. And sometimes all it is one little spark and bang, you've got a lot of activity. And we do have a lot of activity now through the rest of the afternoon. So people need to be aware if the kids are outside playing, if you're in the pool, time to start pulling them out because storms are on the way.
See, this is my argument all the time when it comes to AI. You can't rely on it too much because then what are you going to do when it starts acting up?
Right. Well, and you've got, that's where experience comes into play, where it's like, I grew up in this area. I've been forecasting weather here for 15 years. When all these things are out there, the dew points are in the 70s, the temperatures are in the low 90s, we're going to see some rain and some thunderstorms. I don't care if that model says we're not.
Everything, the ingredients are there, as you said.
And here it is, and you can see it show up on the box once again in that upper corner. But there's those storms right there. It is 2:05 on a Monday afternoon, and the storms are making their way through Southeast Michigan.
They're making their way in. All right. Thanks for keeping us posted on that, Derek, and we'll check in with you later.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, now to your top stories of the day, beginning with this. An innocent child shot and killed in a drive-by shooting on Detroit's west side late last night. Now police are looking for those responsible. Here's what we do know. Shots went off near Anglin Street and Stedner Avenue in the Cadillac Heights neighborhood. Investigators say the child was hit by a stray bullet inside his home. Police are now searching for a red Jeep and a black sedan they believe may be connected to that shooting.
So one of our most precious citizens, residents of the city of Detroit, lost their life tonight for this senseless action. Our officers, my detectives, will not rest until we bring this perpetrators to justice. We will catch you. Trust us when we say that.
Well, if you know anything, be sure to speak up. There is a $5,000 reward on the table for any information leading to an arrest. And staying on the west side of Detroit, another police search. Investigators looking for the gunman behind a quadruple shooting at a gas station. It happened at a Marathon station at the intersection of Puritan and Fairfield this morning. A man in his 30s was killed. 3 women were also wounded in that shooting. 2 of them are in their 30s and 1 in their 20s.
This individual who is responsible for this, if this individual has reached out to you, we're asking anyone in the community to assist us with getting this individual to turn themselves in. At some point in time in the future, we may provide additional information about the suspect responsible for this, but at this time, we're just asking for the community help to get this individual responsible to turn themselves in at the police department. And if you know this individual who is responsible for this, if this individual has reached out to you, we're asking anyone in the community to assist us.
All right, you're just hearing from Captain Marcus Thurkel there. Police are working to figure out that motive. They say the shooting is believed to be an isolated incident and that there is no threat to the public. Two men allegedly responsible for a deadly stabbing at a liquor store have been charged. It happened on July 17th on Grand River near Greenfield Road. Police say Tyrone Fikes and Herbert McDuffie got into a fight with the victim, Kieri Khalil, and fatally stabbed him. Investigators say the fight stemmed from a family dispute. Both Fikes and McDuffie are charged with first-degree murder. Today, Detroit parents let city officials know what they think about the city's more stringent curfew enforcement. The proposal involves beefing up the fine parents face, going from $90 to $250. And here's why. So far this summer, police say 13 minors in the city have been killed or injured by gun violence. They say most of the shootings took place after 10 p.m. when kids 15 and younger should have been at home. Now, to be clear, the curfew for 16 and 17-year-olds is 11 p.m. We will check in with our Brandon Hudson for more on this story in just a bit. 3 people seriously injured by a boat explosion in Pontiac. A 45-year-old Waterford Township man, along with his 16-year-old son and a 16-year-old friend, were preparing to take out the 17-foot Chris Craft boat at the public boat launch near M55 and Williams Lake Road. And that is when it exploded. Now, one of the teens was taken to the hospital with burns across 50% of his body, and that teen remains in critical condition. The father and his son were also taken to the hospital with severe burns.
You know, a lot of people don't understand that it's gasoline fumes that are very explosive, not necessarily the liquid by itself. So, you know, you have to have the ability to expel those fumes and to keep air movement in confined environments. So, you know, that's one of the things boaters need to check. If they have a blower motor on their boat, is it in working order? Obviously, having fire extinguishers and the capability of putting out fires, because even though you're in a body of water, one of the worst things to happen is to have a fire on a boat.
And the exact cause of that explosion remains under investigation by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. We'll, of course, keep you posted on those updates as we get them. We are learning more about the mass stabbing at a Traverse City area Walmart store over the weekend. Police have identified the attacker as 42-year-old Bradford Gille. He's from Afton, which is in Sheboygan County. He's accused of stabbing 11 people Saturday afternoon near the checkout lanes of the store. The victims range in age from 29 to 84.
At the time of the deputy's arrival, multiple citizens, including one who was armed with a pistol, were confronting the male suspect in the parking lot and preventing him from harming further people and leaving.
Well, officials say one of the victims has been released. The others remain hospitalized and are expected to survive. Gille will be charged with 1 count of terrorism and 11 counts of assault with intent to murder. All right, we are taking a live look out at the city right now. We want to give you a quick rundown of what's happening around town today, beginning in Southfield. The 35th annual Golf Classic hosted by Michigan Roundtable for Just Communities. They are swinging for change, empowering communities one stroke at a time at the Plum Hollow Country Club until 8 p.m. today. And it is a big night in Detroit with WWE superstars returning for Monday Night Raw at Little Caesars Arena. Some of the featured superstars include Roman Reigns, Gunther, Jey Uso, and Raquel Rodriguez, just to name a few for you. It is all going down tonight at 7:30 p.m. Also in Detroit, you can enjoy a relaxing and peaceful workout with Sunset Pilates at Beacon Park. The workout will also include high-intensity interval training. It'll last for about 60 minutes and is all about elevating your heart rate safely while strengthening your whole body. Participants are asked to bring a mat, towel, and water. The event is hosted by Hot Yoga Ferndale and is a donation-based class, but you must RSVP if you want to take part. And that's a look at what's happening around town today. Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2 just getting started. The Tigers' losing streak finally snapped with an exclamation point victory over the Blue Jays. We'll have highlights from Comerica Park when we come back. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. You are taking a live look out at downtown Detroit right now. 2:14 is your time. 86 degrees out there. We have some clouds in the skies. And as you just heard from Derek Kevra not too long ago, there are likely to be storms today, so be on the lookout for that. Well, happening today, the Detroit police chief continuing his crackdown on curfew violations. Fox News' Brandon Hudson joining us now. And Brandon, we talked about this earlier in the show, what caused all of this. And it's because minors are not only out way later than they should be, but they're getting injured. And unfortunately, some of them even killed.
Yeah, so we saw earlier this month that police and the city were saying that a lot of the crimes are happening after 3 a.m., which is after the curfew time. And so we saw police say they were going to extend the hours of police patrols at least about 5 in the morning. But this is a proposed plan that the chief talked about today, Chief Todd Bettison. He had said that he wants to increase the curfew violation fines from $75 to $250 as a minimum for the first offense, and then for a second offense, it'd be about $500. So this is really just a way for parents to wake up and maybe have those tough conversations with their kids about being more responsible. If there is a beef in the neighborhood, just stay away. The main thing is just trying to keep these kids from hurting one another and keeping them safe, as we are just a few weeks out from school starting all over again.
Yeah, and the chief is being very intentional about increasing these fines instead of, bringing jail into the equation there. Tell us what he had to say about that.
He just wants parents to be more responsible. He wants to take the jail component out of it, so that way, there's not that, that idea or that consequence of jail hanging over their heads. But $250 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And this is really going to hit parents in the pocket if it does pass. Now, I will say that there was the hearing today. It was mixed reviews. So, and not just mixed with people in Detroit, but also people on the city council. However, this was moved to tomorrow as a part of new business. So the city council will have a discussion on this proposed curfew increase, and there will be a vote tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. The chief says that he's pretty confident that that this will pass. So we'll see what happens tomorrow morning.
And I know you said there were mixed reviews. What did people have to say about this during that hearing?
I think a lot of people were just complaining about the fact that, they're having to pay for their kids, literally pay for their kids' slip-ups or consequences. There was a city councilwoman who said she doesn't agree with the proposal. She wanted to see more, information that would lead her to believe that by increasing the curfew violations, that would deter crime. She went into a bit of a personal story as she was sharing, her disagreement with the chief's proposal, and saying that this is kind of preventing kids from being kids.
Yeah.
She said, when she was much younger, she would also sneak out of the house, go hang out with her friends. She wasn't doing anything, that would get her in trouble. But she said it took her one time to, see that disappointment in her mother's eyes, and then she didn't do it again. However, we're talking about a much serious issue here.
Right.
And we're talking about kids who are, disrupting the fireworks show downtown, by shooting at people.
Yeah.
We're talking about other situations involving children at playgrounds, and a lot of this stems from neighborhood beefs. And so I think the chief wants people to see that these, what people may see as kids being kids are really taking more of a serious consequence, as we're seeing over the summer.
Definitely. All right. We're looking forward to more of this and seeing your story tonight, Brandon. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jamie.
Of course. Well, it's no secret the Tigers have been in a bit of a slump this month, but yesterday at Comerica Park, the Bats came alive. The Tigers put a hurting on the Blue Jays 10-4 to snap their 6-game losing streak. Fox 2's Jennifer Hammond has the post-game wrap from downtown.
A.J. Hinch certainly didn't want to make any more of this than just one win, but the way this team has been scuffling over the last 3 weeks, it certainly felt good and was pretty important for them to get their first win at home since July 8th.
I don't want to make too much out of a win. We obviously have not had a great 2 weeks. We've won before. So it's the same song, it's the same line, it's the same celebration. Our guys believe we can win. And no 2 weeks is going to take that away from us. So let's not make it any more theatrical than a really fun high-five line and get to the next series.
Not quite a weight lifted off the shoulders because we still got to go out and perform, but you know, we're a winning team, and you know, we're going to strive for that every day. So yeah, obviously it was good to break the streak, but you know, now we move forward and try to keep on going.
If ever the Tigers needed Jack Flaherty to put the team on his back, Sunday was the day, and he responded, limiting the Jays' offense to just 5 hits with 7 strikeouts through 6 shutout innings.
When he can finish with a handshake and a hug as opposed to handing me the ball on a game like today where he was in control of his outing, his endurance had to be locked in to make his best pitches once he got over 100 pitches.
It's about each and every guy in here and what they do and the work that they put in, throughout it all. And, you know, now it's about, you know, taking it to the next team that comes in here.
Especially shutting down their middle of the order. I know Bo has been on fire for the past few days, and he's been a tough out. But, you know, getting through the meat of their lineup, who has been swinging it really well, was very, very important.
Monday would typically be a starting day for Casey Mize, but because knee stiffness has changed up his off-day routine, he will likely go on Tuesday. Troy Melton will pitch in the opener on Monday against the Diamondbacks. At Comerica Park, Jennifer Hammond, Fox 2 Sports.
Thanks, Jen. Now over to the Lions. They just opened the gates for their first practice of the season in front of the general public. And as we've heard, the competition in training camp has already been fierce. So fans lucky enough to have tickets to today's sold-out event will likely get a good show down in Allen Park. There's another open practice tomorrow that is also sold out. But don't worry if you can't get in. The Lions' first preseason game is Thursday night. So excited for that. They are taking on the Chargers in Canton for the Hall of Fame game. And some adorable MVPs are hoping to find their forever homes at the Lions training camp tomorrow. Local dog rescue K9 Companions Rescue Center will be hosting an adoption event in partnership with Pet Supplies Plus. Multiple litters of puppies as well as senior dogs are available for adoption. Make sure to stop by their tent tomorrow to check it all out. All right, it is a big deal only for a limited time. McDonald's fans hopeful it'll stick around even longer, though. We'll have that story for you and much more right after the break. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. You're taking a live look out at Mount Clemens. Pretty breezy there. 2:24 is your time. 86 degrees out there. Oh, the city was so busy on Saturday night. Clarissa Shields' fight. There was a fraternity convention in town, and the International Les Dinner en Blanc was outside of Michigan Central. Here's a look at it. The location was revealed 1 hour before the event, and somewhere between 800 and 1,000 people came out, everyone dressed in white with white tablecloths and accessories. They brought their dinners and enjoyed a meal and a party together. And they look fabulous. This is right in front of Michigan Central. It looks like an incredible location. And I think it's pretty cool that they don't share the location with you until an hour before the event. It's a little scary, but it's pretty cool. It ended up being a nice location. So that's what we like to see. All right, this is another thing that was happening in the city over the weekend. This right here is the intro to the fight as Clarissa Shields walked into the ring at Little Caesars Arena, accompanied by, yep, that is Rick Ross right there. He performed his way in, and once the fight got started, although Lonnie Daniels was able to keep Clarissa Shields at bay in the first round, Shields ultimately took home the win and successfully held on to her undisputed women's heavyweight championship in front of a packed house at Little Caesars Arena Saturday night. Now, this two-time Olympic champ is now 17-0 and remains the undefeated GOAT. Michigan's very own, Flint's very own Clarissa Shields. You go, girl. All right, that's actually one of my favorite Beyonce songs. You can see Destiny's Child there reunited for the first time in 7 years to help close out the Cowboy Carter Tour in Las Vegas. Kelly Rowland and Michelle Williams stepped out on stage to a shocked crowd as the trio performed a medley of the group's biggest hits. What you just heard there was one of Beyonce's hits, too, and they're just there vibing and jamming along. Now, this was Beyonce's 32nd and final concert of the Cowboy Carter Tour, which started back in April. What a show she put on. A former President Barack Obama stirring up a controversy that doesn't involve politics.
My opinion, and this is controversial in my family, you should not eat ketchup after the age of 8.
Yep, you heard him. Obama made this remark on a podcast hosted by his wife, Michelle. And as you just heard, he thinks ketchup is not for grown-ups. Now, where he really draws the line is ketchup on hot dogs. I love ketchup on hot dogs. It's a big no-no in Chicago, where he used to live. That makes sense. I've heard that from Lauren Edwards.
Mustard only, right?
Yep, mustard only. I can't do just mustard. I need something sweet. Now, despite his firm opinions, Michelle says there's always ketchup in their house and everyone uses it except for him. Well, speaking of ketchup, we know who's not ordering that with this. McDonald's Malaysia recently launched a limited-time fan fries meal featuring the double XL helping of fries. Take a look. Now, before you get your hopes up, this option is unfortunately not available in the U.S. The promotional offer was from July 11th, my birthday, through the 13th, but only in celebration of International French Fry Day. The meal included the extra large fry, a small fry, and a beverage. Though the campaign is over, many McDonald's customers are asking the company to make it a menu staple. Will that happen? We shall see. But we know Obama's not getting any ketchup with the fries. I wonder what he's eating with his fries. All right, that's all for us here on Fox 2 Detroit Live at 2. Jay Towers is up next. We'll see you back here around 3. Have a great day.
Hey, I got to show you something that's so cool. You ever see those the black containers with the yellow tops at the storage containers at Home Depot?
No.
I see them all over, and
I don't know what goes on in Home Depot.
Well, you've probably seen them all over. If you ever need totes, like even if you go on Amazon, they're like black with yellow tops. I wish they would come up with like better colors.
Oh, I love those colors.
Okay.
Anyway, over the years in my basement, I have gotten rid of, cardboard boxes and I just use those. And then I put them on wheels and I just roll my stuff around, all that Superman crap and all
organized.
all my old DR kit, like it's all there. So this weekend, I gave my dad a couple gift cards for his birthday, and I found mini ones. I just thought it was the funniest thing ever.
Oh my God! I
think anything miniature is funny.
That is so cute. What are you going to put in there?
I don't know. I brought two of them in here. I thought for some of the stuff we have all over this room.
It looks like a Lego.
It looks like a Lego. And you see, Allison, they're stackable.
Yeah, I have to.
There they are.
I have to tell you though, I'm not familiar with that.
So I had these gigantic ones everywhere.
Yeah,
stacked up, Christmas stuff in them. They're super.
Sturdy.
Not a commercial, but like then I thought of what kind of like deceptive picture can I take where I look, I'm moving, and then be like, no, I'm not. They're just little.
Am I missing the boat because I just buy the Rubbermaid tubs that are like clear with like maybe a green top? I mean, am I doing it wrong?
Why are you wrecking this for me?
I'm not. I want to be on the same page.
Let me try to get you to understand.
Okay.
Yeah. See your can of Coke over there? Hold that
up.
I
do. I adhere, yes.
If I walked in now with a can of Coke that was the size of you, it'd be funny.
Oh, no. This part I get. I get that those are big.
Yeah.
And you found little ones. Like shoe boxes.
Yes.
Here we are. We're there. The part I'm missing out on is the black and yellow. And am I missing the boat? Because I go buy the big plastic ones with green lids.
Yeah, that's fine.
You can get whatever you want, but I do think that maybe you walk around the store with your eyes closed if you've never seen those ones before.
She doesn't go to Home Depot.
I don't go to Home Depot.
No.
But I've seen them at a million other places than just Home Depot.
Well, I'll do better. And
please do better.
Those are adorable.
By the way, speaking of Coke, I feel so stupid. I asked Allison this morning. I'm like, what is all the drama on your Facebook page? And here's how I looked at it. I never put two and two together. I'm dumb. I looked at your picture came up on Facebook, and know what it looked like? Just a disgusting freezer.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait a minute, but it went against everything I knew. Why didn't I just text you? Because I saw it and I'm thinking, she doesn't have a totally disgusting freezer. Like, why would she even post this? Why didn't you
just look just a little bit harder?
Well, I'm glad. It's possible lots of people could have thought that, but based on the responses, everybody knew exactly what happened.
But were you speaking to the masses or to the people that know you?
Well, that's a tough thing now. Now that I'm trying
to get to the masses.
Now that I'm trying to get to the masses, they don't really know what I do, so that could have been confusing for them.
See?
But, Warren goes away for the night. I have the place to myself. And, of course, I've got first of all, I have put all my cans of Coke go in the freezer first. If I'm going to drink my calories, they are going to be.
You've been doing this for 20 plus
years.
They're
going to be. I make slushies. They're going to be delicious. I don't take a can out of the fridge and just open it up. I don't like to do it that way. So I put them in the freezer, usually 2 at a time. I have put Cokes in the freezer that I forget about for 10 hours, maybe longer.
And that's not happened?
No, and all they do is they expand and you can't open them because now they're deformed. Yeah. And how that happened, I don't know, but I had fallen asleep and I heard a noise in the night and magnets flew off the fridge. When I came out in the morning, there were 2 magnets on the floor.
That's sci-fi practically.
It was a mini explosion with inside. Yeah, and so I went to open it, and the reason I went to open it was because I went to get my middle of the night slushy Coke.
Yeah.
Which I do.
Nothing of it. Magnets on the floor, no big deal.
See, make sure Emma gets a copy of the picture so we can put that on our Fox Local show. See, your quote said, "I tried to beat him home from his night away, but alas, the freezer situation has been discovered."
Yeah, I know. I was vague. He took that picture. I'd already pulled a lot of things out. We typically have more food.
I thought a lasagna exploded. I'm like, what is this crap?
No, and that's where the 2 Cokes go. They go in that little spot right there.
All right, I get it.
Can I just tell you a side thing that's stupid, but kind of funny? There's 2 things left in the freezer. Mm-hmm. There's an Amy's something and these ravioli things. which have been a bone of contention. Everything, he pulled everything else out because everything was trashed. He left those two things in there because it's been a bone of contention. I bought both of those things like 6 months ago. We like Amy's. There's a bunch of Amy's things we eat. But sometimes I just buy things.
Yeah.
To try. Both of those things looked great. But for whatever reason, for as long as they've been in the freezer, which like I said has been about 6 months now, he'll open the freezer to eat something and he'll make fun of those two things. And I don't understand why, because what? A spinach tortellini and stuffed ravioli? Like, what about that? Doesn't sound good. But he left them there because then he sent me a message. He's like, well, I didn't want to, I threw everything else out, but you're too little precious. Like, they're mine. And he just had such a hair up his butt about those two specific things.
And they remain in the freezer?
No, I threw those out too.
Spitefully.
Yeah,
He threw them out.
Plus, they've been in there for 6 months. I mean, how long can a freezer keep something good?
Can't taste that great now.
Allison's freezer's clean, beautiful, looks fantastic. The after picture, wonderful.
And as we sit here, there are 2 Cokes back in there because, as I stated in the after picture, lesson not learned.
Lesson not learned.
No.
All right. There you go. 100.3 WNIC. See how much we have going on this show? All right, let's go back in the day and find out what happened on this day in history. Well, 82 years ago in 1943, President Franklin Roosevelt announced the end of coffee rationing. No more coffee rationing. Have as many cups as you like.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more curious to know why we were rationing it in the first place, but I'll Google it.
Yeah.
Also, not to be confused with Roosevelt Franklin.
Your cat.
Never cared about how much coffee you drink.
No.
He's good with it.
Right.
Or rationing in general.
He's not a rationer.
52 years ago in 1973, the biggest rock festival in history took place in New York. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. In Watkins Glen, New York, 600,000 people watched the Grateful Dead, the Allman Brothers, and the band.
Wow.
Does that take a load off, Fanny? The band?
Yeah.
It's funny, that one's not really talked about very much. I mean, you hear about Woodstock all the time.
Right, I was thinking like, wait, Woodstock? No.
What's the name of that song? Take a load off, Fanny.
Oh, crap. The help, the weight. The weight. I knew it was the help. I knew it was something. 46 years ago in 1979, Joe Perry quits Aerosmith after getting into a backstage argument with Steven Tyler. It took 5 years before he rejoined the group.
Yeah.
Does anyone know what the fight's about?
Probably something stupid.
Yeah, probably something dumb. In 2000, Kathy Lee Gifford left Live with Regis and Kathy Lee.
Which I guess, but why?
I really liked her on that show. I thought she was really good. Her and Regis had like a good rapport. I liked him with Kelly though too. I mean, she fit in really well.
She's still vibrant and alive. I imagine a job would be nice.
Well, she went. I mean, she eventually went
on the Today Show.
Fifth Hour of Today or whatever.
She left that too.
Yeah, and she always made money from the Carnival Cruise Line. If you could see me now on a Sunset Cruise.
It took me a really long time, if ever, to accept Kelly.
I know.
A really long time. I was like, you don't go there.
And it wasn't until Regis died that there's like,
and then you let it go.
But only I who has this story? I spent like a whole night with Kathy Lee Gifford.
No way.
Yeah.
Like a whole night?
No. Weirdo.
Thank you for asking. So what happened?
What are you doing over there?
I don't know.
How many frozen Cokes have you had?
I know. She's kind of on one today.
You are on one today. No. Kathy Lee Gifford, after she quit the show, after she quit Live with Regis and Kathy Lee, wanted to have a pop career, and she recorded a song. And they offered her to us for our, the Kringle jingle, which was the radio concert we used to do at WDRQ.
Please tell me you added her.
We did. We added her. She didn't perform. She was a guest host.
Oh, is that what she wanted? Didn't she want to sing her song?
Yeah, when you want to perform?
I don't think she wanted to sing the song.
See, this is why I can't be a manager of anything.
I don't remember, though. Yeah.
This is why I can't ever be a boss, because I would have made her the headliner just for my own enjoyment.
I think Pink was the headliner. I don't know.
Yeah, but I would have switched it up. I would have completely switched that.
Spent so much time with her.
Yeah.
I'm like, what am I doing here? And 2 years ago, in 2023, Disney released their remake of The Haunted Mansion with Winona Ryder and Danny DeVito and Owen Wilson and Tiffany Haddish. And it's pretty good. I like that one a lot.
Break. We don't want to be haunted. It just seems like there's so many bad people in the world. Haunt them. How about an amen at the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. Amen.
I never saw that.
Yeah, it's good.
I'm surprised they didn't release it closer to Halloween.
By the way, did you guys watch Happy Gilmore?
Yeah, watched it this weekend. Watched the whole movie. Yep.
Okay.
It was great.
Yeah.
Funny.
Oh, see, now I've heard a lot of really mixed reviews.
Really?
You know what? If you've seen Happy Gilmore like I have 1,000 times, it's filled with every living person associated with that movie. That's a lot. I mean, every cameo you could ever want.
Did they bring back Carol Vesey, a.k.a. Claire from Modern Family?
Everybody.
Everyone's there?
Everyone's in it.
Okay.
And the people that died, he has a whole scene in a cemetery.
Okay.
So it's great.
Well, it's a good thing you didn't get worked up over it.
Oh, I said I watched it.
My gosh.
Well, you know.
All right, can I go now?
Oh, yeah, it's time for Hollywood Minute. Sorry, I got involved listening to the show and forgot I was hosting it. It's brought to you today by our friends at DT.
An online rumor about Phil Collins entering hospice is fake. A rep for him admitted that he is in the hospital, but only for knee surgery. So we cannot lose another one.
Is anything you ever read anymore true? Anything?
Not really.
No.
George Lucas is opening the Lucas Museum of Narrative Art in LA next year. So it's going to house everything from movie props to fine art to comic book art he's been collecting for 50 years. It's going to be kind of cool, I think, for fans.
There. Yeah.
Seriously.
Because it's not just Star Wars. It's like everything. It's pop culture. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Taylor Swift reportedly filmed a new video in LA last week, and it was so top secret that those working on set were not even allowed to hear the song. They could only hear the beat of the song. So
the people on the song couldn't?
No, the people like the actors and actresses, the dancers.
Yeah.
Bradley Cooper reportedly considering marriage and kids with Gigi Hadid. One source claims that he might propose in the next couple of months. Those two have been dating since 2023. And finally, Selena Gomez and Benny Blanco are allegedly planning a September wedding in Montecito, but details were leaked. This has caused major stress for them. So the leak included the wedding date, the location, the high-profile guest list like Taylor Swift, her Only Murders in the Building castmates, all
isn't
of that.
Isn't that a duh? That's not
How
a
do you
leak.
keep a wedding secret?
Well, also, of course, you're going to invite Taylor Swift and your Only Murders in the Building friends. Like, I'm not shocked by that.
I think they're more upset that the date and the location has been revealed.
Yeah.
They are considering a no-phone policy for the 2-day celebration to protect the guest privacy, but
I wonder if David Henry's been invited.
David Henry is
from
Wizards of Waverly Place?
Wizards of Waverly Place, her brother, and what's his name, DeLuise, the father, and
Peter DeLuise.
Peter DeLuise.
That'd be so rude if they're not invited.
They should be invited.
TV tonight, we have Bachelor in Paradise and American Ninja Warrior.
Incredible. Time for That's Incredible. Some incredible stories from around the world and beyond. Here's what we have in That's Incredible today. We'll start with this. Police in California have arrested, it's gross, I'm sorry, it's just the serial butt sniffer who followed and sniffed people's backside at Nordstrom Rack.
Ew.
It's like a terrible guy. Who even knew this guy existed?
The women's section found a lone shopper and started exhibiting some of the same behavior, getting close to her, uncomfortably close, crouching down as if he was trying to buy some or check something out or look at something.
So I've heard up to 20 women, and what's happened to them, and they're all scared, and I know the feeling.
Okay, so I'm trying to put myself in that position, and what would I do if I sensed that a guy was trying to do that? I
think you'd kick him in the face.
Well, I hope I wouldn't freeze, because that can be a response too.
Yeah.
That you sometimes freeze and don't do anything about it. I hope that I would kick him in the face.
I mean, we've heard pervy stories like people that are on the escalator with phones
Right.
and shooting under bathrooms, crazy stuff.
You can at least make sense out of that because you're trying to see something.
Yeah.
I'm not excusing it, but does he have dog DNA anywhere within him?
Know. It's so weird.
It is weird.
It's so weird.
But what I want for him is to come across the wrong butt because that might get him straight.
Good.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
I think that actually might
All right.
make him happier.
Air Canada finally returned a woman's missing suitcase, but some of her belongings were missing and instead contained a knife, a men's shaving kit. I mean, here's this woman I want my suitcase back. She finally gets it, and there's all this weird stuff in there.
It was shocking. I flipped it open, and I unzipped the saw, and I'm there I couldn't believe it. If you feel violated. It's like somebody literally picked through all of my personal belongings to see what they wanted. I have no idea where they found two moldy men's shaving kits and a microscope to put in there, which is bizarre.
I could listen to her all
I
day.
love her voice. I want her to read stories to me.
Yeah. Right?
Right?
Are we not allowed to travel with knives? Because I feel like no.
I think you can travel with a knife if it's like in its case and in your suitcase checked.
Okay.
But she didn't have a knife or a shaving kit.
No, she didn't. She does
originally.
now. She does. Yeah.
A 27-year-old woman on TikTok, is going viral after she casually mentioned in a video that she originally met her husband of 7 years after picking him up as a hitchhiker. What? You know the thing you're never supposed to do? Listen.
I met my husband while he was hitchhiking. I was 3 days into studying abroad in Australia, and my husband was there at a music festival, and he had gone out that night with his friends, and he was on the side of the corner trying to catch an Uber home, but the rates were too high, so they thought they would just start walking and then try to hitchhike back to their Airbnb. My friend had a little bit to drink, and she encouraged us to just pull over. I don't really remember that, if I'm being honest. But then they got in our car, and I was driving a rental car back to our Airbnb, which happened to be in the same direction and literally like right down the street. And the rest is history. We went on a date 3 weeks later, officially in Sydney, and we just never stopped talking.
That's incredible.
They were maybe in Australia you can still hitchhike.
Oh, because it's just so vast.
It's so little, and maybe they're not really... They don't have the violence that we...
Yeah, maybe.
They're really lucky, though, that that's the way that ended up, because a lot of people don't have that.
There are a lot of ridiculous taste tests, obviously, online, and social media is going wild over this. A brand new chip, I guess it's supposed to taste like a 9-volt battery. It's so dumb.
You ever been tempted to lick a battery? Well, there's no need. You can just buy these 9-volt battery-flavored tortilla chips instead. It's been a while since I last licked a battery. Let's first up see how that tastes. Yeah, tingly, metallic. I really can't wait to eat these now. A lot less immediately electric. What these do have, though, is a sort of minerally metallic aftertaste. It does kind of taste like a battery.
That's incredible. Can you get that Canada lady back?
Yeah.
I did not want to listen to him.
I'd rather hear about her luggage.
It was shocking. Like, I flipped it open.
Yeah.
And I unzipped the saw, and I'm there like I couldn't believe it. You feel violated.
Yeah.
Because like somebody like literally picked through all of my personal belongings to see what they wanted. I have no idea where they found 2 moldy men's shaving kits and a microscope.
I'm just trying to figure out where she's from. I hear a little Minnesota.
A little bit. Finally today, a Florida woman traveling out of Miami attempted to sneak a pair of turtles through TSA with the turtles stuffed inside of her bra.
Why?
That's
incredible. Why?
Their little heads poking out.
But why? If they're your emotional support turtles, put them in a... Remember the emotional support parakeets we saw coming out from Las Vegas?
Yes.
Just carry them in a box.
Guess what?
With the holes.
This should be one of your bubbles. It's too late now. I'll give it to you. I just saw it. Do you know, in his home, Sylvester Stallone still has the turtles from Rocky? Yeah.
Well, they're going to outlive him, so he
turtles
should have them.
Live a long time.
I love that.
Isn't
he
that great?
Still has them.
That's incredible. Here's a little that's incredible.
Dylan.
You know, we're always so fortunate to have our friend Dylan stop by and see us on our show. He produces the 6 a.m. hour of news at Fox 2.
I just got sad. I just thought of something. We're never going to hear this song again.
Well,
you can play it whenever you want to play it.
Well, let's not push it. It's a hit, but Dylan, congratulations! Big news for Dylan. Dylan has a big promotion at Fox 2.
I heard.
So this is very behind the scenes because regular people are like, what does that mean?
Mm-hmm.
What is a promotion if it's not somebody we see on TV? But behind the scenes are the people that actually do the work.
You're going to be the boss of people?
Unfortunately for them, yeah.
Unfortunately for them.
So you've been elevated from 6 a.m. Monday through Friday producer. And the producer, for people that don't know, is the person that puts everything you see on TV together that we say, that the video, everything, the flow. You're now executive producer, like Chelsea's the executive producer of this show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, baby.
Does that mean right now you're a producer? You produce the time Jay's on.
Right.
As executive producer, are you now the boss of all the producers?
So an executive producer oversees a time period, basically. So I would be everything after our 6 p.m. show until, midnight we turn into pumpkins. That's all me. So the producers, they do their own hour. They do their own segments.
Okay.
I'm in charge of overseeing all of them, making sure it all flows together.
So you're the executive producer from 6 p.m. till midnight?
So 7 p.m. technically. So because Tracy is the 5 and 6 p.m. So
okay.
After the 6 p.m. show, everything after that, breaking news, any streaming stuff, any.
So basically, but the one people know, the 10 o'clock news. Like you are in charge of the 10 o'clock
news. The 10,
news.
the Edge, the Pulse.
Yeah. Yes, all those evening.
Deal with it, Roop and Taryn. Deal with it.
Oh boy.
Will you be bossing Roop and Taryn around?
Do it.
I mean, that's the only reason I'm doing this job is to boss Roop and Taryn around.
So awesome.
Maybe Roop, Taryn, good luck. I can say that as her friend. Good luck with that.
You raise an excellent point.
Yeah.
Actually, I'd say don't ever cross Taryn.
I don't plan to.
But as far as those other producers, are you just going to be all up there?
No.
Are you going to be standing
No, that's
behind
really.
them?
That's not. You're treating it like it's bossy boss. It's really content.
I'm pretty sure I don't have hiring or firing it, nor do I want it.
No.
I'm pretty sure I don't. Again, but no, I've had good EPs over the years who are supportive and they encourage people to grow and they teach you something so they don't have to teach you again and so you know how to do it.
Yeah.
I've had bad EPs who micromanage or don't know how to do the job. I'm hoping to be the former.
Yeah. Who's the executive producer of you?
Right now?
Yeah.
Christina.
Oh, Christina.
So when we have a guest and Chelsea's like, I gotta let Christina know that we have a guest coming in.
Oh, you're nighttime Christina.
That's my name. Nighttime Christina.
You're nighttime Christina.
Yeah, you are.
I'll get you business cards. Note to self.
Dylan.
Nighttime
Christina.
I know. That's awesome.
At least to us, that's what it's. Congratulations. That's very big.
We're
That's
very excited for you, but it's ending your radio career.
Well, no, I won't be on morning. Don't tell the TV people, but I'll come back and do radio stuff with you guys.
Really? You're going to pop in this early? All right.
I'll walk in the back here so the TV folks
That's
don't
all
see
right.
me.
That's all right. That's
So
good.
your new schedule is you used to come in at like midnight, right?
Yeah, I used to come like 11 to 7.
That's
now
crazy.
I'm coming like 3p to 11p.
That's much
Oh
more
my
manageable,
God.
much more human.
I could sleep like
You have to come in at 3? But the 10 o'clock news is on at 10.
Well, there's a pitch meeting in the afternoon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. I
He
never
comes in
understand
at
all that.
11 p.m. for a 6 o'clock show.
It's crazy. I know.
It's not even a good show.
And then he's got to do a spot check of all the producers. Make sure they're all standing straight up.
Check everyone's workspace.
Do it.
He checks their workspace, drops a dime. If it doesn't bounce, you're out.
Nothing on the desks.
Right. Is that a picture of your son? Gone!
Oh, can I get a job at night here? I want to be around for it.
Oh.
I'm sure there's something I can do.
Oh, my God. All right.
Wait,
Dylan?
hold on a second. Is there a producer job available?
There
now?
is.
Yeah, the 6 a.m.
Okay,
is.
then.
There are several.
I want to get a resume. Do you have a pencil?
Anyone listening who wants to be a TV
Hey,
producer,
by the way,
go to Fox.careers.
You're no slouch working in the morning. I mean, you talk this early.
This is the number one.
Yeah, the number one. I mean, more people watch Fox 2 in the morning than they watch all of TV in Detroit.
Oh, then maybe I should stay out of it then.
Yeah, Allison, we're a little concerned about what you would be doing if you were producing the news.
Or maybe we'll just have you as an advisor.
Sure.
Whenever we don't know what to do,
Right.
we make you an advisor.
Okay.
Perfect.
Well, congratulations.
Congrats,
Yeah,
Dylan.
congrats.
Thank you.
We will miss you. We know you'll pop in from
Of
time
course.
to time. Absolutely. All right, 100.3 W.
Thanks for joining us. Fox 2 Live Detroit is on right now. We got so much ahead. Let's just get straight to it. A lot of weather happening right now. We're under a heat advisory and now severe thunderstorm warning. Derek Kevra in the studio with us today. I mean, Derek, this escalated
Live
so fast.
from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
All right, Derek Kevra in the studio with us, just talking about weather today. I mean, heat advisory, Derek, now severe thunderstorm warning. This escalated really fast here.
Yeah, it all came together pretty quick, Tanisha. We're seeing two different severe thunderstorm warnings right now that encompass a couple different counties. So southern Livingston County and northern Washtenaw County are under the severe thunderstorm warning, which kicked in just a few minutes ago, and it's going to take us until really close to around 3:45 p.m. So there's Sky Tracker. Let's get another look at Sky Tracker here, and as we loop it over the last 60 minutes, you see how all these thunderstorms just converge together right on top of these two counties. So why did they issue the severe thunderstorm warning? Well, a couple of different reasons. One is because the winds started gusting upwards of 60 miles per hour. So that met severe thunderstorm criteria. So gusty winds of 60 miles an hour and penny-sized hail. So hail is being recorded and picked up. And I'll be honest, I even saw some broad area rotation, which is just a way to say that the air was kind of swirling and spinning in some spots, not to the tune of a tornado, but to the tune of just there's some real wind events that are happening out there within this cell right here. So that color that you see underneath the radar, that is the box that highlights who is under the severe thunderstorm warning. It does include the city of Chelsea. It does include the city of Ann Arbor, Hamburg, a lot of those spots. Southern Livingston County does include Brighton, although Brighton is not going to get the worst of it. That is really gearing down on that Hamburg area. Even Northfield and then downtown Ann Arbor, a lot of people there, high population area, and that is in the severe thunderstorm warning, which will continue until 3:45. So that gives us about another 40 minutes of this weather here. A lot of thunder and lightning with it as well. In fact, two different clusters that are coming together to bring the majority of that thunder and lightning. So those little icons that you see, those are little lightning bolts. And overall, within the last 15 minutes, our radar system is indicating that we saw about 185 different lightning strikes. So this is a sizable amount of lightning and thunder, but it's the thunder, the lightning, the heavy rain, and the gusty winds and small hail that have prompted this severe thunderstorm warning. We have the ability to slice through the storm in a 3D mode, and you look at it, the cloud tops are going up to around 40,000 feet. So that is higher than the level that airplanes fly. Usually airplanes level out anywhere between around 33 and 36,000 feet. So these clouds are going way up in the atmosphere, and they are creating some of these thunderstorm cores that do prompt that type of severe weather. So you've got the hail, you've got the gusty winds. All of this due to that large cluster of thunderstorms that's currently moving through Washtenaw County and Livingston County. Now, this might not be all of the activity we see today. We still have a chance to see some more of these showers and thunderstorms as we move through the next several hours. In fact, mostly until we move beyond 9 p.m. Precip chances are highest right here, so that's over the next several hours, but you'll see even a little elevation there by 9, 10 o'clock. So because of all the heat, because of all the humidity, the atmosphere has everything it needs for those thunderstorms to develop, and they did develop there. So heat advisory and severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, if we zoom in, you'll see all these different colors, and it looks like they've even just issued a part of a flood advisory. That would be brand new. So this area right in here, and another severe thunderstorm warning that now issued for parts of Wayne County. So I'm gonna try to get back to the beginning and show you the radar so we can see. There we go. So now we can see the newest information here is that Wayne County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That includes areas mostly downriver, so cities of Taylor, Van Buren, Sumter, Huron. So this is the area, Romulus. This is the airport, in fact, right there. And you look at it and you say, is that right? Because that rain doesn't look like it's moving at all. Well, that's part of the reason why you get flood advisories, and I suspect that that's the reason that flood advisory was issued, because it was right in this area where a flood advisory, in addition to the severe thunderstorm warnings, have been issued. So a lot of heavy rain, a lot of thunder and lightning, gusty winds, small hail, and then because of that heavy rain, the possibility for some flooding, creating flood advisories, severe thunderstorm warnings, and then on top of all of that, we have the heat advisory that will continue through the day today. So 92 degrees, feeling close to 100 degrees. Tomorrow is 91, feeling like 97, and then storm chances on Wednesday Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday all look a lot more comfortable as we do not have that hot, humid air sitting on top of us, but instead of a much more comfortable air mass. But this is what's happening right now, Tanisha. Severe thunderstorm warnings. We will be doing a cut-in at 3:15 on Fox 2, and Chief Meteorologist Rich Luderman is back in the weather office tracking all of these thunderstorms as well. So we have a full handle on it, but this is a good time to remind everybody who's watching that if you don't have the Fox 2 weather app, this is a good time to download it. Wherever your GPS location is, if a severe thunderstorm warning were to pop up in that location and you have the Fox 2 weather app, you'll get an alert sent right to your phone so you know that severe weather is on the way. But we certainly have it outside right now, and we'll see more of it before the day is done.
Thanks, Derek. We know you guys are going to stay on top of that. We'll have more with Rich Luderman later on that. Well, switching gears here, a quadruple shooting at a Detroit gas station leaves one person dead and 3 others wounded. Police still searching for the shooter. Fox 2's Robin Murdoch has the details.
Police right now investigating a deadly shooting inside this gas station on the west side right behind me here. We are told that a total of 4 people were shot. 1 man in his 30s was killed. 3 women were wounded, and the search for the gunman does continue at this hour. Now, this all happened right around 4 o'clock this morning. That is when we are told police were called to the Marathon gas station in the 3300 block of Puritan right near Fairfield. Police right now not releasing a motive. All of that is under investigation, but it does appear that this is an isolated incident. Now, according to police, they say the suspect walked into the gas station again right around 4 o'clock this morning and started shooting. 4 people were shot. We are told a man was killed, 3 others also wounded, 3 other women, their exact condition unknown at this hour. Take a listen to investigators out at the scene this morning.
If you know this individual who is responsible for this, if this individual has reached out to you, we're asking anyone in the community to assist us with getting this individual to turn themselves in. At some point in time in the future, we may provide additional information about the suspect responsible for this, but at this time, we're just asking for the community help to get this individual responsible to turn themselves in at the police department.
Again, police are still searching for the suspect connected to all of this. They do tell us that the shooting was captured on cameras inside of the gas station. So they saw how all of this played out, and they do have a pretty good idea as to who they are looking for. Of course, when police are ready to share more details about this quadruple shooting or the suspect they are looking for, we'll be sure to pass it along to you both on air as well as online. Reporting from the city's west side, I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
All right, and we're learning more about this mass stabbing in Traverse City area at a Walmart Saturday. Police identified the attacker as 42-year-old Bradford Gille from Afton in Chebogan County. He's accused of stabbing 11 people. Amy Lang with us in the studio now. Amy, this is just absolutely horrible. 11 people stabbed, families impacted. I mean, this entire community just really mourning what happened here.
Well, the fortunate thing is that everyone is expected to recover, thank goodness. I mean, I can only imagine how terrifying that had to be for the people who were stabbed, for their family and friends, for employees. I mean, you know, the Walmart store is obviously still closed. You know, this has a big impact on the community. And as you said, we're learning more about Bradford Gille, and it sounds like he really has a troubled past. There you see him right there. He's expected to be charged with terrorism, as well as, you know, the stabbing of those 11 people. There you see some Good Samaritans trying to get him to put that knife down. One man has a gun trained on him to, you know, yelling to drop it, drop it, drop it. You know, authorities responded quickly. So in terms of getting aid to the people who needed it, they were able to do all of those things. But obviously this never should have happened. And now we're learning that authorities from neighboring Emmett County had been searching for Bradford Gille the day before. Not because he had done anything wrong, but he was known to be homeless, known to have a pretty volatile past. And they wanted to pick him up and to get him at least off the streets. And then they were not able to locate him. And then, you know, less than 24 hours later, this horrible incident happens at the Walmart in Traverse City. So, you know, this individual has a history of homelessness. homelessness, a history of substance abuse, a history of mental illness and assaultive crimes. I mean, the list goes on and on for this gentleman. And, you know, it almost seems as though perhaps the system failed him too, in that he maybe needed some much more serious help. You know, obviously he was out there, and now these folks have all sort of paid the price. It's all just incredibly sad. You know, I've seen some speculation from people who knew him that, you know, this terrorism charge is maybe, you know, going too far, because this is someone who is mentally ill. There was a prior incident where he had gone to a cemetery. This is about 10 years or so ago. And tried to dig up a grave, and then he was found, you know, incompetent to stand trial. I mean, so this is someone with some serious mental illness, as well as these various, you know, substance abuse, assaultive behavior, and now this horrible stabbing at this Walmart. So, you know, it's just unfortunate all around. But, you know, the good news, you know, I guess, is that they're expected to be okay. These victims, one's been released. You know, there's a few who are still hospitalized. Some have been transferred, but, you know, they're in anywhere from stable to fair to good condition. And so that is the good news here. And of course, the thanks to the Good Samaritans who stepped in and put an end to this as quickly as they could.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the like jarring thing, but also just looking at those videos, seeing so many people try to help, but also, I mean, put themselves at risk too there. I mean, it's really scary.
No doubt. One of the former Marines who had grabbed a shopping cart and was trying to go after this guy, you know, I don't have a weapon, but let me grab this cart and try and take him down. You know, said that his just instincts, you know, kicked in, and he wasn't worried about himself. He was just worried about, you know, getting this guy disarmed and you know, protecting anybody else from you know, any more than what had already happened. I mean, you look at 11 people, that's a whole lot of victims.
Yeah, but like you said, a lot to uncover here, especially with the mental illness. It's just a twofold story, and we know you'll keep us posted later on. Your story airing later today, right?
Yeah, we'll be on at 5 and 6 with the latest.
All right, thank you so much, Amy.
Thank you.
All right. Well, 2 men allegedly responsible for a deadly stabbing at a liquor store have been charged. It happened on July 17th on Grand River near Greenfield Road. Police say Tyrone Fikes and Herbert McDuffie got into a fight with another man and fatally stabbed him. Investigators saying the fight stemmed from a family dispute. Both Fikes and McDuffie are charged with first-degree murder. An innocent child shot and killed in a drive-by shooting on Detroit's west side late last night. Now police looking for those responsible. Here's what we know right now. Shots went off near England Street and Stender Avenue in the Cadillac Heights neighborhood. Investigators say the child was hit by a stray bullet inside his home. Police are searching for a red Jeep and a black sedan they believe may be connected to the shooting.
So one of our most precious citizens, residents of the city of Detroit, lost their life tonight for this senseless action. Our officers, my detectives, will not rest until we bring this perpetrators to justice. We will catch you. Trust us when we say that.
Well, if you know anything, speak up. There's a $5,000 reward on the table for any information leading to an arrest. A suspect is wanted in connection to a deadly shooting on the east side of Detroit. It happened overnight Friday around Mack Avenue and Cadillac Boulevard. Police say a 26-year-old man was shot and killed. Gas station security video showing the person of interest wearing red and white shorts with a white shirt. If you know anything on this one, call Detroit Police or Crime Stoppers at 1-800-SPEAK-UP. Back out on the east side, a deadly stabbing and police looking for a person of interest. This one happened last weekend on Radnor and East Warren. The victim, a 66-year-old man. Police releasing this doorbell video you see here of a man they believe is connected to the stabbing. There's a $5,000 reward for anyone with information that may lead to an arrest on this one. Now in Sterling Heights, police are releasing doorbell video of a man allegedly pounding and kicking doors of homes in the area of 19 Mile and Ryan Road. Police not sure if he's trying to break in or just beating on the doors. If you recognize this man or have any information, call Sterling Heights Police. Well, 3 people recovering in the hospital after a boat explosion in Pontiac. It happened at the public boat launch near M59 and Williams Lake Road. A 45-year-old Waterford Township man was with his 16-year-old son and his son's 16-year-old friend. They were getting ready to take out their boat when it exploded. That 16-year-old friend in critical condition with burns across half of his body, we're told. The father and his son are also taken to the hospital with severe burns.
You know, a lot of people don't understand that it's gasoline fumes that are very explosive, not necessarily the liquid by itself. So, you know, you have to have the ability to expel those fumes and to keep air movement in confined environments. So, you know, that's one of the things boaters need to check. If they have a blower motor on their boat, is it in working order? Obviously, having fire extinguishers and the capability of putting out fires, because even though you're in a body of water, one of the worst things to happen is to have a fire on a boat.
Well, the exact cause of this explosion still under investigation. Oakland County Sheriff's Office, as you can see, leading that investigation. Oh, family members pleading for justice days after a deadly crash. An Oakland County Road Commission worker killed on the job. He was a father of 6 kids. His family sharing more about him with Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly.
To see how he left is unfair.
The loved ones of Cedric Jones still can't believe the heartache and pain that's now their reality. His wife is overcome with emotions just knowing he's no longer here. Jones was part of a crew working for the Road Commission of Oakland County when a vehicle crashed into their work site in Farmington Hills last week. Jones was killed and 2 other workers were injured.
Sorry it's not gonna bring back my daddy, but
leaning on one another and their faith, the family gathered Sunday at Wings of Love Ministries, where Jones served as an associate minister and praise and worship leader.
What I do want to say to the public, I am eternally grateful to each and every one of you for the prayers.
Jones had dreams for his family, and a big part of fulfilling those dreams meant being a provider and making sure his children go to college. A GoFundMe account has been started to help see those dreams fulfilled.
He wanted the best for us educational-wise, wealth-wise, and just in general being a family as a whole.
If you would like to make a contribution, go to fox2detroit.com.
And as his family relies on their faith to get them through, they say they also need some answers about this investigation.
We've called several times already to get information concerning this, and we've been deterred and turned and detoured in every way possible.
Fox 2 reached out to Farmington Hills Police, and a spokesperson said there's no update at this time. For now, this family says they will continue to fight for answers and justice.
A life was taken. I need to know something.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Live at 3 is just getting started. We're still talking about this heat and that severe thunderstorm warning underway. We have more on that coming up. All right, welcome back. You're looking at a live look at Mount Clemens out there. Cloudy skies. I mean, the heat is up today. It's a lot going on, and that's a big topic for us on here, Fox 2 Detroit Live. We're talking about millions of Americans under weather alerts as temperatures soar across the U.S. It comes as smoke from wildfires up north threatens air quality. Fox's CB Cotton has more.
A dangerous heat wave is building up and down the eastern U.S., threatening millions of Americans with triple-digit temperatures.
Drink a lot of water and just stay healthy.
We've got the pool here, got the sprinklers.
Forecasters say it's the result of a heat dome where very hot, dry air is mixing with warm, wet air. Several cities in the southeast could see real field temperatures surge past 105 degrees.
I'm just taking everything slowly. I'm enjoying this time, but at the same time, I'm also just relaxing.
Here in New York, officials are activating the city's heat emergency plan and opening cooling centers.
People with chronic medical conditions and seniors, they're really high risk, and oftentimes they have organ issues.
And the National Weather Service says there won't be much of a break overnight, with temperatures expected to fall only into the 70s. Health experts are urging people to take these steps to prevent heat-related illnesses.
Pace yourself. Don't think that drinking a lot of water is going to prevent heat exhaustion. You want to stay hydrated, but that is not going to fix your body temperature problem as your body temperature starts to rise.
The heat is also expected to impact air quality in parts of the region. Over the weekend, smoke from hundreds of Canadian wildfires drifted south and blanketed New York City, and more could be on the way. The elderly, those with asthma or other lung-related diseases are urged to limit their time outdoors. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Well, wildfire smoke from Canada once again causing air quality issues in several states. Take a look at New York City. You can see the haze right here. My gosh, it's a lot going on. More than 550 wildfires have been reported in Manitoba alone, and 15 million acres have already burned across Canada. That smoke, by the way, drifting into the northeast. Fortunately, though, for Michigan, it seems to be avoiding us for now, but keep an eye on the Fox 2 weather app just in case things change, of course. Now, check out this video out from over the weekend. A tornado touching down, in Sanilac County. This video shot Saturday by the Deckerville Fire Department. Thankfully, no major damage reported there, but definitely a scary sight to see. Man. Well, I've mentioned we've been talking about the heat here in southeast Michigan. If you're planning to get in the water and your pets are tagging along with you, there's some safety tips you may want to consider. Here's the thing. It's important to keep their safety in mind. That includes knowing how well your dog can swim and how comfortable they are around water. It's also good to know the water quality, because if it's not safe for humans, it's not good for dogs either.
Because there can be toxins in the water, chemicals, trash, debris, or even things like algae can form on the top of the water, and some of that can actually be very toxic.
Here's another thought. If you're taking your pet out on a boat or a watercraft, it may also be a good idea to get them properly fit for a life jacket. Tom, you ever seen a dog in a life jacket?
I have.
You have? I haven't. Okay, I see. Okay, there we go. Oh. Okay, okay. Well, hello, Tanisha. Safety first. All right. Coming up, we'll be right back with a check on sports with Dan Miller. A lot to talk about. That's right after the break. Welcome back. Detroit Sports making waves. Lots of headlines to discuss. We have Dan Miller with us to break everything down. Dan, let's talk about Lions first. Training camp's underway. Here they had a good time today. Public practice, right?
Yeah, it was hot out there.
Yeah.
I mean, but it was, look, this was a long practice. I think their longest practice they've had so far, going on about 2 hours and 15 minutes. So they're leading into the preseason game coming up on Thursday night, which is going to be the Hall of Fame game against the Chargers, which is going to be your young guys playing. You won't see a lot of veterans in that game, but this is important work. They had pads on for a good portion of today's practice, and it's these guys getting ready for games that'll count. So coaches will tell you it's every rep, every practice, every meeting. They want to get a little bit better, and you're seeing these guys out there just going through their paces and trying to put in the work.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking a lot. There's so much up in the air with this team. But I mean, I think this is the time where they get that chemistry together. They figure out the kinks, and we just see how that goes, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, every team in this league has questions, and we know what the Lions' questions are because we're right here watching it every day. And it's that offensive line where you lost Frank Ragnow and you lost Kevin Zeitler, and you're trying to rebuild the middle of that line. We have a couple of young players and a veteran in Graham Glasgow. Then offensive coordinator, we have John Morton taking over for Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson obviously did a terrific job here, but, you know, John Morton's got some things working for him. And Jen takes a look at him tonight on Fox 2 News at 5. You're going to see a little profile of him and what he thinks and the way he thinks going into practice and going into this season. And look, we were just talking about it here when we were off the air. There's certain things with John Morton and with Kelvin Shepard that we can't answer right now. I mean, look, we know they understand offensive football and defensive football. They know how to lead men. But it's going to be the in-game decisions, the play calling. And in football, one play setting up another play, and then a play in the fourth quarter that's set up by something you did in the first quarter. Those are the things that will define their success or failure that we can't answer right now. So there's a natural progression to this. And I know Dan Campbell is taking a hands-on approach to make sure these guys are in the right place, in the right frame of mind, and moving in a direction that he likes. But it's one of the things that we're all watching this year.
Yeah, and like you said, other teams have had success in that, scramble.
Philadelphia.
Exactly.
Last year, lost two coordinators, won a Super Bowl.
Hey.
It is right there.
We can do it.
So, yeah, it's a lock. What's going to happen? But these are good football coaches that are getting an opportunity to step up, and it's exciting in a lot of ways, and we'll see how it unfolds.
All right, well, we got to talk about the Tigers. Big win last night with the Jays. I mean, now they're up again tonight. First of all, what are your thoughts on how the team played last night?
Well, they needed it. I mean, you just needed something good to happen in the game. You had lost 6 in a row, won 1, then lost 6 in a row, so they snapped a 6-game losing streak yesterday. Jack Flaherty was terrific. This was the big shot. Gleyber Torres with a 3-run home run to open the scoring. But look, that's Flaherty right there. They needed him to come up big time, and he did that. It was just a scoreless 6-inning effort from him. He's had his ups and downs this year. I'd say he's been more spotty than bad. They need him to be consistent, and he showed that yesterday. And if Jack Flaherty can pitch like that, he's the number 2 starter on this team, and he can be outstanding. But that's got to be the standard that he holds up.
And so how do you think that plays in tonight's game? I mean, Arizona, right? That's who we're up against.
Look, first of all, it's just winning and exhaling. It's just, you know what? Let's let some of the pressure off. This team knows they can play winning baseball. They ran up the best record in baseball until they ran into this tailspin. The Dodgers have spiraled. The Yankees have spiraled. All teams have kind of hit rough patches this year. So, look, you just have to go get back to doing the things that you know you can do to win. It's a big week. It's the trade deadline. We know there may be a move made before that hits on Thursday. But more than anything else, you got a renewed sense of spirit. You won the game yesterday. That takes some of the pressure off. Go back out there, be loose, have fun, play another game tonight, and let's see what they do. It's a great thing about baseball. When you lose, you come right back the next day. When you win, you want to get back the next day, and you usually do.
You just got to string them along, right? We just got to keep stringing these W's together,
it's
Dan.
162 games. It's a long season, and you're going to have your ups and downs. You just got to make sure you handle it.
All right, sounds good. Well, could a deal with Japan be bad news for American automakers? A bump in the road for the rollout for robo-taxis in California, and Tesla is ready to take your food order while you plug in. We've got that and much more coming up.
I'm meteorologist Rich Luderman. Thanks for joining in. It's 3:35. We have some active weather happening with severe thunderstorm warnings and a flash flood warning. So we're going to join with Derek here and talk for a while. Derek, are you ready?
I'm ready, buddy. We're going old school, man. Remember these days?
All of a sudden, it got busy in the last 60 minutes. Let me show the big picture. You can see that we've been watching this cluster of showers and storms approach from the west, but now it's right over southeast Michigan. The main threat for everyone watching, and Derek, I'm including you in this, heavy downpours and gusty winds. And I think the more pressing of the two is going to be the heavy downpours, and that's leading to some urban flash flooding.
Yep. So we, I think as a country over the last 4 weeks, we've learned a lot about flash flooding with what happened in Texas. And so now you're looking at your screen. That is the flash flood warning, that little small green box under the word Wayne. And that is centered right over the airport. It's in Romulus, right? I mean, as you zoom in, that's Romulus right there. Yeah.
So what's happened is these storms have dropped some heavy rainfall on the order of 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. And any place that gets that kind of rainfall in a short amount of time is going to see flooding. You know, it doesn't take a lot of mountains. It doesn't take big rivers. You know, there's not any big rivers near Romulus. But when you get that kind of rainfall, the urban flooding kicks in, and then all of a sudden you have cars driving through water that's 2 and 3 feet deep.
Right. So I remember a couple of years ago, there was significant flooding due to a tropical system in and around the Houston area, so in Houston, Texas. And the reason that they dealt with such significant flooding, it was kind of a unique problem to them, but also something that we deal with as well, is they have a lot of concrete. And so water doesn't absorb into concrete, it runs off of concrete. And so that's typically when you get rainfall rates that exceed the rate at which you can flow that water away, you get flooding, you get ponding on the roads, you get overflowing of creeks and streams.
Now, we've seen it over the years, you know, in the downriver areas. We've seen it in the Grosse Pointes and St. Clair Shores. I mean, this has happened before. And now we're not saying that that's going to happen again. But there is a lot of water coming down in southern Wayne County. Now, there's a great look at the radar, Derek. So, you know, I'm gonna zoom out a wee bit. And you can see the outline of Wayne County. There's Livonia, there's Taylor, there's Brownstown. So as I keep zooming in, you're going to see some of these deeper, darker reds, again, near the airport.
Yeah, so just north of Van Buren right now, there's that red cell, and we just took a look at that, and that was dumping rain at the rate of 2.08 inches per hour. It's a lot of water coming down very quickly.
Yes.
And that's not to say that it's raining that rate for the hour, but at that particular moment of query, 2.08 inches of rain per hour, that is coming down in buckets.
So that's 275 right there. So you can see 275 going north to south, and then you can see where Michigan Ave crosses it. So that's the part of Wayne County that's getting the heavy rain right now. So along 275, close to the airport, along Michigan Avenue, if you are watching from any of those spots, you know, you should be not near the water. You know, don't go driving to go think it's great fun and let your kids get out there, because this is really dangerous stuff. I mean, a flash flood warning is what it is. It's a flash flood warning.
Yeah, we typically, as meteorologists, there's three different warnings that garner our attention immediately. A tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, and a flash flood warning. I mean, those are the three big ones. And currently we have two of those three out there, and it is the flash flood warning and the severe thunderstorm warning. Now, I'm going to read, Rich. This is from the National Weather Service when they issued the flash flood warning, and it says, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area around Romulus. Between 2 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen. The expected rainfall rate is 1 to 2 inches in 1 hour and 30 minutes. So that's an additional 1.5 to maybe as high as 3 inches in a 90-minute stretch. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly.
Yeah.
Now that includes some locations will experience flash flooding include Taylor, Romulus, Westland, and Wayne. So I'll say it again: Taylor, Romulus, Westland, and Wayne.
That's great, and that goes until 6:30. So that is, you know, about 2 That's about 3 hours from now. So we have perhaps 3 hours of some of this heavy runoff. And remember, it's not just the rain that's falling. It's the rain that's already fallen, and it runs off. And, of course, water flows downhill. But since it's pretty flat there, the rain can spread out into those urban areas.
It's a great point, Rich.
We're going to say it over and over. Don't be driving. Don't drive through water that you can't see through it.
Can the map be in the upper corner?
So if you can't see your way through the water, don't drive through it, because it could be a foot deep, 3 feet deep, 4 feet deep. I don't know how many times over the years, Derek, that we've seen cars, with water up to the windshield.
Yep.
This has the potential to be one of those situations in some spots, especially close to the airport in southern Wayne County.
And you bring up a really good point, and it's something that even I didn't really consider, but And you've got an extensive knowledge of the watershed and how these rivers work. But anything that falls upriver from Livingston or Oakland is going to eventually flow down into those lower areas of, what we consider downriver.
That's right.
And so the rain is falling on top of them. And in addition to that water, they're getting the water that is flowing towards them from these creeks, rivers, and streams.
Let's back out, and we're going to show all of the warnings, because we have severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of Washtenaw County, Monroe County, Wayne County, even a small sliver of Livingston County for the next 60 minutes. So, the main threat here, the heavy downpours, but there is a potential for strong gusty winds as well. We've seen a few gusts, in that 30, 40, 5 mile per hour range, but these are pretty robust storms. Let me go back out and show you the radar on a big scale. Yeah, there's this cluster of storms. Now, it is moving, but it's not moving very fast.
And there are small cells within the broader system. The broader system has like a 30-mile-an-hour motion to it.
Yes.
National Weather Service indicated that in one of the warnings, that the entire system is moving at 30 miles an hour. But embedded within the larger system are these smaller cells, like the one over Romulus, that didn't move at all. And it was just stationary for 60 minutes. It just rained for 60 minutes.
And if you look at this loop, and we can show you, single site loops, but this loop shows that it's still raining in those areas. This cluster is slowly working off to the southeast, but it is still raining in Wayne County, and some of it is still coming down at a heavy, heavy rate. Let's go back into the radar. I'm going to do that.
Pop it back.
Yeah.
So what Rich and I are doing right now is we're manning all the technology that we have, and we've got different technology devices between the two of us. Can I borrow yours for 1 second?
Of course.
Because I want to try.
Can we take two? Like, at some point, can we take computer two if you're run down?
We probably could, but I want to see if the
Watch
rain.
This. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because it's kind of a hidden.
Do what you want. I'll just keep talking.
So
focus.
in here, I think I can pull up rainfall totals. There we go.
Okay.
It is working. So these are some of the rainfall totals over the last 6 hours, and I think if I go here,
you keep working. But I'm going to say that there are additional flood advisories in Washtenaw County and in Wayne County. So even though we have this one flood warning in Wayne County near the airport, there could be other areas, up along the Huron River, close to Belleville, not necessarily the main lake of Belleville, but all the little tributaries, all the little creeks and streams that flow in from Ypsilanti and Belleville up to even Ann Arbor. Just keep your kids away. / don't drive through high water.
Tom, before you leave,
period.
Can you punch this map big? 'Cause I'm going to show a number that's kind of small.
No, I don't have any longer.
Oh, we just do it the one time? Okay, it's no problem. So if Rich, I'm going to try to zoom in. You can see the map in the upper corner up there.
I see it.
So this is 6 hour radar indicated rainfall totals. And right there in the middle of that one near Ann Arbor is that number says 3.1 inches of rain.
That's right.
So and then the one over Romulus, and there's
that other green blob. I see it right there.
Yeah,
that's right near the airport.
2.4 inches.
Right.
So that's a radar indicated rainfall total within the last few hours. It's saying anywhere between 2 to 3 inches of rain on the ground as
the rain keeps falling. So
right, it's
you
adding
got
on top
a
of that
blast of heavy rain, and then you have runoff, and then you have rain that's continuing to fall. All that makes for danger. It really does. And of course it's summertime and people are outside, and kids. I'm going to say it again. Keep your kids away from all of these high water spots, and do not drive through any of these high water spots, because we've seen it so many times that just bad things happen. And so, with these heavy storms rolling through southeast Michigan, not everyone is seeing them. We can zoom out and show you that, up around Lake Orion, up around Romeo, Armada, up around Port Huron and Marine City, there's really not a lot going on. But where it's coming down, it's really coming down. And the bullseye, again, is near the airport, southern Wayne County.
I am considering here if we should
look at this. Look, we got some live shots from Mount Clemens. So,
okay, that's what it looks like out there.
I mean, there's Mount Clemens. Tom, can you take it full? The Mount Clemens can?
Actually, we need to take a break, and we'll come right back, and we'll have that for you.
We're going to take a break, and we're going to come right back.
Okay.
Be with us. Stay with us. Oh, yeah. Shoot. especially southern Wayne County, where a flash flood warning is in effect until 6:30. Now, we've been watching these clusters of storms come at us from the west, and you can see what it looks like on radar. Here it is. Thankfully, all the severe thunderstorm warnings have been discontinued, so we're not so much worried about winds within these storms. What we are concerned about is the areas of flooding. So we have this flash flood warning pretty close to the airport, near Metro Airport. But notice how these heavier downpours are edging off to the east. So it looks like they're affecting more and more of the downriver areas. Also, they'll be approaching downtown Detroit in the next 30 or 40 minutes. So we're going to talk about flooding really moving forward. We have a couple of flood advisories, parts of Washtenaw, parts of Wayne County in effect. But it's this flash flood warning that is the most pressing. And I'm going to back one and show you what it looks like. It's not a big area. So this is, well, let me go back one more because that's right. Flash flood warning for a small part of Wayne County, pretty close to the airport. And the reason why is these storms have brought between 2 and 3 inches of rainfall into this part of Wayne County, and the rain continues to fall. So we've said it so many times, and we've seen it many times, that it doesn't take a lot of rain in a short amount of time to get urban flooding, where the water comes up out of the roads, and all of a sudden you have cars driving in 1, 2, 3 feet of water. That's a possibility here. And with that, we encourage moms and dads, keep your kids away from any of these high water spots. So, from Ann Arbor along the Huron River all the way down close to Metro Airport, the Huron River, and all the little tributaries. Remember, all the little creeks and streams that flow into the Huron River are susceptible to seeing fast rises. And we could very well see that because the rain has fallen. It is continuing to rain. The runoff will continue. So, over the years, we've had many instances of this urbanized flooding phenomenon, especially the downriver areas. We've seen it in the Grosse Pointes over the years and St. Clair Shores. Now, we're not saying it's going to happen there, but there's a potential for these high waters to be in and around Metro Airport, along 94, close to the airport, also along 275. Now, I'm going to show you what the radar looks like. I'm going to zoom in a bit. How about that? There's Wayne County right in the middle. And thankfully, we're not having a lot of these deeper, darker reds over Wayne County. Still some heavy downpours up in Livonia along 96. Certainly some heavy downpours down around Brownstown, approaching all of the downriver areas, really. I don't want to pick one out and say they're there, but from Grosse Ile to Wyandotte, Lincoln Park, Allen Park are all seeing some pockets of very heavy rainfall. But the area we're most concerned about is that flash flood warning. Now, thankfully, in the last 10, 20 minutes, it looks like the heaviest rain has shifted away from the airport area. So I'll zoom in.
If you're heading for a flight, you should probably still check for delays, right?
There could be. That's a great point, Tom. If you're driving to the airport for a flight, you may want to call, because there could be slowdowns on 275. There could be slowdowns on I-94, on Michigan Avenue. That's all good stuff. So really, the reason why we're here is we just want you to be safe. We want you to be safe, as these storms are crossing the area. A couple of hours ago, there really wasn't a whole lot on radar, and then they started to develop, closer to Lansing and Kalamazoo, and now they've eased into southeast Michigan. So we're not dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings any longer, and that's a good thing, because that implies, strong gusty winds. So we're not seeing a lot of winds within these storms, but what we are seeing, certainly some very heavy rainfall. Some areas have picked up better than 3 inches of rain within the last, let's say, 2.5 hours. Derek, you're doing yeoman's work, man. You're doing yeoman's work. Now, you saw, Derek, they canceled all the severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yep.
They
looks
discontinued
like,
them.
Now, I was...
there's still a flash flood warning.
There is, until 6:30 for southern Wayne County, especially that area around the airport, and we've been talking about all the little... streams and tributaries that flow into the Huron River, they could all be running high. So we just want our viewers, we want people of this part of Wayne County to be safe. Don't drive through high water, and certainly keep your kids clear. Keep them away from high water.
Rich, city-wise, highlighted as Taylor, Romulus, Westland, and Wayne. Those cities of Taylor, Romulus, Westland, and Wayne.
Sean?
Flash flood until 6:30?
Till 6:30. Flash
Wayne
flood,
County?
Southern Wayne County.
Southern Wayne.
Yeah.
Near the airport, yeah.
Interesting that the severe thunderstorm warnings, they expired at 3:45.
Right.
I would suspect that one cell that is down there in southern Wayne County, despite the fact that there's not a severe thunderstorm warning, there are severe thunderstorms that are happening.
Yes, lightning is always a threat, but the strongest of these wind potential storms have diminished. But you said it. Look at the storms now; they're edging into northern Monroe County. Also, look at Macomb County.
Yeah, it's
up there around Sterling Heights, close to Mount Clemens.
That's the next area that's going to get a flood advisory, if you ask me.
It's a possibility, because you can see that these storms are producing very heavy rainfall. Now, they are moving, but they're not moving all that quickly. So, we just want people to be safe. But
there is a flood advisory that was issued a few minutes ago for Macomb County. Yeah. So including Macomb, this was 1 to 2 inches of rain has already fallen with the expectation of another 1 to 2 inches. It includes Warren, St. Clair Shores, Mount Clemens, Sterling Heights, Clinton, Roseville, East Point, Grosse Pointe Woods, Fraser, Harper Woods, Centerline, Utica, Clinton Township, and Grosse Pointe Shores.
Derek, man,
so
you're reeling them off, man. I love that. I love that.
So another flood advisory. So this was what you called hours ago when you got here at 1:30. You said flooding is going to be the big concern with this one.
Yeah.
And flooding is the concern.
And this is going to wind down in a couple of hours. More than likely, by 6 o'clock, there's going to be a lot less rainfall across our viewing area than there is right now. But remember, it's 4 o'clock or close to it. And, people are driving home from work, and there's going to be some slowdowns. I mean, there is no doubt that there's going to be slowdowns. Trying to say where they're going to be, but, like along...
Look how it's expanding back towards Rochester Hills now.
Oh, big time.
Pushing back towards West Bloomfield, Waterford. This is a very wet event here.
Metro Parkway, I-75, areas near Selfridge, I-94. There's going to be a lot of water out there and slowdowns. So we're here to encourage all of you. Take it easy. Take it easy. Wait it out. Yeah. Don't do anything stupid. Yeah. That's good advice, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how many times, we do stories like this and, someone's in a hurry or someone's not thinking clearly and they get into trouble. So,
or they just want to try to get home as quick as possible.
We all been there. We've all been there, but today's not one of those days. Just relax and get through it. We have 1 minute. We have 1 minute. Let me zoom out and show you that we have these different areas of heavy rainfall.
Yeah, it is. So as of now, as of 3:56, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have an active flash flood warning, and we have technically 3 active flood advisories. So that's
right.
What we have going on right
For
now.
Washtenaw County, parts of Wayne County, and parts of Macomb County.
Yes.
That's right. So flooding is going to be a concern until we get these storms out of here. The runoff will continue. Certainly there are pockets of heavy rainfall right now. I'm trying to think, can we take that Mount Clemens cam? No, Tom? I don't want to mess Tom up.
There we go.
Yeah.
There it is.
Can we do it? Right now. So it's pouring there. I mean, it's pouring in Mount Clemens. The rainfall in and of itself is not. Oh, we got to go.
Yeah, we got to go.
We got to go.
Okay.
All right.
Jamie's coming in for our 4 o'clock hour.
Jamie's coming in. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you live. Fox 2 News at 5. Be there.
Happy Monday, Detroit. Thanks for joining us. It is July 28th. I'm your host, Jamie Sherrod, and you're watching Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4.
Live from the Fox 2 newsroom, this is Fox 2 Detroit.
Well, brace yourselves for another heat wave hitting the city this week, but that is not all. Right now, we do have some flood warnings in the area. Rich Luterman, Derek Kevra, they've been covering it, and we have our Rich Luterman joining us now with more. Rich, what's the latest out there?
Jamie, the latest is we've been watching this cluster of storms come at us from the west, and the main threat continues to be the heavy downpours. So we did have a few severe thunderstorm warnings, and that implies, some strong damaging wind gusts, but the severe thunderstorm warnings have been discontinued. But now we have some flood advisories, and we have one flash flood warning for southern Wayne County. So that's the big picture. You can see these clusters of storms. They're finally starting to move a bit down to the south and east, and that's a good thing, because the sooner they're out of here, the quicker we can get back on with our lives, especially where these heavy rainfalls have happened. So right there, that little green blob underneath the word Wayne, where it says Wayne County, that little green near the airport, it's right near Metro Airport, is where some of the heaviest rainfall has occurred in the last few hours. Now, just forgive me, this map is old, so discount that map. So here's a great look at Sky Tracker radar. So we're going to do a radar tour. So there was heavy rainfall around Ann Arbor, and you can see that now it's improving in Ann Arbor. There is heavy rainfall for the Irish Hills up into northern Monroe County along I-75 in northern Monroe County. There is torrential rainfall. Also, notice up around Sterling Heights, torrential rainfall. So let me zoom in there, and we're talking about on Metro Parkway, also around Selfridge, I-94, just torrential rain. So, of course, it's close to 4 o'clock, and a lot of people are on the roads. It's going to slow things down. But with the flash flood warning for southern Wayne County, what we're implying is that some of the small streams and rivers may come out of their banks. So as cars are driving in and around the airport, you may encounter high water, perhaps a foot deep, 2 feet deep, even 3 feet deep. So that's why where the flash flood warning is, we just want all of our viewers to be safe. Stay away from it. Don't think, oh, well, I see other cars driving through it. Maybe I'll just drive through it. That's a mistake. And with kids, it's summertime. Kids are out and about. Keep your kids away from any of those high water spots. We've just done too many stories over the years about, high water, kids, drivers. Bad things happen. It's not a good combination. So we're dealing with these storms. They're going to be tapering off in the next hour and a half or so. Things are going to start to improve. But where the rainfall is really coming down, there is this threat for flash flooding. So that's what we're trying to imply here. Taylor is getting some heavy rainfall. There's Brownstown. Let me zoom in.
A lot of lightning.
Yeah, there's a lot of lightning. So there's the Rockwoods right there, which is along the Huron River. South Rockwood, right along near Flat Rock, very heavy rainfall. So, these aren't tremendous big rivers. They can only handle so much rainfall. So when rainfall occurs, it all flows downhill. It'll get into the river system, and then you can see fast rises of water very quickly. We've seen it so many times over the years, so we just want everyone to be safe. How about these live pictures from Mount Clemens? I mean, it's pouring there. Yeah. It's really coming down, some lightning, some gusty winds, but I think the high wind threat is diminishing. I think the flood threat is becoming more and more prevalent. 70 degrees right now, Metro Airport. Should we do the forecast? I think we can. Here are the numbers. Now, it's interesting where the rain has occurred. It really knocks the numbers down. The humidity, no, but the actual air temperatures get knocked down as these heavy downpours come through the area. Thankfully, no big numbers here. These are the wind speeds. There's 22 for Adrian and Monroe. That's not all that significant, but the dew points are way up. So these high dew points are, in fact, fueling these storms, giving us these heavy downpours. Let me show you some more numbers. Now, a couple of hours ago, Detroit was at 90 degrees. Now we're at 70 with the rainfall. Look at 90s for Chicago, Fort Wayne, Grand Rapids. We're not done with this hot weather. We have one more day, that's tomorrow, before we start to see a more moderate pattern, meaning temperatures less heat and less humidity with the highlights. All right, tomorrow, there it is, 91, very warm. perhaps a stray thunder shower. I don't think we're going to see the coverage of storms tomorrow like we got out there right now. And here comes the 7-day forecast, Jimmy. I know you're so excited for this story. I know you are.
Much more comfortable.
You see those words? Much more comfortable. That's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yes.
The heat goes away. The humidity goes away. So let's make it through the next couple days, and then we're sitting pretty.
And it's crazy. You said we went from 90 to 70 degrees because of the storm.
Because of the storm.
Wow.
So that's pretty typical. You know, the rain-cooled air stays close to the ground. You can see a big drop of temperature, but it's still very muggy out there. So that's why heavy downpours can continue for the next hour or so.
Yeah, and Rich, I know you're usually very productive before work, but with the rain and all, were you able to get any? What'd you do before work today?
I was cutting grass this morning.
You were cutting grass?
It was a little dewy at my house, but today was the day. You know when you get that feeling like I want to do this. Today was the day I cut the grass, so I cut the grass today.
Good job, Rich.
I'll see you at 3:45.
3:40 or 4:45. You took us
I'll
an
see
hour
you
back.
at 4:45.
All right.
4:45.
See you in a bit,
Thanks,
Rich.
Jim. Thanks.
All right, now over to your top stories of the day, beginning with this. An innocent child shot and killed in a drive-by shooting on Detroit's west side late last night. Now police are looking for those responsible. Now here is what we do know. Shots went off near Anglin Street and Stedner Avenue in the Cadillac Heights neighborhood. Investigators say the child was hit by a stray bullet inside his home. Police are searching for a red Jeep and a black sedan they believe may be connected to the shooting.
So one of our most precious citizens, residents of the city of Detroit, lost their life tonight for this senseless action. Our officers, my detectives, will not rest until we bring this perpetrators to justice. We will catch you. Trust us when we say that.
Well, if you know anything, speak up. There is a $5,000 reward on the table for any information leading to an arrest. And staying on the west side of Detroit, another police search. Investigators looking for the gunman behind a quadruple shooting at a gas station. It happened at a Marathon station at the intersection of Puritan and Fairfield earlier this morning. A man in his 30s was killed. 3 women were also wounded in that shooting, and 2 of them are in their mid-30s and 1 in their 20s.
This individual who is responsible for this, if this individual has reached out to you, we're asking anyone in the community to assist us with getting this individual to turn themselves in. At some point in time in the future, we may provide additional information about the suspect responsible for this, but at this time, we're just asking for the community help to get this individual responsible to turn themselves in at the police department.
Police working to figure out the motive here. They say the shooting is believed to be an isolated incident and that there is no threat to the public. 2 men allegedly responsible for a deadly stabbing at a liquor store have been charged. It happened on July 17th on Grand River near Greenfield Road. Police say Tyrone Fikes and Herbert McDuffie got into a fight with the victim, Kieri Khalil, and fatally stabbed him. Investigators say the fight stemmed from a family dispute. Both Fikes and McDuffie are charged with first-degree murder. Today, Detroit parents let city officials know what they think about the city's more stringent curfew enforcement. The proposal involves beefing up the fine parents face, going from $90 to $250. And here's why. So far this summer, police say 13 minors in the city have been killed or injured by gun violence. They say most of the shootings took place after 10 p.m. when kids 15 and younger should have been at home. Now, to be clear, the curfew for 16 and 17-year-olds is at 11 p.m. We'll, of course, check in with Brandon Hudson for more on this in just a bit. 3 people seriously injured by a boat explosion in Pontiac. A 45-year-old Waterford Township man, along with his 16-year-old son and a 16-year-old friend, were all preparing to take out the 17-foot Chris Craft boat at the public boat launch near M59 and Williams Lake Road. That is when it exploded. One of the teens was taken to the hospital with burns across 50% of his body and remains in critical condition. The father and his son were also taken to the hospital with severe burns.
You know, a lot of people don't understand that it's gasoline fumes that are very explosive, not necessarily the liquid by itself. So, you know, you have to have the ability to expel those fumes and to keep air movement in confined environments. So That's one of the things boaters need to check. If they have a blower motor on their boat, is it in working order? Obviously, having fire extinguishers and the capability of putting out fires, because even though you're in a body of water, one of the worst things to happen is to have a fire on a boat.
The exact cause of the explosion remains under investigation by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. Family members pleading for justice days after a deadly crash. An Oakland County Road Commission worker killed on the job. He was a father of 6 children. His family spoke about him with Fox 2's Ingrid Kelly.
To see how he left is unfair.
The loved ones of Cedric Jones still can't believe the heartache and pain that's now their reality. His wife is overcome with emotions just knowing he's no longer here. Jones was part of a crew working for the Road Commission of Oakland County when a vehicle crashed into their work site in Farmington Hills last week. Jones was killed and 2 other workers were injured.
Sorry it's not gonna bring back my daddy, but
leaning on one another and their faith, the family gathered Sunday at Wings of Love Ministries, where Jones served as an associate minister and praise and worship leader.
What I do want to say to the public, I am eternally grateful to each and every one of y'all for the prayers.
Jones had dreams for his family, and a big part of fulfilling those dreams meant being a provider and making sure his children go to college. A GoFundMe account has been started to help see those dreams fulfilled.
He wanted the best for us educational-wise, wealth-wise, and just in general being a family as a whole.
If you would like to make a contribution, go to fox2detroit.com.
And as his family relies on their faith to get them through, they say they also need some answers about this investigation.
We've called several times already to get information concerning this, and we've been deterred and turned and detoured in every way possible.
Fox 2 reached out to Farmington Hills Police, and a spokesperson said there's no update at this time. For now, this family says they will continue to fight for answers and justice.
A life was taken. I need to know something.
In Detroit, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
We're learning more about the mass stabbing at a Traverse City area Walmart store over the weekend. Police have identified the attacker as 42-year-old Bradford Gille. He's from Afton, which is in Sheboygan County. He's accused of stabbing 11 people Saturday afternoon near the checkout lanes of the store. The victims range in age from 29 to 84.
The deputy's arrival, multiple citizens, including one who was armed with a pistol, were confronting the male suspect in the parking lot and preventing him from harming further people and leaving.
Well, officials say one of the victims has been released. The others remain hospitalized and are expected to survive. Gille will be charged with the 1 count of terrorism and 11 counts of assault with intent to murder. All right, we're taking a live look out over Southfield right now. You can see that rain is coming down. A lot happening across the city today, and we want to get to some events here. Some of them may be delayed or canceled due to the rain, but we will give you a quick rundown of what's happening around town today. In Southfield, you have the 35th Annual Golf Classic that's hosted by Michigan Roundtable for Just Communities. They're, of course, swinging for change, empowering communities one stroke at a time at the Plum Hollow Country Club until 8 p.m. today. And then it is a big night in Detroit with WWE superstars returning for Monday Night Raw at Little Caesars Arena. This show here will go on rain or shine. Now, some of the featured superstars include Roman Reigns, Gunther, Jey Uso, and Raquel Rodriguez, just to name a few. It is all going down tonight at 7:30 p.m. And also in Detroit, this was planned, a relaxing and peaceful workout with Sunset Pilates at Beacon Park. That workout will also include high-intensity interval training. It's supposed to last for 60 minutes, and it's all about elevating your heart rate safely while strengthening your whole body. Participants are asked to bring a mat, towel, and water And that event is being hosted by Hot Yoga Ferndale and is a donation-based class. You must RSVP to attend. Now, some of these events are outdoors, so if you are planning to be there, make sure you check with the organizers ahead of time to see if there will be a rescheduled date for the events there. All right, we're just getting started here on Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. The Tigers' losing streak snapped with an exclamation point victory over the Blue Jays. We'll have highlights from Comerica Park when we come back. Today, the Detroit police chief continuing his crackdown on curfew violations. Fox News' Brandon Hudson joining us now. And Brandon, we talked about this earlier in the show, what caused all of this. And it's because minors are not only out way later than they should be, but they're getting injured. And unfortunately, some of them even killed.
Yeah, so we saw earlier this month that police in the city were saying that a lot of the crimes are happening after 3 a.m., which is after the curfew time. And so we saw police say they were going to extend the hours of police patrols at least about 5 in the morning. But this is a proposed plan that the chief talked about today, Chief Todd Bettison. He had said that he wants to increase the curfew violation fines from $75 to $250 as a minimum for the first offense, and then for a second offense, it'd be about $500. So this is really just a way for parents to wake up and maybe have those tough conversations with their kids about being more responsible. If there is a beef in the neighborhood, just stay away. The main thing is just trying to keep these kids from hurting one another and keeping them safe, as we are just a few weeks out from school starting all over again.
Yeah, and the chief is being very intentional about increasing these fines instead of, bringing jail into the equation there. Tell us what he had to say about that.
He just wants parents to be more responsible. He wants to take the jail component out of it, so that way, there's not that, that idea or that consequence of jail hanging over their heads. But $250 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And this is really going to hit parents in the pocket if it does pass. Now, I will say that there was the hearing today. it was mixed reviews. So not just mixed with people in Detroit, but also people on the city council. However, this was moved to tomorrow as a part of new business. So the city council will have a discussion on this proposed curfew increase, and there will be a vote tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. The chief says that he's pretty confident that that this will pass. So we'll see what happens tomorrow morning.
And I know you said there were mixed reviews. What did people have to say about this during that hearing?
I think a lot of people were just complaining about the fact that, they're having to pay for their kids, literally pay for their kids' slip-ups or consequences. There was a city councilwoman who said she doesn't agree with the proposal. She wanted to see more, information that would lead her to believe that by increasing the curfew violations, that would deter crime. She went into a bit of a personal story as she was sharing, her disagreement with the chief's proposal, and saying that this is kind of preventing kids from being kids.
Yeah.
She said, when she was much younger, she would also sneak out of the house, go hang out with her friends. She wasn't doing anything, that would get her in trouble. But she said it took her one time to, see that disappointment in her mother's eyes, and then she didn't do it again. However, we're talking about a much serious issue here.
Right.
And we're talking about kids who are, disrupting the fireworks show downtown, by shooting at people.
Yeah.
We're talking about other situations involving children at playgrounds, and a lot of this stems from neighborhood beefs. And so I think the chief wants people to see that these, what people may see as kids being kids are really taking more of a serious consequence, as we're seeing over the summer.
Definitely. All right. We're looking forward to more of this and seeing your story tonight, Brandon. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Jamie.
Of course. All right. Well, it's no secret the Tigers have been in a bit of a slump this month. But yesterday at Comerica Park, the Bats came alive. The Tigers put a hurting on the Blue Jays 10-4 to snap their 6-game losing streak. Fox News' Jennifer Hammond has the post-game wrap-up from downtown.
A.J. Hinch certainly didn't want to make any more of this than just one win. But the way this team has been scuffling over the last 3 weeks, it certainly felt good and was pretty important for them to get their first win at home since July 8th.
I don't want to make too much out of a win. We obviously have not had a great 2 weeks. We've won before. So it's the same song, it's the same line, it's the same celebration. Our guys believe we can win. And no 2 weeks is going to take that away from us. So let's not make it any more theatrical than a really fun high-five line and get to the next series.
Not quite a weight lifted off the shoulders because we still got to go out and perform, but we're a winning team, and we're going to strive for that every day. So yeah, obviously it was good to break the streak, but now we move forward and try to keep on going.
If ever the Tigers needed Jack Flaherty to put the team on his back, Sunday was the day, and he responded, limiting the Jays' offense to just 5 hits with 7 strikeouts through 6 shutout innings.
When he can finish with a handshake and a hug as opposed to handing me the ball on a game like today where he was in control of his outing, his endurance had to be locked in to make his best pitches once he got over 100 pitches.
It's about each and every guy in here and what they do and the work that they put in, throughout it all. And, now it's about, taking it to the next team that comes in here.
Especially shutting down their middle of the order. I know Bo has been on fire for the past few days. He's been a tough out. But, getting through the meat of their lineup, who has been swinging it really well, was very, very important.
Monday would typically be a starting day for Casey Mize, but because knee stiffness has changed up his off-day routine, he will likely go on Tuesday. Troy Melton will pitch in the opener on Monday against the Diamondbacks. At Comerica Park, Jennifer Hammond, Fox 2 Sports.
Well, the Lions just opened the gates for their first practice of the season in front of the general public. And as we've heard, the competition in training camp has already been fierce. So fans lucky enough to have tickets to today's sold-out event will likely get a good show down in Allen Park. There's another open practice tomorrow that is also sold out. But do not worry if you can't get in. The Lions' first preseason game is Thursday night. They're taking on the Chargers in Canton for the Hall of Fame game. Some adorable MVPs are hoping to find their forever homes at the Lions training camp tomorrow. Local dog rescue K9 Companions Rescue Center will be hosting an adoption event in partnership with Pet Supplies Plus. Multiple litters of puppies as well as senior dogs are available for adoption. Make sure to stop by their tent tomorrow to check it all out. Well, straight ahead, it's one of America's greatest mysteries, the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. We'll check in with Fox 2's Taryn Asher with more after the break. Welcome back to Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. It is one of America's greatest mysteries as we approach the 50th anniversary of the disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa. The legendary leader of the Teamsters Union helped to negotiate better wages, benefits, and pensions for hundreds of thousands of members. But some say he had a dark side. The muscle behind some of his moves, the mob. It ultimately led to his disappearance outside a restaurant in Bloomfield Township on July 30th, 1975.
So when I knew we didn't come home, I had the worst thoughts. I immediately flew home and did what do you do? I mean, you start calling the police, you start filing reports, you start calling people, what do you know? And no one knew anything. No one knew anything.
Taryn Asher is here, and she's unpacking the mystery there. And Taryn, you've been working on a big story. You spoke with someone incredibly close with him, his son. Yeah. Tell us about that.
Well, you know, we have to give some credit. We've done some stories up until this point. The fourth one airing today about really a look back at how Jimmy Hoffa became such a legendary labor leader, how he improved the working conditions for the, people, blue collar workers. He's the one that pioneered pensions and allowed people to retire with dignity at a time when it was just not available. And but then it really looked at how that power, it really was an issue because then, of course, he was spent sentenced to 13 years in prison. And he only spent 5 years in prison, but he was able to get his sentence commuted. And he wanted to be at the top of the union again. And those who were there did not want him. And that's how the story goes. So now we fast forward 50 years later, after he disappeared on July 30th, 1975, from Bacchus Red Fox, which is now the location of Andiamo's in Bloomfield Township at Maple and Telegraph. It's the biggest mystery, or one of them, in our country. People always ask, whatever happened to Jimmy Hoffa? Well, I have been working a couple months on trying to talk to James P. Hoffa, and he is the son of Jimmy Hoffa right there, and he did follow in his footsteps. And we spent nearly an hour just discussing everything from what it was like to live as the son of Jimmy Hoffa, and then what made him want to become just like him. And he started off as a lawyer, and then he became a labor leader just like him, actually longer, and leading the Teamsters, and he did things differently. And then he actually talked about things that we don't really get to hear too often, about the day he disappeared and what he thought and what he said when he spoke to his foster brother, Chucky O'Brien, who's always been speculation connecting him to that disappearance. So it's so fascinating, but really it's a huge name, the Hoffa name, but there's a lot of legacy tied to it. But where he's going to take us back, this is just a sample of what he had to say that day when he talked about thinking back to July 30th, 1975.
And Taryn, what did he say his relationship was like with his father? I mean, it sounds like he looked up to him because he obviously followed in his footsteps here. But what did he say it was like having Jimmy Hoffa as a dad?
Well, do we not have that sound? I'm just curious.
No.
We don't?
No.
Oh, darn it, because it was very good.
Yes. Well, at least we can listen to it tonight.
We do have to tell. No, that's airing tomorrow. So I just want to make that clear. Tonight's our last part of looking back at his life, and really just the reaction of where, more about the disappearance. But look, tomorrow it is our exclusive 2-part series on James P. Hoffa and what it was like to have him as his father. And you asked that question. He said, he was actually a loving father who made it a priority to spend time with his kids. He crisscrossed the country crusading for the worker. But, when it was time to be at home with his kids, he had 2 kids, and he instilled huge values that they hold on to today, encouraged them to go to college. They were the first in the family. So it was very tough on James when, his dad went missing, even though he was 34 years old. You're still a son.
Yeah.
You're still a son of a man who was bigger than life, especially at that time, and did so much. But then, he felt compelled to follow in his footsteps, and then found that opportunity, did it differently. And we talk about that too. So, but it didn't mean, certainly he had the chance because his father already set so many ways in stone and was able to carve out already so many huge milestones for the worker. So he was able to, bring it back, weed out the corruption, and bring back the name.
And how does he feel about that controversy surrounding his dad's name? You have all the good things that he's done for the union, but then you have, the people who are saying he had a dark side, and, the other people they were involved with. What does he say about that?
Well, he likes to focus on the positive, but he does recognize that, he did go to prison. He visited his dad in prison, and he knows what was out there, but he also knows, and he believes it was the mob that took him out. So that's his thoughts on that. But, he also likes to concentrate on what he did do. So we met at the Coney Island, Kirby's Coney Island in Troy, and we talked for a long time last week, and I enjoyed it very much. It was one of the best interviews that I've been able to have the honor to do in my life. So I'm really excited for everybody to see it. Spent a lot of time on it. That's going to air tomorrow. But continuing our coverage leading up to the 30th, and it's the 50-year anniversary of his disappearance. So it is big. It's huge.
Yeah, it really
happened
is.
Right here in our backyard, and it's something that has so many different layers to it, but everybody has a thought, a theory, so many movies. He talked about his favorite movie out of all of it. I will give that one away.
Okay.
I said, which one do you think? There's been so many depictions of what happened, and he said he liked the one with Jack Nicholson, Hoffa.
Wow.
He thought was the most accurate.
Okay.
I know. We always thought maybe
a
The
lot
Irishman.
of people are going to watch that now because his son has co-signed it now.
They did, yes, you're right, Tom. Yep, we shot that. They shot that here.
right.
So anyway, it's fascinating, and we really have spent the last week unpacking it. More to come tonight, and we hope you watch.
All right, looking forward to seeing all of your hard work in this special here, Taryn, this exclusive tomorrow night. We'll watch it then. Thank you. In other news, actress Gwyneth Paltrow now the new face of Astronomer, at least for now. Paltrow was hired as a temporary spokesperson for the tech company following the very public resignation of the CEO and head of human resources. Andy Byron and Kristen Cabot resigned after their kiss cam moment on the Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert that went viral earlier this month. Both are married to other people. Paltrow announced her new role last week in a video on Astronomer's X account. She was once married to Coldplay's frontman, Chris Martin. So this is very ironic, but probably not a coincidence. The T app designed for women to discuss the men they date has been hacked. A spokesperson says about 72,000 images have been leaked online. This includes pictures of photo IDs of users that were submitted during account verification. No emails or phone numbers were exposed, though. Only users who signed up before February 2024 were affected. T presents itself as a safe way for women to vet men they connect with on dating apps. And speaking of apps, it is a viral trend that started on TikTok that ended with some kids in handcuffs. Fox's Caroline Elliott shows us how. She joins us live from Atlanta to tell us why police are concerned about this. And Caroline, what is this trend all about? How does it work?
Well, Jamie, it's called the Kick Door Challenge, and it's exactly what it sounds like, okay? It really involves the idea of going up to someone's door, kicking it in, and getting it on video. And right now, kids are doing this all for likes and clicks on social media. Now, the idea may have started as an innocent prank, but it certainly doesn't look like it. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office released a new video that looks just like the beginning of a robbery. Someone runs up to the front door wearing a mask and holding an airsoft gun, which, of course, if you have kids, you know it kind of looks like a BB gun. The person then kicks in the door and runs off while firing off several rounds of those little plastic BB pellets. The homeowner says the prank caused thousands of dollars worth of damage, and police say at some point someone is going to get hurt.
Those individuals who are perpetrating it could face some serious consequences, not just by the law, but also by people who may think their home is being broken into. They may have a weapon on the other side of the door. They may come out and chase them and try to, to stop them and to hold them. And things can go terribly wrong when all those things happen.
So what started as a TikTok trend has now evolved into a big problem for police around the country. In Volusia County, Florida, deputies arrested 2 teenagers earlier this month, saying the door kicking challenge is a surefire way to get locked up with a felony, quote, or even worse, shot or killed, end quote. Dozens of police departments around the U.S. have issued warnings talking about the dangers of this challenge, and police are now asking parents to talk to their kids about what could happen with these trends. Jamie?
And we know this is obviously dangerous because they don't know whose door they're kicking or knocking on, and you don't know how that homeowner is going to respond. Are police saying anything about, potential fines or what could happen to these kids if they are caught doing this?
Yeah, Jamie, well, we do know that the 2 teenagers that were arrested in Florida for doing this challenge, again, right now are facing felony charges. So some very serious charges there. We're sure, of course, fines are associated with that as well. So again, a very high penalty to pay here. But a lot of people are, of course, worried about what also could happen, the physical harm that could happen if, again, you knock on someone's door and it's someone who might be carrying a gun. They might think someone's trying to rob them and answer like that's the case. So that's the true concern here from law enforcement. Jamie?
Yeah, a serious charge indeed, and it's definitely not worth the TikTok trend. Caroline, thank you so much.
Right.
Well, another preliminary trade deal is reached as President Trump's tariff deadline draws near. The details of the agreement with Europe when we come back. Welcome back to the show. Your time now is 4:41 as we take this live look out over Mount Clemens. You can see they are getting hit with that rain that Rich Luterman was telling us about. Be sure to brace yourselves, give yourself extra time if you are heading out, because we do have those flood warnings out there in the area. Well, the U.S. and European Union announcing a new trade deal just days before a deadline from President Trump that would have seen tariffs skyrocket. The president spent the weekend in Scotland meeting with UK leaders. Fox's Doug Luzader has details.
Well, not much time to spare before a Friday deadline, but this deal staves off what would have been 30% U.S. tariffs on some of our largest trading partners.
So we have good news. We've reached a deal.
They have a deal. President Trump in Scotland speaking alongside the president of the European Commission after what both sides say were dicey trade talks.
It's a good deal for everybody, I believe. And I think you were saying this is probably the biggest deal ever reached in any capacity, trade or beyond trade.
It's a huge deal.
Yeah.
With tough negotiations. I knew it at the beginning, and it was indeed very tough, but we came to good conclusions for both sides.
The deal sets relatively high across-the-board tariffs for most goods at 15%, but that's a far cry from the punishing levels that would have kicked in without a deal on Friday this week. And the potential impacts here go far beyond the markets. Critics say these tariffs will drive up inflation for U.S. consumers. But there is also a new requirement for EU nations to purchase more U.S. energy, and that could shift purchases away from Russia, which depends on that revenue to continue waging its costly war on Ukraine.
Those energy purchases, I think, are huge, both economically and geostrategically. $750 billion of energy purchases. That's enough to replace 3 full years of what they buy from Russia.
The EU agreement adds to a list of trade deals that are nearing completion, but China remains a big question. U.S. and Chinese officials are set to resume trade talks today in Stockholm to try to hammer out a deal. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
All right, Roop Raj joining us now. And Roop, European Commission President, they described those negotiations as tough. What hung things up the most here?
Well, I think the number is what hung things up a lot. I think at the beginning they were saying, the United States was saying, hey, what about 30%? That was more of a threat. And if you really think about the negotiation tools that President Trump has been using, it's coming from his trademark tough guy negotiation toolbox. And basically he's saying things like, hey, China at one point was like more than 100 and some percent, more than 200% increase, all of that. When you start telling 27 nations in the European Union, you may have to look at a 30% tariffs for goods sold in the U.S., people start changing their tone. And that's what you saw here. They came to the table because of those pretty stark threats. And in the end of the deal, the European Union ended up agreeing on 15%, as you just heard in your report there. But is that good? Well, for President Trump, he kind of said this is a victory. He took a victory lap coming back from Europe. But if you talk to the people who are part of the EU, the European Union, including the nations that are members, they're going to tell you, hey, we still got to see how this is going to shake out, because even 15% could hurt us a great deal and may make doing business with the U.S. tougher. And so, you kind of look at the faces in these pictures and you can tell the story if you put your TV or your phone on mute and just looked at the pictures in that room. President Trump has a lot to say. He's saying it's a victory lap, but you see, Keir Starmer and others who are kind of even from afar watching this going, the UK Prime Minister, by the way, who negotiates a separate deal than the EU. He's watching this from afar going, wait a minute here. Is this really good for the world, good for business? But you know what? A boundary has been set by the United States. You can't just do business with us without having these kind of tariffs in place, and the 15% is what it's going to be.
Yeah, and another potential deal here. The president claims that Harvard wants to settle its dispute with the administration. Is that the case, and is it possible the recent settlement with Columbia University potentially influenced this?
I think you hit the nail right on the head there. A $221 million deal with Columbia University to essentially say, hey, you know what? You got to stop anti-Semitism on your campus. And you didn't do enough. And because of that, you're going to have to pay up. And so $221 million is a deal that Columbia says will now unlock the funding that they need from the feds to do research projects on things that have nothing to do with anti-Semitism or politics in general. It has to do with cancer research and helping veterans and all kinds of stuff that universities do. So yes, Now he's pointing his ire and his eye to Harvard University in the sense he's saying, look, I've had a beef with you before. I still have a beef with you, but let's go to the table and let's come to some kind of an agreement. And according to many sources telling Fox News and the Wall Street Journal that they have indeed come to the table. Harvard University has gone back and forth with the Trump administration on deals. How will that shake out? Well, the stuff that's going on out in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Washington, D.C. in those rooms, I'm not sure. But certainly the front lines of these protests that you're seeing are what caused it. How will this be adjudicated? We'll wait and see. But yes, I personally believe that Harvard University doesn't want to be in the headlines anymore in a dispute with Trump. And so, and the Trump administration, President Trump. So basically, they're going to say, let's try to figure out a deal. It looks like that's what they're trying to do.
Looks like it's moving that way.
Yeah.
All right, Ruth, what else is happening on the Pulse tonight?
You know, someone who everyone knows, the Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, is joining us one-on-one on the Pulse as we begin round 2 of interviews with all the candidates running for governor and mayor and Senate in the city of Detroit and the state of Michigan. So Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State, joins us today. We're giving her an 8-minute segment. We'll do the same for every other candidate who comes on. And by the way, on my Facebook page, Jamie, we're soliciting questions, not insults, questions.
Questions.
There's a difference.
Do not insult Ruth. Just put your question in there.
Or my guest. Here's the deal. You could have a feeling you may hate. I hate that people hate people, but you may really dislike someone, whether it be Mayor Duggan or Jocelyn Benson or a Republican who's running. We're asking you to ask legitimate questions.
Yes.
Do you have questions for these candidates? Let me know. I may ask your question on the air, but I will not address your insult on the air to our candidates.
Constructive comments, not insults, people.
You can do it.
You can do it.
We can do it.
We can do it together.
Right.
Be sure to comment on Ruth's Facebook page so you can maybe have those questions answered tonight on The Pulse, airing at 11:30, and you can catch that every weekday night at 11:30. And on our replay, which you're watching it right now, Fox Local, you can watch the replay here as well.
This is great. Jamie, keep up the great work.
You as
love
well,
being with
Ruth.
you. We'll see you soon.
Hopefully you get a lot of compliments.
Thank you.
Instead of insults. We'll take the compliments, right?
I doubt it.
Thanks. All right. In other news, former Vice President Kamala Harris found herself back in the spotlight this week after headlining a youth voter event in Washington. The former vice president's address included parts of a pre-taped speech in which she encouraged young voters to stay involved. Her brief appearance comes as questions swirl over how involved she wants to stay in politics. She's reportedly given herself a deadline of late summer to decide whether she wants to run for California governor.
You know what's at stake, and you are not waiting for someone else to figure it out. You refuse to be passive. Not only are you demanding action, you are actively shaping the future.
Well, a recent Fox News poll shows more voters think Republicans have a clear plan to deal with the country's problems compared to Democrats. However, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she believes Democrats will be able to regroup within the next few months. All right, time now for another check of the forecast with Rich Luterman. Are those flood warnings still in place, Rich?
I got to fix my tie. Very important. Yes, we have 2 flash flood warnings, one for Wayne County, that is until 6:30. The other is for Macomb County. That's until 7:15. Let me show you the maps, and I have good news. The good news is we, of course, had this flare-up of showers and storms producing torrential downpours, but notice how it's moving. Thankfully, it's getting out of here to the east and southeast, so the axis of heaviest rainfall is closer to Toledo, also over Lake St. Clair. But notice those 2 colors of green. In Washtenaw County, that's a flood advisory, that shade of green. But then south of the word Wayne in Wayne County, that's that flash flood warning. Also there, close to Mount Clemens, that same shade of green, that's that flash flood warning for parts of Macomb County until 7:30. Let's show you some live pictures from Mount Clemens, and it has been coming down there. So when we talk about flash flood warnings, you know, we're not talking about walls of water. What we're talking about in these urban settings is water coming into the roadways, you know, some of these creeks and streams becoming swollen, and you can get into high water very quickly. So the main message here is if there's high water, get away from it, stay away from it, don't drive through it, and certainly don't let your kids go through those high water spots. Here's a great look at Sky Tracker. Notice Toledo now is getting the very heavy rainfall, the west end of Lake Erie, and then there's that blob that's been sitting over central Macomb County, now edging over Lake St. Clair. So things are going to improve, thankfully, in the next hour or so. But notice the rainfall total map. You can see that shade of green right near Mount Clemens. I'm going to zoom in, and you can see that little bullseye there close to Mount Clemens. There's Harrison Township. That's Metro Beach. But there has been better than 3 inches of rain in spots for Macomb County. Also, that bullseye right there near Metro Airport. You can clearly see it. Metro Airport picking up 2.4 inches of rain in the last few hours. So that's a record for the day. But the good news is we're going to start to see the rainfall decrease, but the runoff will continue. Look how the numbers are way down. 71 at Metro Airport. Not long ago, they were in the upper 80s to near 90 degrees. Now, not all of us have seen the thunderstorms, but where it is storming, it's going to taper off pretty quickly. It stays very muggy tonight. Here's a peek at the forecast over the next few days. Very warm and muggy again tomorrow. Stray storms. A better chance for spotty storms Wednesday. And now look at that. By Thursday, 78 degrees. Boy, can't wait until that occurs. Less heat, less humidity is coming our way starting Wednesday night into Thursday, and that'll carry over into the weekend, Jamie. So there it is. There's a lot happening in that forecast, but in the immediate future, the next few hours, just watch out for the high water, stay away from the high water, and keep your kids away from any high water spots. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense, Rich.
We want people to be safe. Be safe. I got to fix my
Also,
tag.
what do you all say? Turn around, don't drown.
Turn around, don't drown. Yeah, if you can't see the water you're driving into, if you can't see the bottom, you know, sometimes when the water is this high, you can see through it. You can see the bottom. But if the water is this high or this high, don't even chance it.
Don't even think about it.
Don't even chance it. We're going to see it live on the air, 5 o'clock. That's coming up in 7 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Rich.
All right. Thanks, Jamie. Thanks.
Well, coming up, a fabulous event right in front of Michigan Central. You can see people showed up wearing their very best, dressed in white. We'll have that for you coming up after the break. Welcome back. It was a busy Saturday night in the city. Lots going on, including the International Les Dîners en Blanc right outside of Michigan Central. Take a look. The location was revealed just 1 hour before the actual event, and somewhere between 800 and 1,000 people showed up. Everyone dressed in white with white tablecloths and accessories, brought their dinners as well. They enjoyed a meal and a party together. Now, shout out to Rodney and Joy for being a great host of the evening. They hosted this event here, and everyone looks absolutely fabulous. On this side, here's the intro to the fight as Clarissa Shields walked into the ring at Little Caesars Arena, accompanied by, yep, that is Rick Ross right next to her. He performed his way in, and once the fight got started, Lonnie Daniels was able to keep Clarissa Shields at bay in the first round. But Shields ultimately took home the win and successfully held on to her undisputed women's heavyweight championship in front of a packed house at Little Caesars Arena Saturday night. My sister actually went out to this fight and she had a time. She enjoyed it. This two-time Olympic champ is now 17-0 and remains the undefeated GOAT. Shout out to Michigan's very own and Flint's very own. Well, Destiny's Child reunited for the first time in 7 years to help close out the Cowboy Carter Tour in Vegas. Kelly Rowland and Michelle Williams stepped out on stage to a shocked crowd as the trio performed a medley of the group's biggest hits. It was quite a night. A lot of people enjoyed that there. All right, well, that's all for us here on Fox 2 Detroit Live at 4. Thanks so much for joining us. Stay tuned. Fox 2 News at 5 is next. Have a great day.
I'm meteorologist. Storms with very heavy rainfall crossing the area. What about these flood warnings? We'll sort it out for you just ahead.
I'm Camille Amiri. Coming up, we're sitting down and talking to the family of the little boy who was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting, 6-year-old Riley Love. You'll hear from Mom and Grandma coming up.
4 shot, 1 dead, and the shooter is still on the run. And everyone is trying to find him.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 5 starts now.
Well, you heard it, you saw it. Heavy rain and severe thunderstorms moving through Metro Detroit right now, some of it causing flash flooding in several areas. Good evening, everybody. I'm Ruth Rod.
And I'm Sharon Asher. Yeah, a lot of us drove through it, too, as well, and it was coming down hard. Let's get right straight to Weather Authority, Rich Luterman, tracking it all for us. And what's the biggest threat right now for us, Rich?
Taryn and Ruth, it's going to be these areas of flooding, especially in southern Wayne County and parts of Macomb County. You can see a few hours ago, these clusters of storms developed over mid-Michigan, and then they quickly crossed southeast Michigan, including Metro Detroit. Here are the two flash flood warnings. One is blinking right now. That's just around Metro Airport. The other is here in central Macomb County, close to Mount Clemens. Let me show you live pictures from Mount Clemens, 75 degrees. Certainly these storms have knocked the heat down, but thankfully the heaviest of the weather is now moving over Lake St. Clair, also down around Toledo. My advice is this: stay away from any high water spots. You can see the bullseyes, better than 3 inches of rain in spots for Wayne County and for Macomb County. Temperatures are down, the humidity remains. We're going to show you the forecast right there, down to 71. A full check of the 7-day forecast, that's coming up in 10. Taryn, Root, back to you.
All right, thanks, Rich. To our other top story, that suspect in the mass stabbing at the Walmart in Traverse City appears before a judge.
Bradford Gille is charged with terrorism and 11 counts of assault with intent to murder. Let's get live to Fox News' Amy Lang. She joins us now with the latest. Amy.
Well, Ruth and Taryn, the suspect is known to have a history of mental illness, homelessness, and substance abuse for many years. In fact, deputies in nearby Emmett County were searching for 42-year-old Bradford Gille to get him off the streets just the day before the stabbings. Prosecutors say Gille's alleged crimes were caught on security camera. He was armed with a knife late Saturday afternoon when he allegedly stabbed 11 people near the checkout at the Walmart. The Good Samaritans chasing him down. Deputies arrested him. The victims, ranging in age from 29 to 84, rushed to the hospital. All of them are expected to recover. One was treated and released. As for Gille, prosecutors say he is a danger to public safety. The judge agreed, but the defendant also had something to say.
The defendant does have 2 prior assaultive convictions, as well as at least 1, if not more, malicious destruction of property convictions. Additionally, he does unfortunately have a history of mental illness, including prior involuntary hospitalizations. I'd also ask you to look at the seriousness of the offense. Clearly, this is one of the most serious crimes that someone can commit in the state of Michigan, and it has a huge impact on public safety.
Certainly is one of the most heinous accusations from an individual that's been before this court in 30-some years.
Well, you know the tobacco. Y'all like have the tobacco company, and you're selling cigarettes with fiberglass and chemicals in them just to kill off the population. You know, and you can't really accuse me of anything if you're doing that. You know, so.
Okay. So I'm going to mute you for right now because I need.
So as you heard there, Gille trying to change the subject, the judge muting him, setting his bond at $100,000 cash. Now, the judge said she would see him back in court on August 12th. We should note that nearly 10 years ago, Gille was found mentally incompetent to stand trial after trying to dig up a grave because he thought people were being buried alive. As of right now, with no job, no home, it appears he will be behind bars indefinitely. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. A drive-by shooting in Detroit leaves a 6-year-old boy dead, and police are on the search for a suspected killer.
Investigators are looking for a red Jeep as a vehicle of interest. They're also offering a reward for information that helps them catch the person who did this. Fox News' Camille Amiri joining us live with the latest. And you spoke with the family, we understand, too, Camille?
Yeah, we spoke with Mom and Grandma, and let me tell you, their story is absolutely heartbreaking. Take a look.
Sunday night, 6-year-old Riley Love was waiting for his dad to come home.
He kept looking out the window as he's going back and forth. He's eating this nugget. He's jumping on a table stand and looking out the window. Well, it's the 4th time he looked out the window, I heard a pop sound and I see my baby collapsed.
A drive-by shooting on England Street on Detroit's east side.
When I see the blood rushing from his head, I said, something happened. Somebody shot my baby. Something shot my baby. I don't know what happened. Something shot him.
Little Riley killed by a single bullet.
This happened right in his house. He was just getting ready for bed, playing, jumping around as usual.
And in a blink of an eye, he was gone.
There's too many babies dying. There's too many babies dying. They took my baby from me. Ooh, they took my baby from me. It's so senseless. It's just no words. I have no words. You know, I'm hurting right now. My grandbaby's gone. I never see him again.
A $5,000 reward is being offered for information leading to the arrest of the persons or people responsible for Riley's death.
What was their point? They see kids ride their bike up and down their street all day long. Why would y'all open fire? I want the individuals brought to justice. I want everybody involved with the death of my baby brought to justice. And I wish they had the death penalty here, because they need it.
And back live here, of course, there's a $5,000 reward being offered in exchange for tips leading to the arrest of the people or person responsible. You're asked to call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-SPEAK-UP, or of course you can call DPD as well. Meantime, at 6 o'clock tonight, we'll be hearing more about what this little boy was like, what he was into, what kind of person he was, what his personality was like. We'll have that tonight at 6. Reporting live from DPD headquarters, Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
And Camille, these are the stories that anger people so much when people fire off these guns and then these children who are sitting in their homes are being hit. I mean, it is so sad, but do we know who they were, or do police know who they were trying to, strike with these bullets, and any answers or identities of the people may be responsible?
And police really not saying a lot. Of course, they are still investigating this. Michigan State Police out there today with a dog, canine unit, obviously searching for anything that would, any scent that they may be able to pick up. But mom says, this is a quiet street. She said kids ride their bikes up and down the street all the time. She says most of the time they don't even sit in the front yard. They're always in the backyard. So here they were inside the home. He was inside a room upstairs just waiting for dad to come home. So mom is at a loss for how or why this happened. She really wants answers, and of course wants this person or people behind bars.
No,
Taryn, back to you.
Can't blame her for that, and we look forward to your report though at 6 to learn more about this little boy. Thanks, Camille.
Well, police in Detroit are also searching for a gunman wanted in connection with a shooting at a crowded gas station on the city's west side. One man was killed and 3 others were hurt. Fox 2's Charlie Langton picks up the details.
Tiona Gary was waiting for her friend who was inside this Marathon gas station 4 a.m. Monday morning on Puritan and Fairfield when she heard,
like, pow, 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 pow.
Later to find out that 4 people were shot, a man killed, 3 women hospitalized, and the shooter on the run.
I ducked behind the car that I was coming out of, and then people started running out, and one of those people wasn't my friend.
A witness who would not go on camera said a male got into some dispute about buying snacks when he fired the shots. Police would only confirm a shooting.
This does appear to be an isolated incident. The individual who is responsible for this, we are asking this individual to turn themselves in.
But police confirmed it was a fatal shooting.
The deceased male is in his 30s, 2 females in their 30s, and 1 additional female in her late 20s.
There's nothing that you can get from a gas station at this hour but tobacco.
Now, we don't know exactly how many shots were actually fired by the shooter. There's some damage inside the store, but this Marathon station is open, and the owner told me that he intends to stay open despite what happened. The white Chevy in front of the gas station appeared to be that of the person who died, according to a witness. The shooter likely left the station on foot.
If anyone else who were present at the scene, I am asking them to reach out to the Detroit Police Department if they have additional information permission to speak with investigators.
As this remains an open investigation. On Detroit's west side, Charlie Langton, Fox 2 News.
Well, it has been nearly 4 months since an explosion destroyed this apartment building on Detroit's west side. Today, a lot of tears and hugs as the crews who helped pull 13 people out of the building were honored. A ceremony was held this afternoon at a rec center in Detroit.
And that blast happened back on March 31st around 4 in the morning at Littlefield near Schoolcraft. And crews arrived on the scene in minutes and began rescuing people, including several from the second story. One of the people pulled from the building that day was Brandon Bradwell, who has died from his injuries nearly a month later. Today, his fiancee briefly spoke through tears and embraced the first responders who helped at the scene.
I can't do this. Okay. I thank you all. I remember your face. I thank you. Can I give you a hug?
Now, the explosion was determined to be a gas leak on the first floor. What caused it, though, still remains under investigation. The building was later demolished.
A new program kicking off in Detroit to help tech startups. We'll tell you how much cash is up for grabs in the first round of funding. That story just ahead. Also tonight.
President Trump issues a new warning to Russia and calls for more humanitarian aid in Gaza. In London, I'm Alex Hogan. I'll have more on this story coming up.
Developing news in Nevada. 2 people were killed and at least 3 others hurt in a shooting at the largest casino in Reno. Investigators say the gunman opened fire around 7:30 this morning near the valet area of the Grand Sierra Resort. They're now in police custody.
As the U.S. tries to help broker ceasefire deals in the Middle East and Ukraine, President Trump is sending a new warning to Russian President Vladimir Putin.
He's also urging Israel to do more to add to the growing humanitarian crisis at the Gaza Strip. He thinks something needs to be done. Fox's Alex Hogan has the latest.
With war still raging in Gaza and Ukraine, President Trump is putting two of his counterparts on notice. During a meeting with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, he announced plans to shorten the 50-day timeline for Russia to reach a peace deal in Ukraine or face massive tariffs. He says there's no sense in giving President Vladimir Putin more time because he knows what the end result will be.
He talks, we have such nice conversations, such respectful and nice conversations, and then people die the following night with a missile going into a town.
The president also addressed the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and said he disagrees with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that there is no starvation in the Palestinian territory.
Those children look very hungry, but we're giving a lot of money and a lot of food, and other nations are now stepping up.
The U.S. is now working with European allies to set up food centers in the Gaza Strip.
It's a humanitarian crisis. Right. It's an absolute catastrophe.
It comes days after the U.S. and Israel pulled their negotiating teams from Qatar when ceasefire talks stalled. Over the weekend, Israeli officials announced daily pauses in fighting across parts of Gaza for aid deliveries.
Sometimes leadership has to make decisions. What do you release with aid? What don't you release? So you can maneuver and achieve your core objectives.
President Trump says he recently spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, telling him that Israel may have to change its approach to secure the release of hostages. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox 2 News.
Between noon and 1 o'clock, we saw these clusters of storms develop out there near Battle Creek, Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, and then this whole system did push off to the east. So we've been dodging the raindrops, certainly the heavy downpours. I want to show you where we have flash flood warnings in effect near the airport and also in Macomb County from Mount Clemens to Fraser and Sterling Heights. The good news is these heavy rainfall rates are quickly diminishing as the storms move away, but the runoff will continue. So even though the rain has stopped in many areas, just watch out for high water continuing for the next few hours. We do have that flash flood warning near Metro Airport until 6:30, flash flood warning for parts of Macomb County until 7:15. But thankfully, the heaviest rainfall right now is over Lake St. Clair and also there over the west end of Lake Erie. But here's a great graphic. This shows some of that heavy rainfall near Ann Arbor, near Metro Airport, and also here right near Mount Clemens and Fraser and Sterling Heights. Still live pictures from Mount Clemens showing the rain coming down pretty good. And we just want people to be safe. So if there is high water out there, stay away from it in your cars and certainly keep your kids away from any high water spots. 73 degrees. The heat is way down, but the humidity is going to stay put for the remainder of the evening. 79 Howe, 73 in Windsor, 81 up there in Lapeer. Not much of a breeze out there. We did see a few higher wind gusts with some of the storms, but look at these dew points for many areas in the low to mid 70s. It is warm and muggy for Chicago, for the tip of the thumb for Green Bay. However, we finally have some relief coming with our next cold front. This will cross the area Wednesday. So by Thursday, it's going to be a lot more comfortable. Still, though, some more storm chances. Storms taper off this evening. It does stay muggy down to 71. Like today, tomorrow, back up to 91 degrees with a stray storm, spotty storms Wednesday with our next cold front. Now look at that, a much more comfortable stretch Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Roop, another check coming up in 20.
All right, we'll talk to you then. Thanks so much, Rich. All new at 5, the City of Detroit kicking off a new program today that'll help support local entrepreneurs and tech startups. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan says the idea stems from other successful initiatives out there, including Motor City Match, which has helped get 190 businesses off the ground. The goal now is to create even more opportunity, not just in retail, but in tech as well.
We got a long way to go to get to Silicon Valley, but this room today is showing the potential. And with the Detroit Startup Fund, we're going to keep building that. And we want you to be telling your friends Detroit is the place to be to start your company.
Detroit City Council has approved $700,000 in grants for the Startup Fund. The first round in competitive business here includes 3 $50,000 grants and 10 $15,000 grants. The deadline to apply is August 25th. We'll put a link on our website, fox2detroit.com.
Well, the stakes are high for our remaining summer barbecues as the price of beef reaches a new record. What's behind these soaring prices? Just ahead. Plus.
Do you want fries with that charge? Tesla's Diner is now open. Coming up, we'll show you what makes it so unique.
I just haven't done it enough this season, and I love to do it, but I haven't fired up the grill much, but maybe you have. Maybe you felt the burn, too, in your wallet.
Yeah, the price of beef hitting record highs right now from a nationwide cattle shortage. Inventory now reportedly the lowest it's been in about 74 years. And because of drought conditions that have dried up free grazing grass, ranchers are now forced to buy expensive feed for their animals. Meanwhile, cattle imports from Mexico have been suspended following the discovery of a flesh-eating fly. And farther south, we're expecting repercussions from President Trump's possible 50% tariff on Brazilian goods.
All right, let's take a look at the big board. A mixed Monday to show you on Wall Street. The Dow dropped 64 points. The Nasdaq added 70. And the S&P 500 picked up a point. You know, Tesla's first ever diner is now open in Hollywood.
Yes, and Fox's Max Gordon is there to share what makes it so unique.
Well, it kind of looks like a spaceship just landed here in West Hollywood. This is the new Tesla Diner, and you can kind of see some design cues taken from the Cybertruck, that bright metallic cladding on the outside. And you can actually see a Cybertruck or two parked out here in the parking lot. 80 supercharging stations here, along with two massive 66-foot LED screens reminiscent of those old drive-in movie theaters. This place is pretty darn cool, and it's been generating a whole lot of buzz, people lining up. sometimes waiting for over an hour to get inside. We talked to a few folks about why they wanted to be here.
It has like a futuristic, retro, like a 60s type of feeling. So I think it's pretty cool, actually.
Do you like what Elon Musk is doing? Do you like Tesla stuff?
I have no opinion on that. It doesn't really bother me. I'm here for the food, that's it.
I saw it's really nostalgic, very retro, so I'm super excited to see what's inside.
According to Tesla, the diner seats around 250 people. The interior featuring retro futuristic decor. You can also eat outside on the diner's sky pad, which features views of Hollywood. We talked to Franz van Holtzhausen, Tesla's head of design. He spearheaded this project and talked about the response that the diners got.
We thought maybe it would be slightly popular. We know that like people need charging in this area. We wanted to make great food combined with that, but the response has been unprecedented, and it's great to come here day and night. There's people that are willing to wait in line, and we thank them for that.
Still, it's been a bumpy ride for Tesla lately. Elon Musk said on a recent earnings call that cuts in federal subsidies for electric vehicles could lead to a few rough quarters. Tesla posted the worst quarterly sales decline in more than a decade and profits that missed Wall Street earnings targets. And this is what your food will come in if you get it to go. A little paper Cybertruck here. Let's check this out. This is their smash burger. I tried it earlier. It's pretty darn good. And this could be the first of many Tesla diners. Tesla's head of design says that each one will likely be unique to its individual location. In West Hollywood, California, Max Gordon, Fox Business.
I'm Ingrid Kelly. If you think I'm out by the lake on a hot summer day, think again. I'm in Highland Park near a city street, and it's flooded, and residents say they're fed up.
President Trump reveals why he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago in the early 2000s as the Department of Justice continues to investigate his sex crimes. I'm Rebecca Castor in Washington with the details coming up.
Well, neighbors in Highland Park in desperate need of a fix to an ongoing problem that has left their neighborhood soaked.
Flooding has become an issue for many living near John R., and neighbors are just frustrated. Fox News' Ingrid Kelly has a closer look at what the city's doing about it.
What a way to start the week.
I mean, this is disgusting.
Mark Johnson has a house that he operates a business out of in Highland Park, on Massachusetts Street near John R. Take a look. His street is flooded with murky water, making travel a hazard.
It's very frustrating, you know, with water being in front of the house and, you know, with kids coming out and, you know, running a business as well. I mean, people can rarely kind of get up and down the street.
But that's not the only issue in this neighborhood. Just a few feet away on the same street is this scene at the intersection.
Something like this since last night. It's just been thrown out the sewer since about when I came home.
These residents say they're tax-paying citizens and they want answers and solutions. Fox 2 contacted the city's mayor.
A water main break, which started as a small valve issue, and over the weekend, obviously because of the heat or pressure, it expanded, and what you see there is water coming from the drain, and it is now larger, which is pushing water out into the street.
The mayor says a fix is in the works.
So now that it has become larger, it will be a main priority to get that fix.
Highland Park is no stranger to issues involving water.
A couple years ago, anytime it rained, it'll flood the whole block. It'll flood the whole block, the basements as well, and, you know, water pressure as well. You know, we experience low water pressures in certain parts of the area.
But the mayor makes it clear hot weather and aging infrastructure do not mix well.
Expansion of the pipes, they are very old, and which with heat sometimes cause them to expand and then they pop.
But the mayor hopes ongoing efforts will serve as a remedy.
At this juncture, we are repairing and putting in new infrastructure, so hopefully we can get all of that done where we won't see these problems anymore.
In Highland Park, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Well, Metro Detroit getting pummeled by heavy rain this afternoon. Flash flood warnings now in effect across the area.
Yeah, it happened quickly. The severe weather is also impacting travel at the airport, where they've issued a ground stop.
Weather Authority Rich Luderman's tracking it all for us. Rich, and what are you seeing?
Thankfully, Rupin Taryn, the rainfall is getting out of here. However, there is that flood warning close to Metro Airport. Also, another flood warning in central Macomb County. But SkyTracker really tells the story. These heavy showers and storms are now on the Canadian side of the border, moving out towards Point Pelee, Kingsville, and Leamington. But some of the rainfall has been extraordinary, better than 3 inches in a few spots near the airport. Also up there close to Fraser, Sterling Heights, and Mount Clemens. The heat has been knocked down, but the humidity remains. That's our forecast. But remember, the runoff will continue with this heavy rainfall, so just stay away from any high water. A stray storm chance tomorrow, better chance on Wednesday, and then finally a big blast of cooler air, Roop, for the end of the week. We'll show you that in the 7-day in 10.
All right, thanks so much. All new at 5:30, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel joining 20 other attorneys general to sue the Trump administration over SNAP benefits. The administration is threatening to withhold SNAP benefits unless it receives personal information of people who apply for the program. The Trump administration has claimed the data would be used to eliminate waste and fraud, but Nessel is calling it an attempt to seize personal data.
Federal government is demanding 5 years worth of sensitive, identifiable information on every single SNAP recipient in our state. Not to improve the program, not to fight fraud, but to create a database and share information with entirely unrelated agencies, including immigration enforcement.
That's some perspective for you. More than 1 million people in Michigan rely on SNAP benefits to feed their families.
As President Trump wraps up his trip overseas, he can't seem to shake questions about Jeffrey Epstein. This comes as some people wonder whether the president will pardon Epstein's former girlfriend and accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. Fox's Rebecca Castor with the very latest.
You have said that you have not been briefed on the Epstein files, or your name
name has not appeared in the Epstein files, but doesn't the AG have to tell you if your name is...
Well, I haven't been overly interested in it. You know, it's a hoax that's been built up way beyond proportion.
Questions about Jeffrey Epstein following President Trump overseas, and now he's sharing more about what led to his falling out with the disgraced financier in the early 2000s.
He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place. By the way, I never went to the island.
Trump's relationship with Epstein is under scrutiny as the Department of Justice presses on with their investigation into his sex crimes. The Deputy Attorney General interviewed his former girlfriend and accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, for 2 days last week. And some wonder whether she's looking to cut a deal in exchange for what she knows.
We don't know how it's going to play out. We just know that this was the first opportunity she's ever been given to answer questions about what happened.
I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with it. Nobody's asked me about it.
Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence for helping Epstein abuse underage girls. And other GOP lawmakers don't want to entertain a pardon.
I think 20 years was a pittance. I think she should have a life sentence at least.
Ghislaine Maxwell is appealing her conviction at the Supreme Court and believes she should have never been prosecuted because Epstein made a plea deal in 2008 to protect his co-conspirators. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox 2 News.
Well, the man charged in the case of murdered Detroit teen Neziah Harris is headed to trial in another sex abuse case involving a minor. A judge deciding there's simply enough evidence to send Jarvis Butts to a jury. Butts is accused of assaulting a 13-year-old girl in Allen Park back in 2014. We heard testimony from her in court today. Butts is also set to stand trial for murder and criminal sexual conduct this fall after being charged in the rape and murder of 13-year-old Neziah Harris.
Well, calls for justice after a beloved father of 6 is hit and killed while on the job. The family of Cedric Jones speaking out this week after he was hit by a wrong-way driver in a work zone. This happened last Wednesday morning between 10 and 11-mile roads. The family upset, telling Fox 2 they haven't been updated on the investigation.
We've called several times already to get information concerning this, and we've been deterred and turned and detoured in every way possible.
Fox 2 reached out to Farmington Hills Police, and a spokesperson said there was no update at this time.
No, we're supposed to be drinking lots of water during this heat, but what if you don't really like the taste of plain old water? In HealthWorks, how to make H2O a little more appealing.
He's the man charged with replacing Ben Johnson, but John Morton is more than ready for the challenge.
I'm all about making the defense uneasy.
I'm Jennifer Hammond in Allen Park, and coming up, you'll hear how Morton first cut his teeth learning his offensive philosophy.
body sweats. That's how it gets rid of the heat. It's how you keep cool. When you sweat, you lose all the moisture, so you need to rehydrate. But what if you say, I don't even like water?
It's so hot, which means you have to hydrate. But how much? There are lots of factors that can impact how much water you need to drink. But in general, 8 glasses of water a day is a good starting place. But not everybody likes the taste of boring water. So what can you do to jazz it up a little?
Citrus works wonderful, and it doesn't just have to be lemons or limes. It could be that you have an orange or you got a grapefruit, that you squeeze some fresh juice at the beginning of the week and you add a little bit to your water every time you have some. That not only may make it a little bit more tasty for you, but it also adds in some nutrients like vitamin C.
Kristen Kirkpatrick is a registered dietitian at Cleveland Clinic. She says while water should be your primary source for hydration, you can supplement with fruits and vegetables, especially those with high water content. You know, watermelon, strawberries, grapefruit, cantaloupe, lettuce, cucumber, celery, and tomatoes. She also adds that milk, tea, and coffee have water in them, so that counts a little bit. Now, if you want bubbles, plain seltzer is okay. Just avoid artificial sweeteners. As for sports drinks, she suggests skipping those unless you really need it.
So a sports drink is really necessary if we're looking at the replacement of electrolytes, which we know typically occurs after you have about 60 minutes of physical activity. So if we're sitting around all day at the pool, it doesn't make sense to have a sports drink, which is equated to electrolyte replacement. So again, think about those guidelines. When do I really need extra sodium and potassium to replace what was lost? Typically, a sports drink is not necessary for the majority of individuals.
Here's a little hack that I do at home. Sometimes I take a pretty glass, maybe it's a wine glass, and I fill it with my water, maybe just a few drops of juice or a little piece of fruit to make it look pretty. The glass is pretty, and sometimes that makes water a little more appealing. That's how it works. I'm Dina Santafanti.
All right, start with the Tigers. They're getting set to face Arizona downtown. Meanwhile, a trade and some roster juggling this afternoon. Reese Olson done for the rest of the regular season after being diagnosed with a shoulder strain. Parker Meadows headed to the 10-day injured list with a quad strain. Meanwhile, the team traded minor league catcher Enrique Jimenez to the Twins for 2 pitchers, Chris Paddock and Randy Dobnak. Dobnak pitched for Utica in the USPBL. He's headed for Toledo. With Olson out, they need Paddock, and he's set to start on Wednesday against the Diamondbacks.
With Chris, we really like his fastball. He's a plus strike thrower with at least plus extension. We feel like he has the weapons to attack hitters in different ways. We feel like he fits our ballpark really well, and he makes hitters uncomfortable. He goes right after hitters. That's always been our pitching philosophy, and we think he's going to fit in really well here.
All right, Lions, it is officially game week as they head towards their meeting with the Chargers in Canton, Ohio on Thursday night. Truth is, big picture, it's just part of getting ready for the regular season for both the players and the coaches. Included in that group, new offensive coordinator John Morton. Hammer picks it up from there.
I'm all about making the defense uneasy.
Lions first-year offensive coordinator John Morton is a student of the game. And for those still questioning his ability to replace Ben Johnson, think again.
I just love the whole aspect of just sitting in my laboratory by myself and, trying to dissect the defense. I think that's fun. I'm always looking to put our best players on the field at all times. I come from the school of multiple packages of personnel groupings.
Now in his 27th year of coaching, Morton credits a lot of his football education to former head coach John Gruden. And the mentor was in Allen Park on Monday to pay a visit to his former student.
He is a hard-working guy. For all the Detroit fans, what you don't see is the work ethic that you're getting. This guy's nuts. People thought I was nuts. This guy is freaking nuts, man. He loves it. He's a creative guy. He's a great competitor.
It just opens your eyes to the whole aspect of everything. I thought I knew football, but man, he just put me in a room, go do this, go do that. It was projects one after another, and just all of a sudden you start learning football, so it was really cool.
This Thursday, some of what Morton has learned will be on display in Canton as the Auburn Hills native is finally handed the keys to his shiny new car.
Go ask a defensive coordinator where you got your 5 best players on the field. So we can throw it, we can run it, we can do whatever we want. The one thing that's impressed me is all these weapons. Man, I'm just trying to get the guy's balls as much as I can.
At the Meyer Performance Center, Jennifer Hammond, Fox 2 Sports.
All right, coming up at 6, we one-on-one with Terry and Arnold today. Of all the things he's shown you so far, there's one thing he hasn't been able to show the fans. He is dying to do it on the football field. We'll tell you what that is coming up at 6. As for the Tigers, Reese Olson, that is a big blow to this team, man. For a team that is looking for some consistency in pitching, that was a guy I think they were really counting on down the stretch and not going to be there, obviously, for the rest of the regular season.
Good to see. All right. Thanks, Dan, for that.
Can you brighten things up a bit?
Yes, thankfully this
make us happier.
Well, I'm gonna make you happy. This heavy rainfall you can clearly see is now onto the Canadian side of the border and moving off to the east. Now it is quite muggy out there, but where it has not rained, Mount Pleasant, they're at 93. We're at 73. We'll dip a couple more degrees, and then here are the headlines. Very warm again tomorrow with spotty storms Tuesday, Wednesday. Then a cooler pattern begins Thursday. We'll show you that 7-day after the break.
I'm Ingrid Kelly, and right now I'm in Holly, where we're looking into a story involving a mom who was holding one of her kids when she was struck by an elderly driver. And MSP, they believe allegedly this driver was under the influence of narcotics.
Been a whirlwind out there.
It has. I mean, the rain seemed to the skies opened up when didn't expect it to, but this weekend turned out to be pretty decent after all, at least on Sunday, but we paid for it today.
The timing was good, right?
Yes, timing is everything. Now, today we had very heavy rainfall in spots. Not all of us had it, but you can see these clusters of storms. They did develop on the other side of the state between noon and 1 o'clock, and then they moved in our direction. Heaviest rainfall close to the airport and also up there close to Mount Clemens. You can see there are some flood warnings that continue with that shade of green. In other spots, flood advisories continue. Thankfully, all the heavy rainfall is now into northern Ohio, also into southern Ontario, including close to Leamington, Ontario. But for us, the damage is done with the rainfall. If you look closely, you'll see one little area there, perhaps as much as 5 inches of rain, pretty close to Metro Parkway and I-94, also just south of the airport. Some areas close to 4 inches of rainfall. So the runoff continues. The rain is ending, but the runoff continues. Stay away from any high water spots. The numbers are down where it has rained. But look at that. Ione is still at 90 degrees, 85 in Flint, 73 in Windsor. You've had some heavy rainfall as well. Not a lot of wind out there. We did not see widespread severe weather, but the flooding resulted because we have these dew points in the low to mid 70s. So the atmosphere is rich and ready to go when the storms develop. 90 degrees right now, Chicago, way up there, Minneapolis, 86. Pleasant around Marquette at 79. Now, here's our next feature of interest. It's going to be this cold front that crosses the area Wednesday and Wednesday night. That'll bring in much more comfortable air, and we're going to see that last into the weekend. You'll see it all in the 7-day. Still a stray shower chance out there, but it's going to stay very muggy. We're down to 71. Tomorrow, there'll be another chance for some stray thunder showers. Tuesday, back up to 91. Then we start to fall with Wednesday's high of 84. Look at that. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I threw another banner in there. Much more comfortable. Can't wait for that. Rupen Taryn, another check at the top of the hour.
Yeah, it really has been hot lately. Thanks so much, Rich. Well, Michigan voters could face as many as 11 statewide ballot proposals when they go to the polls next year.
The groups behind those efforts filed documents last week showing how much money they've raised, and it turns out it's not much. But as we learned from Fox 2's Tim Skubic, one important elected official is checking in on one of those ballot questions.
Here's an update on some of the major petition drives out there. The group trying to tax the rich to raise more money for the schools raised no money, but it did get $20,000 from so-called in-kind contributions. Meanwhile, the opponents, led by the Chambers of Commerce, they raised $26,000 to defeat this tax on the rich. The group pushing to make sure that only citizens vote in our elections, it raked in $50,800. And on the battle with Consumers Energy and DTE, the group tried to prevent consumers and DTE from shoveling money into the legislative races. Well, they raised over $40,000. However, in a brand new unreported twist to this effort, for the first time, the Democratic Attorney General, Dana Nessel, has entered the debate. Asked if she would sign the petition, as Attorney General, she said she would not, just in case her department got involved in a legal case over the ballot issue. She put it this way.
I'm not saying anything about this particular, proposal, and I'm not going to become involved in it, but theoretically, do I support that as a policy move? Then yes, I think it's a good idea.
The giant utilities argue they have a right to participate in the democracy, and since none of the contributions come from ratepayers, what's the problem? They'll fight this ballot proposal. But the Attorney General counters, if you really want to lower utility rates and improve services when you need it the most, this should be done.
Just take them out completely of political gift giving, or at the minimum, making sure that people know exactly who they're donating to and how much in terms of these dark money PACs.
Just how many of these petition drives actually make it to the ballot is one thing, and if they get there, it's quite another on whether they pass or not. That will depend on you. In Lansing, Tim Skubic, Fox 2 News.
As a potential solution to youth violence and criminal activity, Detroit's police chief wants to hike the curfew violation fines from $75 to $250, while he believes more money could create less problems.
100-degree temperatures and no air conditioning. Why one man is intentionally living in this extreme heat without AC this summer. We'll have his story next.
Mary, coming up, we're sitting down and talking to the family of the little boy who was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting, 6-year-old Riley Love.
And finally at 5, enduring the 100-degree heat to help others.
An Arizona man has been living without air conditioning for the last 66 days. Fox's Nicole Christine with more on his mission to raise awareness and money this summer.
Paul Farmer says he fell on hard times last year and went 11 weeks without air conditioning. Now that he's gotten back on his feet, he wants to help those who are still dealing with the Arizona heat without the help of AC. He's spent over 2 months sleeping on a pool float, discovering ways to keep semi-cool.
All these ice packs, little frozen water bottles, what it does is, as you can feel it too, like it's starting to cool down.
Yeah.
So as you're sleeping, these ice packs will cool down the water and it'll get you through the whole entire night.
He started a GoFundMe and hopes to be able to raise enough money this summer to pay for 3 families' electric bills for a year. He says the stories he's heard since starting this challenge only strengthen his desire to help.
There's so many families here in Arizona and worldwide that unfortunately can't afford their AC, which is terrible. It's terrible. You know, I'm going through it firsthand, you know what I mean? But, you know, this is by choice to help out others. Last year, I didn't have a choice. So just taking myself back into that time of my life, it was the worst. It was the worst.
If you want to follow along with the journey, you can follow Paul AZ Backpack on Instagram. Reporting in the West Valley, Nicole Christine, Fox News.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 6 starts now.
Right now, heat and heavy rain continues to cause issues throughout Metro Detroit.
In Romulus, flooding created delays in and around Detroit Metro Airport. This while Southeast Michigan remains under a high heat advisory. And Rich Luderman is here now with the forecast. We have a little bit of everything, Rich.
There's a lot going on. We did have very heavy rainfall in spots today. Look at Metro Airport, 2-hour rainfall total, almost 2.5 inches. That is a record for the day. Now, a couple times over the years, we've had more than 4 inches of rain in a single day, so not close to an all-time record. Nonetheless, the good news is we have all of this heavy rainfall now moving onto the Canadian side of the border, certainly around Cleveland, down there towards Point Pelee, some very heavy rainfall. But look at this rainfall total graphic. You can see this bullseye right near Metro Airport, another bullseye up close to Mount Clemens. The radar indicates that as much as 4 inches of rain may have fallen in a couple of spots. So flood warnings, advisories in areas. The bottom line is this: the heavy rainfall is over, but the runoff will continue. So as a result, keep your kids away from any high water and certainly do not drive through any high water. The humidity is going to stick around for the rest of tonight as we get down to 71. Here's a peek at the next couple of days. Back to 91 tomorrow. A couple of stray thunder showers Tuesday, some spotty storms, but not as hot Wednesday. It gets even cooler heading into the weekend. Rupin Taryn will show you that in the 7-day coming up in 10.
Much, Rich. Well, we're learning more today about the drive-by shooting that tragically took the life of an innocent 6-year-old boy.
It happened last night on Detroit's east side, the bullet striking the child inside of his own home. Fox News' Camille Mary spoke with the young boy's family and joins us live with more. Camille.
Yeah, this is just a heartbreaking story. He was upstairs in his house eating McDonald's chicken McNuggets, waiting for his dad, looking out the window, waiting for his dad to come home when tragedy struck.
Just a baby. He was just a baby. He was my baby.
6-year-old Riley Love was a special kid.
He was very happy, very sweet and affectionate. Very outgoing, loved to go outside. Outside was his favorite thing to do.
After a day of fun outside, little Riley was killed in a drive-by shooting. It happened Sunday night on Anglin Street on Detroit's east side.
This happened right in his house. He was just getting ready for bed, playing, jumping around as usual.
In an instant, everything changed.
I'm yelling for him, and he wasn't responding to me, so I ran over to get him. He was limp, and it was just blood gushing from his head. Like,
it's so senseless. There's no words. I have no words. You know, I'm hurting right now. My grandbaby's gone. I never see him again.
A sweet little boy just gone.
He was very loved. He was a loving baby. He was loving to everyone. and I'm not gonna get that back. It's gone.
He was going to the first grade, and he was excited about that, and we won't be able to go, and we won't be able to see him grow and see what kind of person he would become, which I knew he would be a beautiful person.
Mom and Grandma said that little Riley spent all day yesterday swimming. That was his favorite thing to do from the time he would get up in the morning till the time he was going to bed. And last night, he was getting ready for bed when this happened. There is a GoFundMe set up to pay for funeral costs, and we put a link on our website, fox2detroit.com. And of course, if you know anything about who is responsible for this, please call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-SPEAK-UP. Reporting from DPD headquarters, Camille Amiri, Fox 2 News.
Well, you know, you have a beef with an adult, that's one thing. Gun violence, bad enough to solve your problems, but to not even have the moral conscience to think that there could be a child, and there was one right there in that window, is just completely unthinkable.
It really is. You know, Mom has no idea who did this. She said that they stay to themselves. She said they usually stay in the backyard if they're outside. She says it's a pretty quiet street where kids like to ride their bikes up and down, but she's at a loss and, of course, now has to bury her child. So it is heartbreaking.
It certainly is. We hope that they'll get to the bottom of this one for sure. Detroit Police. Camille Mary for us live tonight. Thank you. Fox, we also continue to follow developments right now after a man armed with a knife attacks and hurts 11 people at a Walmart in Traverse City.
And that suspect was arraigned within the past few hours. Fox News' Amy Lang has been following this story. She joins us with the latest. Amy.
Rupin Tarrant, 42-year-old Bradford Gille was charged with terrorism and assault with intent to murder. He has a history of mental illness, homelessness, and substance abuse over the course of many years. In fact, deputies in nearby Emmett County were searching for Gille to get him off the streets the day before the stabbings. Prosecutors say Gille's alleged crimes were caught on security camera. He was armed with a knife late Saturday afternoon when he allegedly stabbed 11 people near the checkout at the Walmart in Traverse City. Good Samaritans chased him down. Deputies arrested him. The victims, ranging in age from 29 to 84, were rushed to the hospital. All of them are expected to recover. One was actually treated and released. As for Gille, prosecutors say he is a danger to public safety. The judge agreed, but the defendant also had something to say.
The defendant does have 2 prior assaultive convictions, as well as at least 1, if not more, malicious destruction of property convictions. Additionally, he does unfortunately have a history of mental illness, including prior involuntary hospitalizations. I'd also ask you to look at the seriousness of the offense. Clearly, this is one of the most serious crimes that someone can commit in the state of Michigan, and it has a huge impact on public safety.
Certainly is one of the most heinous accusations from an individual that's been before this court in 30-some years.
Well, you know the tobacco. Y'all like have the tobacco company, and you're selling cigarettes with fiberglass and chemicals in them just to kill off the population. You know, and you can't really accuse me of anything if you're doing that. You know, so.
Okay. So I'm going to mute you for right now because I need.
So obviously the tobacco companies have nothing to do with this, as you heard Gille trying to change the subject. But again, we have this whole history of mental illness. The judge muted him, set his bond at $100,000 cash, and she said she'd see him back in court August 12th. But we should note that nearly 10 years ago, Gille was found mentally incompetent to stand trial after trying to dig up a grave because he thought people were being buried alive. As of right now, with no job, no home, no money, it appears he will be behind bars for the foreseeable future. Back to you.
All right, that's a lot. Thanks, Amy. Well, in a Fox 2 follow-up, a now 14-year-old boy who stabbed and killed his 7-year-old sister last September has been given what's being called a blended sentence. The teen was sentenced to 25 to 60 years behind bars as an adult, but he was also given a juvenile sentence that delays the prison term and gives the defendant probation. That sentence allows the defendant to receive rehabilitation services as a juvenile, but if they don't complete certain requirements, the court has the ability to impose the adult sentence later.
Well, the woman in Warren who is holding her baby outside of her vehicle is hit and killed by another driver who is pulling out of a parking spot.
It happened at a market and gas station on Grange Hall Road in Holly Township. Fox News' Ingrid Kelly has the story.
Surprised to hear something like that would happen here.
But it did. A tragedy that left a mom dead and her child injured.
I've been here like every day this week, and it's crazy. It's always been a nice place. Come here and get lunch every day.
Right here in the parking lot of Alex's Market and Grill in Holly Township. Police say a mom standing outside a Ford Explorer holding her 1-year-old child and tending to another child inside the vehicle was hit by a Ford pickup truck as it pulled out of a parking spot. Police say the driver also ran over the 1-year-old girl. According to a GoFundMe account, the mother's name is Sam and her little girl is Marley. A MSP trooper arrived on scene and administered CPR until EMS arrived, but the 29-year-old mom from Warren died at the scene.
It's sad to hear anybody losing their life like that.
And as this investigation continues, Michigan State Police believe this driver allegedly may have been under the influence of narcotics. Michigan State Police say the driver is a 72-year-old man from Carlton, and when they interviewed him, it led investigators to conclude a suspicion of narcotics impairment.
Need to get more help out there.
The elderly driver was arrested and a search warrant was obtained to get a blood draw from the driver. Michigan State Police also releasing a statement which reads in part, "It does appear at this time that impaired driving is the cause of this crash. It does not matter if they are prescribed drugs, marijuana, or over-the-counter. They all impact your ability to drive." The 1-year-old child will survive her injuries, but for now, the family is asking for support as they deal with this tragedy. For details on how to support their GoFundMe account, go to fox2detroit.com. In Holly Township, Ingrid Kelly, Fox 2 News.
Well, new details on a deadly quadruple shooting at a gas station on the city's west side.
And we're told another victim has now died from her injuries. The suspected shooter still on the run. It happened at the Marathon gas station on Puritan in Fairfield around 4 this morning. A man in his 30s and a woman were killed. 2 other women were wounded. One witness says the suspect was arguing about someone buying snacks and then started shooting. That's when another witness says she took cover.
I ducked behind the car that I was coming out of, and then people started running out, and one of those people wasn't my friend.
We're told the shooter likely ran away from the scene. Detroit police ask any possible witnesses to please speak up.
Well, because of the recent spike in youth violence and crime, Detroit may be one step closer to seeing the first increase in the city's curfew fine in nearly 40 years. City Council may hike up the violation to $250 in the hope our youth will be safer. But as Fox News' Brandon Hudson tells us, not everybody agrees this is the right way.
Chief Edison, last time we saw you, you were staying with the mayor, you were with city leaders, city activists, trying to promote, more curfew enforcement. We saw the vans. What's the progress we made today in the decision at the hearing?
So today it was all about an amendment request to increase the fines. So the fine hasn't been increased since like 1987. Currently it's $75, and we're asking for a first-time offense that it goes up to $250. For a second offense, it goes up to $500. We feel that that's reasonable.
If either proposed fine can't be paid, Detroit Police Chief Todd Bettison says the parent can participate in a parental responsibility course. At a hearing for the proposal, there was some pushback from residents and a city council member.
Are you all trying to raise money, or are you trying to solve a problem?
I cannot support this ordinance. There is, for me, a lack of data that shows really the changed behavior that I'm looking for in the young person. I am concerned about unintended consequences.
You're a parent. Yes. Many of your officers are parents as well. Absolutely. So when you have to go to these scenes and you're seeing a child, a victim of violence, what goes through your mind?
You imagine your child laying there. It's the most gut-wrenching, toughest thing that you can see. It reminds me of, when a police officer's killed in the line of duty. Folks will say, are you trying to criminalize parents and kids? No, we're not. This amendment even took jail time out of it.
How confident are you that this proposal can pass?
I'm confident. I believe that we do have the votes, and I just want to thank my city council members, and I thank Detroiters too, for their robust discussions.
In downtown Detroit, Brandon Hudson, Fox 2 News.
Your child.
In Nevada, police have a suspect in custody after a deadly shooting outside a casino in Reno. What else we're learning about the suspect's confrontation with police?
A couple of months ago, there was an apartment building that looked just like that. Well, today, this is the apartment building. There's no apartment building here, but today we honor the first responders that actually saved the people that were inside.
We are getting a closer look right now at the flooding that's happening in Romulus following today's heavy rains. Wow, look at that. Traffic both into in and out, trying to get out of the McNamara terminal, being impacted by the high water. The Wayne County Airport Authority says the floodwaters are now starting to recede, but they say flights continue to be impacted by the weather. If you're heading to the airport, you're being reminded to check in with the airline. Make sure you stay with Fox 2 for updates, and we'll be sure to give them to you as well.
Remember this? This was the scene in March when 13 people were hurt when an apartment building over on Littlefield near Schoolcraft exploded into flames. Today, some of the brave first responders were honored for their actions. Fox 2's Charlie Langton with their story.
There's no plaques, signs, or anything Monday, just a vacant field with a rickety fence on Detroit's west side surrounding what was the Littlefield Apartments.
I have yet to talk to anybody besides my mother.
And that's because Jamila Hines was living in the Littlefield Apartments with her fiancé, Brandon Bradwell, and their 2 kids on March 31st.
Smell that?
Her apartment exploded because of a gas issue, and 13 residents had to be rescued. People were jumping out of windows?
They were stuck. They didn't have a way to get down
until we set up the ladders, and like I said, I had to physically climb up and help them get down.
Burned 85% of my body. I had third-degree burns to my hands and my feet.
What did you say on that day when you met Jamia? She was hurt.
Yeah, she was. But
how do you comfort her?
You immediately, and you do like how I do, honey, you're in good hands, okay? I'm going to do the best that I can do and be the best that I can be. Make sure I take care of you and your babies.
This is something we don't do nearly enough of.
Honoring the first responders for their professionalism and bravery on March 31st.
The responders that day saved 12 lives, including the lives of 6 children.
Tragically, 28-year-old Brandon Bradwell did not make it.
Only thing that I remember at that point was seeing the first responder's face. And I remember asking her, like, am I gonna die? And she said no, and I was like, yep, I'm gonna die. But I didn't, and I appreciate them.
You like being told that you're a hero?
I mean, it's nice to hear, but like I said, it's not what I'm here for. I'm just here to try to help the civilians of Detroit.
On Detroit's west side, Charlie Langton, Fox 2 News.
Well, in HealthWorks tonight, there's yet another reason to be concerned about exposure to forever chemicals, also known as PFAS.
Yeah, it could significantly increase the risk of developing type 2 diabetes. That's according to a new study out of Mount Sinai Hospital in New York City. The researchers compared blood samples of 180 people recently diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and 180 people without the disease. They found PFA or PFAS levels were among the highest with those with diabetes, and the researchers say forever chemicals can disrupt metabolism and blood sugar regulation even years before diagnosed. The findings are published in the journal eBiomedicine. Forever chemicals are hard to avoid. They're used in many consumer products like food packaging and cookware and even furniture. Well, the National Weather Service has confirmed an EF1 tornado touched down in Sanilac County on Saturday afternoon. The twister touched down around Maple Road near Deckerville, sending a large pine tree into a semi-truck parked nearby. A large farm building was also damaged. The the National Weather Service says the tornado had wind gusts reaching up to 95 miles per hour and was on the ground for about 3 minutes. Thankfully, no one was injured.
That's a reminder that we do get tornadoes on occasion here in southeast Michigan. Also, we get these heavy rainfall events in Metro Detroit. Now, thankfully, the majority of the storms are now off to our east, so we're going to see pretty quiet weather for the rest of tonight. However, we still have some of these flash flood warnings in effect for parts of southern Wayne County and parts of central Macomb County because the runoff will continue. So even though it's not raining now, doesn't mean that the water levels won't go higher in some of those spots. So let's take a look at Sky Tracker. There's the heavy rain. It's out around Point Pelee right now on the Canadian side of the border. Just a couple of stray showers off to our west. But the heavy rainfall really shows this bullseye near the airport and also near Sterling Heights and Mount Clemens. Better than 4 inches of rain, perhaps in spots. Those are radar indicated numbers. How about the high today? 88 degrees. There's your rainfall total, 2.4 inches. That fell in 2 hours at the airport. Unbelievable, really. Averages 83 and 65. There are the records. So with the heavy rainfall, the temperatures have been knocked down a couple of notches, but the humidity remains. It's going to stay muggy for the rest of tonight. Thankfully, not a lot of wind out there, but it is soupy, and that'll be the case into Tuesday as well. Look at that, 90 for Chicago and Champaign, close to 90 as far north as Green Bay. However, Wednesday, we're going to see the passage of a cold front. That will bring a few spotty storms Wednesday, but also it's going to start this cooler pattern for Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. You'll see it in the 7-day. Could be a stray shower in spots tonight, down to 71. Back to 91 tomorrow. It's going to be thick again on Tuesday. And then here it is, the 7-day forecast showing those spotty storms Wednesday. Now look at Thursday, highs in the upper 70s. And that'll be the case for Friday and Saturday. And Miller, baseball and football tonight. Go.
Yep, absolutely. Tigers getting ready to go. We'll get you the latest from Comerica Park, where there was bad news on the injury front for them today. Meanwhile, Lions sat down with Terrion Arnold today, coming back for year 2, more comfortable and ready to show you his skills with the football in his hands. He'll explain next. All right, start with the Tigers. They're getting set to open a 3-game series with the Diamondbacks downtown. Meanwhile, it's been a busy day, and the news isn't great on the injury front. The team announced that Reese Olson is done for the rest of the regular season with a shoulder strain. Parker Meadows has a quad issue. He's been placed on the 10-day injured list. Andy Ibanez, Ryan Kreidler have been called up, not done. Meanwhile, the team traded minor league catcher Enrique Jimenez to the Twins for 2 pitchers, Chris Paddock and Randy Dobnak. Dobnak pitched for the Utica of the USPBL. He's going to Toledo for a start. Paddock, on the other hand, made 21 starts with Minnesota this year. He's 3-9 with an ERA of 4.59. He will get the nod and the baseball Wednesday in the series finale with Arizona. All right, to the Lions. Terrion Arnold took some big steps over the final couple of months of last year. That was among the topics we hit on when we sat down earlier today. Topic 1, though, his second training camp, where things have changed a lot since his rookie season.
The game speed is just a lot slower, and then just knowing how I can make plays in the defense, trusting my teammates having trust in me, and then just the amount of preparation that I'm putting into it, just being a true professional, and then just kind of getting a hold of things and finding out my way to kind of maneuver around in this league.
How much of an advantage is it when you go against this offense every day? You look up, it's J-Mo, it's Amon-Ra, it's all the weapons they bring at you.
First off, man, it's just a lot of competition, and then my relationship with JG, if they beat me on a play, I'll go and ask them, what were y'all looking at? How were you trying to attack me? If I get them on the plate, they'll ask the same thing. But the main thing is just, man, just grit. Like, literally, even in training camp, you have to bring your A game because you know they're going to bring their A game day in, day out. Sometimes night practices, so night in, night out. And then just knowing that every rep that you take is a real game rep. So, I mean, it means a lot.
There's also some spirit in that competition.
Oh, it really is. And
right?
You see it. Now, we're going to talk. We're going to talk.
Now, who talks back?
J-Mo always talk back. Saint will talk back if he's mad. JG, he'll say, like, JG, he kind of gets you on the fly. JG say little slick stuff to me. Like, I really like going against JG. Like, I really, really do. And I'm blessed to have him here. And just him being my quarterback, like, I feel like God puts certain people in your life to allow you to just unlock your true potential. And he really pushes me, even if it's just certain plays where I know backside isolation, I'd be like, JG, I'm strapped. He'd be like, the ball coming your way. And the ball really do be coming my way. So
last year, 8 penalties first 4 games, 3 the rest of the way. What'd you figure out?
I just figured out, man, just not panicking. And first of all, like, my main thing I was telling my coaches, like, I just got to make those plays. Like, if you go back and watch the tape, I'm there.
Yeah.
In position. Just got to capitalize on the play. And then a lot of it was just growth as far as knowing how to maneuver in the league. Even some of the refs coming up and saying they're not really used to that type of sticky coverage, and just kind of the league getting used to me and me getting used to this league. So,
how much do you think about that first pick?
Oh, man, I think about it every day. I just really hope when I get my first interception, I'm on my feet so I can show the crowd and the fans what I do with the ball in my hands. Like, yeah, I'm a great DB, but with the ball in my hands, I'm very dangerous. Like, I'm very dangerous. Remember when I get it, what I told you?
No, I do, because I want to go there right now, because I went back and watched your fumble recovery against Dallas last year.
Yep.
You make a perfect scoop.
Yep.
Head up.
Yep.
And I'm looking at, and I know in your head you thought,
I'm going for 6.
Showtime.
I'm going for 6.
And then he caught you from behind.
Yep.
What was that whole thing like?
Man, like, literally, I was so mad because I'm like, okay, here's the opportunity. Like, this is what I've been waiting on. And then he grabs my leg. So, I mean, it's one of those things where this game is a very, very humbling game. You have good days, bad days. Just don't get too high, don't get too low. And that's really the whole mentality that I'm carrying into next season. Just don't get too high, don't get too low. Just stay consistent, even kill.
Such a pro. I mean, for a young guy like that. And he walked away and said, damn, remember what I told you. Remember when I get my hands on the ball. But the Lions, I think, are rightfully so excited about his future and just the strides that he can make from year 1 to year 2.
They have something to prove, and that builds with the excitement not only for the fans, but for their performance.
Yeah, and you saw the growth last year in season and now in the offseason. Even Kelvin Shepard, his defense coordinator, said he has taken such big steps this year. I think it's exciting to see what he can accomplish.
Yeah, gosh, and they're practicing in this heat.
It's pretty hot.
It's warm out there today.
Yes. Before the storms arrived, a lot of us had numbers between 85 and 90 degrees. I want to show you the latest radar, and you can clearly see this heavy rainfalls on the Canadian side of the border. Still a couple other cells out there close to Battle Creek, but look at that, 74 because of the rain-cooled air. Certainly is muggy, and it's going to stay muggy for the rest of tonight. Here's a peek at the next couple days. Back up close to 90 degrees tomorrow, and then Wednesday begins the cool down, and you'll see what I'm talking about in the 7-day coming up in 10.
Well, 2 people are killed in a shooting at the largest casino in Reno, Nevada.
Police say they responded to a report of an active shooter at the casino, and officers shot the suspect, wounding him. That suspect was taken into custody. As far as the motive, that has not been released right now, but we do know, along with the 2 dead, at least 3 others were hurt. It happened outside the valet area of the Grand Sierra Resort around 7:30 this morning local time. Police are being asked to stay away from the resort as the investigation continues.
As the U.S. tries to help broker ceasefire deals in the Middle East and Ukraine, President Trump is issuing a new warning to Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump is also urging Israel to do more to address the humanitarian crisis in the Gaza Strip. He announced plans to shorten the 50-day timeline for Russia to reach a peace deal in Ukraine or face massive tariffs. The president also addressed the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and said he disagrees with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu that there is no starvation in the Palestinians' territory.
Children look very hungry, but we're giving a lot of money and a lot of food, and other nations are now stepping up.
The U.S. is now working with European allies to set up food centers in the Gaza Strip. It comes days after the U.S. and Israel pulled their negotiating teams from Qatar when ceasefire talks stalled. Over the weekend, Israeli officials announced daily pauses in fighting across parts of Gaza for aid deliveries.
Well, Trump administration officials taking part in negotiations today in Sweden as the White House seeks terms for a new trade deal with China.
Fox's Edward Lawrence reports.
Fresh off a new trade agreement with the European Union, the White House is now turning its attention to China. Secretary Scott Bessent is in Stockholm this week for talks with his counterparts from Beijing. On the table, a potential 90-day extension of current tariff rates, including a 30% tariff on U.S. imports of Chinese goods and a 10% tariff on American goods sent to China.
China's tough, and like you're tough, you know, we're all tough, yes, but we're going to see what happens.
Discussions could set the stage for a potential face-to-face meeting in the fall between President Trump and Chinese President Xi Jinping. The world's 2 largest economies engaged in a tit-for-tat a few months ago, ramping up tariffs to rates that Bessent at the time described as unsustainable.
We've had tensions now, but the fact that we are regularly meeting with them to address these issues, I think that gives us a good footing for these negotiations.
Also in the air, the future of TikTok. The administration so far has granted the Chinese-owned app a reprieve from being banned outright in the U.S. over security and privacy concerns, but officials want to see a long-term solution, such as a sale to an American company.
You can't have the Chinese have an app on 100 million American phones. That is just not okay. So it's got to move to American ownership. It's got to move to American technology, American algorithms.
The current trade truce between the U.S. and China is set to expire August 12th. Now, without a deal, the tariff rates could snap back to triple-digit levels that we saw earlier this year. At the White House, Edward Lawrence, Fox Business.
Well, Hall of Fame football star Deion Sanders revealing news about his recent battle with cancer. We'll have more on that just ahead.
But first, we're hearing from passengers on board that American Airlines jet. You see this? They were forced to evacuate, sliding down those emergency slides after a fire breaks out. This happening in Denver. We'll tell you how they all got out next. We are learning more information about the mechanical issues on this American Airlines plane that led to a frantic and smoky exit in Denver. This is video of all one.
People were starting to stand up, and then the flight attendants came on the intercom, and they were like, everyone needs to remain seated. But of course, like, people are freaking out, like, what is going on? That's kind of when I looked to my teammate sitting on the left side, and she said that there's fire. And then she saw smoke, and then other people started seeing it. And that's when I kind of was like panic mode, like, I need to get out this plane. I need to get out this plane fast.
Thank goodness they did safely. Passengers were put on another plane later for Miami. Taking it to South Florida, investigators there now say 2 kids were killed and 4 others hurt when their boat was hit by a barge. The crash happened near Miami while the victims were taking part in a sailing camp. 2 of the young victims are in critical condition. So far, it's not clear how the collision happened. The U.S. Coast Guard is looking into it.
Well, 3 people are seriously injured by a boat explosion in Pontiac. It happened on Sunday. A 45-year-old Waterford Township man, along with his 16-year-old son and a 16-year-old friend, were preparing to take out their 17-foot Chris Craft boat at the public boat launch near M59 and Williams Road when it exploded. One of the teens was taken to the hospital with burns across 50% of his body. He remains in critical condition. The father and his son were also taken to the hospital with severe burns.
A lot of people don't understand that it's gasoline fumes that are very explosive, not necessarily the liquid by itself. So, you have to have the ability to expel those fumes and to keep air movement in confined environments. So, that's one of the things boaters need to check. If they have a blower motor on their boat, is it in working order? Obviously, having fire extinguishers and the capability of putting out fires, because even though you're in a body of water, one of the worst things to happen is to have a fire on a boat.
The exact cause of the explosion remains under investigation by the Oakland County Sheriff's Office. Well, a candid confession today from former Dallas Cowboy Deion Sanders.
The Hall of Famer revealing that he has been dealing with bladder cancer. The University of Colorado football coach and former NFL star announcing today he needed to have his bladder removed after a tumor was found. The announcement comes after rumors swirled about his health. Sanders has been largely out of the public eye in recent months. He used today's news conference to urge other people to get tested.
And everybody, get checked out. Because if it wasn't for me getting tested for something else, they wouldn't have stumbled up on this. And make sure you go to get the right care.
Sanders has dealt with other serious health issues, including blood clots in his legs. He said today he fully expects to continue coaching this upcoming season.
Stakes are high for your remaining summer barbecues as the price of beef reaches record highs. We're chopping it up at the butcher to find out what's leading to these soaring prices. More on that after the break.
Meteorologist Rich Luhrmann. Thankfully, the storms with heavy downpours are now quickly moving out over Lake Erie onto the Ohio side of the border. But temperatures are down with the rainfall, but the humidity remains. How about these live pictures from Mount Clemens? Boy, a couple of hours ago, it was pouring around Mount Clemens, and now hazy sunshine starting to kick in. That's our forecast for tonight. And here's what's coming up next. Spotty storms for Tuesday and for Wednesday, then a much cooler pattern later this week. A full check after the break.
administration's infrastructure plan had $42 billion in it to make high-speed fiber optic internet more available.
The Trump administration says flights will also be impacted by today's stormy weather.
Let's take a look at these clusters of storms that came our way mid-afternoon. You can see they did develop on the other side of the state, and then they quickly raced across our area. Right now, all of the action is down over Ohio, over central Lake Erie. We still have a couple of flood advisories and one flood warning in effect for central Macomb County. So the interesting thing to think of is the rainfall has ended, but the runoff continues. So water levels for area creeks and streams could actually rise, even though the rain has ended for us. You can see where that rain is over Lake Erie. Take a look at the rainfall total since this afternoon. A couple of bullseyes near the airport, and then also Sterling Heights and Mount Clemens. Some spots picking up better than 4 inches of rainfall. Officially at the airport, 2.4 inches. That fell in 2 hours. So pretty heavy rains. Now, not all of us had it. Up in St. Clair County, you didn't see much rainfall. That was the case up there closer to Flint and Lapeer as well. But the winds remain light. The humidity, however, is going to stick around. Look at these dew points. For a lot of us, low to mid 70s. It is quite thick out there, and that will be the case for tonight and again tomorrow. 80 in Traverse City, 88 for the tip of the thumb. But in yellow, you can see where the rain has come and gone. Toledo 76, we're at 74. Eventually, we're going to have a cold front cross the area Wednesday, and it's this front that knocks all of the heat and humidity out of here. We have some pretty nice weather coming for late this week. You'll see it in the 7-day forecast. Perhaps a stray shower chance for the rest of tonight, down to 71. Tomorrow's going to be thick again, up there near 90 degrees, perhaps a stray storm into Wednesday as well. But temperatures start to come down Wednesday night and Thursday, 78. Look at that. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, daytime highs in the upper 70s to lower 80s. That looks nice. Another check tonight at 10.
Another busy week of earnings on Wall Street. Tech giants Apple, Amazon, Meta, and Microsoft all on deck.
We think we're going to get good earnings, more revisions, upward earnings, and great opportunities for next year.
Typically, when we have a drawdown like this, we do tend to go on to make new highs in the market. That's kind of what we're seeing here.
Samsung reaching a $16.5 billion deal with Tesla to manufacture AI chips in Texas. Elon Musk confirmed the deal on X, saying Samsung's new facilities will be dedicated to making the company's next generation AI 6 chip, adding the strategic importance of this is hard to overstate. MarketWatch says Las Vegas hotel rooms are more expensive. A buffet spread can set you back $100, and resort fees can add as much as $50 a day to a bill. Hotel occupancy dropped more than 14% in June. And electronic shelf labels are here. Devices below what you're buying on a store shelf that can be updated multiple times a day to change prices. Whole Foods and Kroger tell the Wall Street Journal they don't expect to use the technology for surge pricing. CJ Papa, Fox News.
A mixed Monday on Wall Street. The Dow dropped 64 points. The Nasdaq added 70 points. And the S&P 500 just picked up 1 point.
Now, chances are, if you eat red meat, you already know beef prices are soaring.
Yes, according to some research, the price is up more than 8% just from the beginning of the year. Fox's Kelly Zaberi with more on the record high prices.
The price of beef has been unwavering as U.S. cattle inventory has reached its lowest level in about 74 years. At the same time, and you might be able to tell from a busy store, demand is still extremely high. People are not giving up their beef. Also, thanks to drought conditions that have dried up free grazing grass, ranchers are forced to buy expensive feed for their animals. Meanwhile, cattle imports from Mexico have been suspended following the discovery of a flesh-eating fly. Farther south, we're expecting repercussions from President Trump's possible 50% tariff on Brazilian goods. Brazil accounts for 23% of all U.S. beef imports. Federal data for June shows that the price of ground beef is up over 13%. The price of uncooked steak up 8% year over year. Here at Wheat and Meat Market, owner Brett Joseph says he's trying to do his best to make sure that customers don't have to pay more. Tell us a little bit about what the biggest issues have been for a small business owner like yourself.
Yeah, sure. So when demand is so high, which it still is, people are still spending money on proteins, but then, costs are through the roof, and supply is at a low for maybe the last 75 years. So margins have to shrink a little bit so we don't scare away the consumer. So that's been the toughest part, but it kind of is what it is, and I think most consumers understand that that's the economical environment that we're in.
Big box stores like Walmart are also changing their operations up, introducing a fully independent beef processing facility to eliminate middlemen and keep their prices low for customers. In Wheaton, Illinois, Callie Saberi, Fox 2 News.
Also today, the city of Detroit kicking off a new program designed to support local entrepreneurs and tech startups. Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan says the idea stems from other successful initiatives, including Motor City Match, which has helped get 190 businesses off the ground. The goal now is to create even more opportunities.
We got a long way to go to get to Silicon Valley, but this room today is showing the potential. And with the Detroit Startup Fund, we're going to keep building that. And we want you to be telling your friends Detroit is the place to be to start your company.
Detroit City Council has approved $700,000 in grants for the Startup Fund. The first round is competitive and includes 3 $50,000 grants and 10 $15,000 grants as well. The deadline to apply is August 25th. We'll put a link on our website, fox2detroit.com.
Well, former President Obama at the center of another debate. Should adults be allowed to use ketchup? Coming up, why the former president is calling out fans of the condiment.
Former President Barack Obama stirring up a controversy that doesn't have anything to do with politics.
Obama made the remark on a podcast hosted by his wife, Michelle. Listen.
In my opinion, and this is controversial in my family, you should not eat ketchup after the age of 8.
That's hilarious. Not even with fries? Come on. As you heard, though, he thinks ketchup isn't for grown-ups. Where he draws the line is ketchup on hot dogs. It's a big no-no in Chicago, where he used to live, right? Despite his firm opinions, Michelle says there's always ketchup in their house, and everyone uses it except for him. Because I think they use mustard in Chicago.
These presidents are human, too. I mean, George Bush Sr. hated broccoli and made that very clear.
I missed that memo.
He talked about it all the time. He said, I hate broccoli. Couldn't stand it.
All right.
Also today, singer Jennifer Lopez suffering a wardrobe malfunction on stage.
Yeah, she handled pretty well, though. It happened at her concert in Poland while she was receiving birthday wishes during her live stream concert. Take a look. Not really, but she looks great. You heard her. Lopez joked, I'm out here in my underwear, and then later threw the gold sequin skirt out into the crowd. When it continues to fall to the ground, you can see a backup dancer attempting to help her. This is Lopez's first tour in 6 years. She turned 56 years old last Thursday.
You wonder how much of that is planned, though, the supposed
she looked
malfunction.
shocked, but maybe, who knows? You're right. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
All right, here's one man's fantastic fishtail. He says it happened when he was driving home from church.
Albert Cutler was driving home in Wisconsin when he says he saw a bald eagle flying carrying a big bass. It was only when he got home that he saw a largemouth bass sticking out from his pickup truck's front grill. Cutler says it's the biggest bass he's ever caught. He also says the focus of the sermon at church was things you've never seen before. Well, there you go.
That is a fishtail.
Yeah,
so he caught it.
That's
just
very good.
not the traditional way.
That's right.
Finally tonight, have you ever just wanted to scream? Well, it seems there are a lot of people in need of a little vocal release in Chicago.
And they're gathering on Sunday nights to let it all out.
2, 1.
If you think about one person trying to do this over here by themselves and screaming, somebody would look at them like, you're nuts. So we're giving people a safe space to be able to do that.
Like they're crying. I think that lady's crying at the end. The Scream Club was started a few weeks ago. Thanks to social media, it's quickly gaining steam. The club meets Sunday nights, in case you want to make the drive, on the North Avenue Beach Pier. And people scream and yell in unison at Lake Michigan, all to release stress.
Yeah, then maybe that's why she's crying.
Because, yeah, she feels good. She's like, whoo, that was something.
Anyway.
No comment.
I know. How's the weather looking out there?
Let me show you what's going on out there. We have humidity for tomorrow and then cooler numbers for the end of the week. A full check at 10.
All right, thanks, Rich, and thank you for joining us for the news at 6. TMZ straight ahead.
Our next newscast is at 10 o'clock.
All right, you know that sound. You love that sound. That means it is the start of Health and Wealth, where we're bridging the gap between financial news and health news. There's two of us. I'm Dave Spencer.
Good financial habits, right?
All of that.
With good health habits?
Correct.
That's what we're all aiming for. I'm Dina Centofanti. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. Here is the issue, Dave.
All right.
We are in the thick of summer, and it feels like the kids are frolicking in
Having
the lake.
the time of their lives.
Playing a little ball, fishing,
all of it.
Sleeping in. And yet, we just keep coming to work.
Nothing's changed for me.
Right? New research finds many employees do get what's called summer burnout. And it's really, you start to feel like the whole world's on vacation except you. So the goal is to find a balance between being engaged and productive while also dreaming about spending some time outside. You know, it's all sunny and beautiful outside. Maybe you're chained to an office chair. So when you're thinking about all this vacation time, business advisors suggest it's best for both managers and employees to acknowledge there's a shift in attitude during the summertime, especially in a Michigan summer when we, feel like we finally get to get outside.
So much is planned around it.
Yeah. So here are the solutions: flexible schedules, micro breaks, maybe a half day, and also encourage your employees to take time off and allow for remote work if it works for your company, or wellness and fun activities happening at work.
Yeah, or just make sure you make the most of your weekends. There is so much to do within an hour drive, and you gotta make sure to have that. And even if you don't have a vacation that's taken during the summer, if you at least put one on the books, something to look forward to in the fall or the winter that you could look forward to while in the summer, that goes a lot towards helping that mindset.
The anticipation is huge.
Yeah.
But also, if you take a long weekend, take a Monday or Friday, that also makes you feel like you're enjoying a little bit of your summer and not just at work all the time.
It is so fleeting, that a Michigan summer.
It goes fast.
It does indeed. All right, let's talk this. Biden-era rule aimed at helping millions of Americans struck down by a federal judge in Texas. A federal judge reversed a rule that was issued by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau that would have removed any unpaid medical debt for over 15 million Americans' credit report, citing the Bureau's overreach under the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Now, the CFPB had argued that medical debt doesn't reflect a person's ability to repay those loans, while advocates argue the latest move will be felt most by communities of color who are disproportionately affected by medical debt. And those credit reports, those can be so hard to climb out from. If you have all of this debt and you're trying to get a loan, a car loan, get a car, a house, all of that, your credit really impacts all of that. So having this additional debt on there, it's going to be tough.
It does feel unfair to have medical debt be an indicator of your credit worthiness, your credit value, because it's
not like a choice people make typically.
Exactly, and it can be so costly.
Yeah, and you don't
also
know it.
Unexpected.
Right.
I had an ultrasound done that my doctor said, why don't you get an ultrasound just to do a double check? I said, great, I'll go in and get an ultrasound, no problem.
Right.
I just got billed for $350, and I had no idea. Had I known,
and you didn't get a menu.
Nobody said, okay, we're going to do this, but insurance is going to cover some of it, but you're also going to be out of pocket
that
this much.
That upfront pricing would make such a difference, right?
Please, just give us a heads up.
Yeah.
All right.
New report suggests many Americans have limited access to essential health care services.
A report by GoodRx reveals 1 in 3 Americans lives in what's called a healthcare desert. Now, that's where they lack access to essential services. We're talking pharmacies, primary care, hospitals even. According to the report, 28 million Americans live more than 30 minutes from the nearest hospital, and about 50 million are more than an hour away from a trauma center.
Yeah,
so that's an issue as well.
Yeah, I mean, this has impact on some people in my life, some family members who wanted kind of to ride out their retirement in kind of a rural setting, but had some health issues that they had to consider. They're like, well, if something happens to me and I have a history, how am I going to get to the hospital? This needs to be considered on where I kind of plan where I live.
And the one thing that we've seen lately that has helped in these instances is telehealth.
Teledocs, yeah.
So that in those remote areas, getting healthcare at least over a phone or maybe over a computer can help. because that is a sacrifice.
Dina, funny you mentioned that. Coming up in later installments of Health and Wealth, we are going to deep dive into teledocs and the benefits there.
Oh,
that's a tease for a later episode.
We call it deep tease in the business.
You'll want to stay tuned.
Yes.
Bookmark this page wherever you're watching us right now.
All right, giving birth can be a very big health challenge for both mom and baby. Now, when it comes to maternal mortality, that is death that's linked to childbirth of a mother, the rate is actually rising in our country. And preterm birth rate continues to be concerning as well. So now there's a new program at Corewell Health that's looking to support both pregnant women and babies in a whole new way.
The road to delivering a healthy baby can be a bumpy one. Of course, there are health concerns, but beyond that, there are so-called social drivers that can impact the health of mom and baby.
Food insecurity, domestic violence, substance use, alcoholism, so on and so forth, lack of housing.
Corewell Health OBGYN Dr. Ray Bahato Singh also specializes in high-risk pregnancies. He's excited about a new program using AI to help determine if women need assistance outside of the doctor's office.
The AI can autonomously and automatically go through millions of clinical notes in a matter of hours and identify the key pointers in a way that vastly exceeds what we're able to acquire, accomplish, and learn about patients by asking them to fill out surveys.
It's called Healthy Baby Connect, and it links women with people in their community who can help in ways that doctors might not be able to.
A hospital is a pretty foreboding place. Patients are not themselves, they're not in charge, they don't have agency. Yeah. But someone in your community who you may know or you may see, who took care of your cousin or worked with your cousin, it turns out might be a much better way.
It's interesting, isn't it? So Corewell Health's Healthy Baby Connect, it's one of the new programs you'll see, but I'm also starting to notice there's expanding concern, I should say, about protecting moms and babies in many different areas. The efforts are made to make sure their health care is good and they have good access, but also to take care of those environmental factors, those social drivers that can affect pregnancy as well. So what the doctor referred to, food insecurity, maybe domestic violence, maybe lack of transportation, all those things that can contribute to the health of mom and baby.
Sure.
And so finding different ways to get to the mom through community partners who are maybe more approachable than a big giant hospital system. It's really interesting.
And eliminating that stress for mom and dad and everybody, because all that stress is felt by the child as well.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
And goes into the health of that baby from day one.
Yeah.
So if you could cut down on any of that and take that anxiety away from the parents, that's great.
Yeah,
I mean, that can only be beneficial. Summertime. It's happening right now. If you own an old AC, you're likely holding your breath whenever that AC kicks on. If you find yourself in need of a new AC, you might want to stick around for that. Coming up, we'll explain why a new air conditioner will cost you more than ever and what you need to know before you buy one. Important stuff here. It's summertime. It's hot out there. As the summer heats up, so could the cost of staying cool, especially if your air conditioner is on the fritz. If you need a new one, brace yourself. New federal rules are changing what goes into every unit. They're driving up the prices. So what's behind the switch, and what does it mean for you?
This is the new refrigerant here. It just came in.
Inside the Young Supply warehouse in Warren.
This is probably the biggest stash of the new refrigerant anywhere in the state of Michigan right now.
These 3 pallets are a hot commodity.
Online, this is going for $2,300.
For one of these?
For one of these.
They hold the new federally mandated formula for refrigerant that is to be installed on every new air conditioner from here on out.
We've had refrigerant changes before. We've had efficiency changes before. We've never had anything like this.
The EPA determined the old refrigerant, commonly known as Freon, was contributing to global warming.
It's 2,088 times worse than CO2.
So they mandated that all new units use a new cooling chemical compound, R454B.
The new refrigerant has some qualifications that are a little bit outside the range of normal. It has a flammability factor.
Installation of something new means additional training.
We have to have sensors, we have to have wires. If we detect a refrigerant leak, we have to turn the machine off.
All of which adds to the cost, an estimated 18 to 20% more than the old units. That's before you factor in demand.
The new refrigerant is significantly more expensive than the old. There's also a shortage of the new refrigerant.
Additionally, the EPA has mandated that no manufacturer is allowed to install a Freon-based unit past December 31st of 2025. We have an administration that's prides itself on being very business friendly. Is there a chance that this deadline gets pushed back again?
The deadline on residential equipment could get pushed back, but at this point it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Everybody's going to be out of the old refrigerant equipment very shortly if they're not already.
And while the new refrigerant formula is new to the industry here in America, we've learned that it's been used in Europe and in Asia for years and determined to be safe and effective. It could also, we're told, save you money in the long run. Obviously, it's going to cost you a little bit more up front. We talked about the reasons why. You got to have the training. There's the additional security measures that go into place and making sure that the flammable components don't explode.
No,
that's the last thing you want on your air conditioner.
Don't want that.
So obviously that's factored into the front end of the price, but the efficiency of these new units, we're told, is going to save you money eventually. So fear not. I mean, this is something that we're going to have around here if these warm summers stick around, because they're not going anywhere. Get ready. Get that
ready to bite the bullet.
Yep.
U.S. ice cream makers say they are going to stop using artificial dyes by 2028. Take your time, guys. No hurry.
Get to it when you get to it.
About 40 makers of ice cream, frozen dairy desserts, say they would remove 7 petroleum-based dyes. This comes after the Trump administration called on food companies to remove synthetic dyes over concerns about potential health effects in recent weeks.
Sure.
Nestle, Kraft, Heinz, General Mills also have pulled some artificial colors from their foods.
The fact that it's got petroleum-based anything in our foods just is mind-boggling to me.
It doesn't sound great, does it?
No.
So we'll see. Leaders of the Make America Healthy Again, or MAHA movement, are asking farmers to produce healthier food for Americans. HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says the increased use of pesticides and widespread corporatization led to the rise of ultra-processed foods. Farmers, however, have overwhelmingly rejected suggestions that they're to blame for this health issues like obesity and chronic disease.
We must work as one team to forge public-private partnerships between farmers and federal government policies to achieve healthy soil and healthy, affordable nutrition.
Lawmakers say they can help farmers change to make sustainable practices while giving financial support to smaller family-owned farms.
Yeah,
there's always
it's a balancing act.
It is, because sometimes you need pesticides to keep insects, to allow for farmers to do what they need to do.
Yeah, they have a business model, and there's a lot of people to feed, and if they can't grow that quantity of food, this really has a ripple effect there.
But we all, of course, want healthy foods without chemicals, and so we'll see where it ends up.
It's all, it goes to everything. Moderation, right? So if you kind of control how much processed you eat versus how much fresh you eat, you're at least helping to kind of bridge the gap a little bit.
Again, control what you can in your little corner of the world.
Right.
Try and figure out what the right balance is for you.
I have to imagine every little step helps.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of help, a global initiative could help reduce the plastic waste of the future. The Environmental Protection Agency says the percentage of plastic in the country's waste has climbed from 0.4% in 1960 to more than 12% in 2018, and I can imagine it's only climbed since then. To combat the growing issue of plastic pollution, the movement called Plastic Free July calls on consumers to avoid single-use plastics for the entire month. But it doesn't have to stop there just because the month of July ends.
Researchers have looked for microplastics. Plastic, as it degrades and breaks down, ends up in little bits and pieces all over the world, in the North Pole, in the South Pole, in all of us.
There are ways to prevent plastic waste in your community range from using metal water bottles over plastic ones, and try advocating for less plastic packaging at your local grocery store. So just say, I put it all in one bag, or I brought my own bags, or
maybe
simple
we should
steps like
do,
that.
if you're at the grocery checkout and Dave's in front of you using plastic, maybe you say, excuse me, sir.
Shame them publicly.
Shame. Shame.
Paper is the way to go, even though it takes the baggers longer time.
We have to laugh about it, because you don't laugh, you'll cry. I don't know how we work around this problem. Everywhere
Plastics
you look.
are everywhere.
Yeah, it's plastic.
Yep.
You look in your own kitchen. Everything
it's cost effective.
Eating out
and,
of, drinking out
comes
of.
down to habits.
Yeah. I don't know.
Bummer.
We'll figure it out eventually.
Yeah.
All right, they have to work in extreme conditions. We're talking about the firefighters. Look at this. Now, I actually used to work out at HotWorks. You go into this hot sauna, and it's real toasty in there.
Wow.
Look at what they're doing. We're going to
Makes
show you
sense.
how this is helping our firefighters train. Welcome back to Health and Wealth. The city of Detroit flushing out the inconvenience of not having a bathroom nearby when nature calls. Throne smart toilets are designed to bring convenience and cleanliness to downtown.
To use the Throne, you scan a QR code with your phone, and then it sends you a text message. You answer the text message, the door slides open, and you could use the facilities like the king and queen that you are. You can't sit on the Throne all day, though. You get a 5-minute warning, and 10 minutes later, that door is going to open.
There's flashing lights. I almost stayed the whole 10 minutes just to get the full experience.
There's a lot of pressure only having 10 minutes, I just got to say.
Do you think 10 minutes is enough?
Not for some guys, no.
Do you think this is the bathroom of the future?
Yes.
And the data collected from Throne will help the city determine whether it's worth the costs and provides the convenience that the people are searching for. I used one the other day in Campus Martius, and an enjoyable experience. Now, as soon as that door closes, they're like 10 minutes. So you have, it's a little anxiety.
Is there a running clock?
There's lights that flash, though. So it starts out red, and then it kind of will kind of change color as it gets closer. I didn't come close to using the full 10 minutes because you don't tell me twice.
Right.
That door's going to open, ready or not.
The threat of that door opening would terrify
ready
me.
or not.
Wait, what? And it does like a self-cleaning process in there?
I assume so. Mine was very clean. I didn't get into the ins and outs. I was just using it as a means of having to, when you're out on the job,
right?
In our job, there's not a convenient restroom. So I was very pleased to see one there. And I did have trouble, admittedly, scanning. There's 2 QR codes. One gives you a survey, the other opens the door. I was scanning the wrong one until some random person came up and showed me how to use it.
Oh.
You want to feel foolish? Stand outside of a Throne with your phone
right,
out.
and you have to go.
You gotta go.
You're trying to work fast.
Everything worked out. I'm happy to report.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Macomb Township firefighters are turning up the heat with their new training. At least once a week, firefighters are stepping out of their normal role as heroes and stepping into a sauna, combining heat with some infrared exercise classes, high-intensity interval training, Pilates, cycling, there's yoga. It's a virtual trainer, so when you go to HotWorks, you're looking at a monitor with a trainer on it, but they're in full gear.
How much?
So the goal is to help firefighters handle high heat in tight spaces under pressure.
This kind of weather that we're experiencing right now with the 90+ days, it takes a lot out of you. So some of the guys on my shift have decided to come to HotWorks and try training to loosen our muscles, to help detox a little bit from a fire maybe the day before.
Yeah, HotWorks offers 12 infrared sauna workouts that are available. It's 24 hours a day, and we're told it helps firefighters and others can be with pain relief, weight loss, better circulation. So it is a nice workout. That's how it goes. There you get an idea of what you're looking at on the screen, and you can pick. You go on an app and you pick what workout you want to do at what time.
Sure.
And then you go and you're in this nice sauna. I loved it in the wintertime when I was a member of HotWorks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because it's just so warm, and you get a good workout too, and good sweat going.
Yeah, it makes sense for those firefighters to do it. Think about the conditions that they're working in, winter or summer. It's always going to be hot when you're running into a fire.
Yeah.
So if you can condition your body to kind of be ready for those.
Acclimate.
Yes, acclimate, exactly. It's a clever idea.
Just shows you how heroic, the fact that they can go in those rooms with all that gear on, with all their jacket on and everything.
Voluntarily.
Pretty incredible.
Voluntarily.
Yeah.
No kidding. All right. Are you anxious when Mondays roll around? Does the thought of going back to work make it hard to enjoy even your Sunday? This could be linked to higher stress levels. A study from the University of Hong Kong finds that older adults who felt anxious on Mondays had 23% higher levels of stress hormone cortisol in their bodies up to 2 months later. Researchers say that stress could be quietly damaging your health no matter what your age, what your job is, or your daily routine. Cortisol helps us stay alert and deal with threats, but too high of levels for too long can weaken your immune system, raise the risk of heart disease and other chronic problems. Researchers found this to be true even for those people who had already retired. Yeah, we're always trying to get those levels down, reduce that anxiety at every turn, it seems like.
It's funny how having a little Monday anxiety it's almost like we're hardwired since childhood, you know, to feel a certain way about Monday. Even when you retire,
Yeah, how about
if you
that?
recognize that
This
Monday's the next
Monday's
day, you're going to feel a little anxiety about it.
Yeah.
Kind of funny.
Yeah, all right. Are you having a good or bad day today? That's the
real
question.
Good. Real
The new
good.
survey finds that Americans have 252 good days each and every year. That means 69% of days are good. The top contributing factor to a good day includes positive outlook, laughing at the little things like club sandwiches, spending time with family, exercising, eating healthy foods. Another takeaway from the survey, most people can tell whether or not it'll be a good day by 8:30 a.m.
I think we could do better there,
at 8:30
right?
a.m.
I mean, if we're prejudging our entire day by 8:30 in the morning,
Yeah.
we got to rethink that a little bit.
Yeah, things can change on a dime, man. Just be fluid. Be ready to.
Or, turn your thinking. Maybe you got stuck in traffic, you stubbed
yeah,
your
a bad
toe.
morning doesn't mean a bad afternoon.
Your hair, you didn't get the coif
What
quite.
about that hair?
I mean, it's looking real good today.
Thank you.
But on a day that it doesn't,
Yeah.
can't let that ruin your day.
252 days a year are good.
Dave, we got to go. Stay wealthy, would ya?
You stay healthy, Dina, and we will see you all next time.
Will do.
Bye-bye.
Welcome to a Monday evening edition of Luderman Live. Boy, the weather got a little wild out there this afternoon, that's for sure. We did have very heavy downpours in the area. We had some flooding in the area. In fact, on the east side especially, through the Clinton River system, some spots are still running quite high because of the afternoon storms. Moving forward through the night into tomorrow morning, things are going to be quite benign, pretty quiet heading into Tuesday morning. Now, Tuesday afternoon, we could see some spotty storms. I think a better chance comes on Wednesday, but then we've been highlighting this for a while now. There's a big pattern change that's going to kick in later in the week. So Wednesday night, Thursday, into Friday and Saturday, it's the heat and the humidity all go away. Whew, we need it. All right, let me go back. Let me press the right button here and show you this cluster of storms. So the first part of the animation is 6 hours ago. So that would be about 1:30. So, you know, after the lunch hour, we saw these showers and storms developing in central Michigan, mid-Michigan, and then they continued to develop as they moved close to us. So 3, 4 o'clock, a lot of us were dealing with these very heavy downpours. There were 2 flash flood warnings. Now, I should say this, all of the flood advisories and all of the flood warnings have been allowed to expire. So now it's 7:31, and the warnings and the advisories are over, but there is runoff that continues. There's a difference between rain that is falling and building up versus rain that has ended, but the runoff continues, and that's what we're dealing with tonight. So just be careful out there, especially on the east side, you know, Sterling Heights, Fraser, Mount Clemens, all the little tributaries of the Clinton River, and then again downriver near the airport. Just stay away from any high water, and more importantly, keep your kids away from any high water. Very, very important. All right, there's the loop that shows the cluster of storms developing to our west, crossing the area. Now, most of the action is down there in northern Ohio, eastern Ohio, approaching western Pennsylvania. It is starting to weaken a bit. So that's good. You know, flooding it's not a good thing. It really isn't. Let me show you this number. The National Weather Service put this out, that at Metro Airport this afternoon, 2.4 inches of rain fell in 2 hours. That's a lot of rain. It is a record for the day. So what is today? July the 28th. So today's rainfall total is the most for any July 28th going back through the record books, but not close to an all-time record. There have been 2 times in Detroit history where officially better than 4 inches of rain has fallen in a 24-hour period. So, I mean, that's an extraordinary amount of rain. So thankfully today was 2.4, but not even close to the all-time daily record. That's good. Right now, the action is down there over Lake Erie. You can see there's Point Peely. It's a prominent piece of land that sticks out. It comes right to a point on the Canadian side of the border. So the heavy rains are now east of Put-in Bay, east of Sandusky, well east of Lake St. Clair, but it's over Lake Erie where the action is right now. There's not really much on radar. There's a couple of storms up in Saginaw Bay right now, a couple of storms closer to Kalamazoo, but this is actually the most interesting map I'll show you because it shows, this is a radar estimate of rainfall total. Now this is the last 12 hours. Obviously, you know, all the action occurred in the last 6 hours. But if you look real close, and I'll zoom in, and you can see that bullseye right near the airport. I mean, it's easy to see that bullseye. So, I mean, that's right over Metro Airport. The radar is indicating perhaps as much as 4 inches of rain fell very close to the airport. We'll see when all the numbers are tabulated. It'll be interesting to see, you know, what is the official total at the airport. Now, also, I want to show you, well, there were some heavy rainfall rates in and around Ann Arbor. You can see that other bullseye right there. So there's Ann Arbor in the middle of the screen. There's Pittsfield. There's Bridgewater. So some parts of Washtenaw County had some very heavy rainfall. And then I'm going to finally go up to southern Macomb County, and then we'll zoom in. And what's interesting, I keep saying that word because it's all interesting. That's true. There's that bullseye pretty close to Mount Clemens. There's Clinton Township right there. But if I keep zooming in, you'll see that one little triangular shape. That's just south of M59. And that's suggesting as much as 5 inches of rain fell in a very small part of Macomb County. That little diamond-shaped blob, that's 5 inches. So, you know, what the radar estimates and then actual ground truth can sometimes not be exactly right on, but it's usually pretty close. So there's Metro Beach, there's Selfridge, certainly there's Mount Clemens, downtown Mount Clemens. Now, we have one of our cameras in Mount Clemens, and we went to it a few times this afternoon. I mean, it was coming down in buckets. So anyway, there you go. Here's the almanac for Metro Airport, 88 on the high side. Some of us were right up at 90 degrees, but officially at Metro Airport, 88. There's your rainfall total. I suspect though that number may change when the official numbers come out after midnight for the day. Right now at Metro Airport, 76 degrees, pretty quiet out there. So the temperatures have been knocked down considerably with the rainfall, but the humidity is still way up there. So the dew point is at 72, and it's going to take another day and a half before we start to see those dew points come down. So for tomorrow, it's going to be very warm, very muggy again for your Tuesday. Spotty storms in the afternoon. Wednesday, not as hot, not as humid, but then it's Thursday that we're going to see the heat and the humidity get out of here. These are 7:30 numbers, 83 in Flint, 82 in Jackson. I should say this, not all of us had heavy downpours. You know, there wasn't a whole lot of action up in St. Clair County. You know, and really as the crow flies, it's not that far from, let's say, Port Huron to downtown Detroit. You know, as the crow flies, I don't know, 65 miles, it's not that far. But the heavy downpours weren't everywhere. Wind speeds right now, pretty light. Wind, we did see some gusts of wind embedded within the thunderstorms. As a result, there are some power outages across the area in Macomb County, also in Washtenaw County, especially a few power outages. So, you know, we didn't see widespread severe weather, but the flooding was more of a threat today. Here are these dew points. This is very sticky. Very, very sticky. We don't really see numbers like this all that often, but nonetheless, there they are. These are actual temperatures right now, 76 for us, 90 still in Mount Pleasant. Very warm there. 81 Traverse City, 84 in Alpena. Also quite warm on the other side of Lake Michigan, 86 for Milwaukee, 87 as far north as Green Bay. This deeper, darker red, especially south and southwest of us, that's the real hot stuff. Dallas, Texas, 95 right now. Look at Atlanta and New Orleans, a pair of 97s. It's pretty tough. Kansas City's at 91. Boston, 72. Much more comfortable there up in Beantown. So here is our Fox Futurecast. It is going to be warm tonight and humid, more the same for tomorrow. But watch that cold front. It starts out in the western Great Lakes. There's tomorrow, there's Wednesday. It kind of crosses the area Wednesday. And then this last part of this graphic is Wednesday at 8 o'clock. So that cold front is actually well south of us. Now, there's still some energy on the tail end. You can see a cluster of storms in northern Illinois, close to Chicago. I think some of those storms are possible for us, even as late as Wednesday night. So we'll be watching how that transpires. But that cold front extends from Maine down into Ohio and then into central Illinois. So the warmest of the air and the most humid of the air is going to get pushed to our south. And that's why we have some relief coming in the 7-day forecast. We're all ready for it. This is our forecast for our select cities across the Midwest. It's going to be hot tomorrow around Toledo. There's Cleveland with a pair of 84s Tuesday and Wednesday. It's not bad weather. I mean, that's pretty nice for the end of July. Look at Fort Wayne, 92 tomorrow and then 87 on Wednesday. How about Chicago, 92 tomorrow? That's pretty toasty. And then Wednesday, much more comfortable at 78 degrees. Here are the Lake Michigan beaches close to South Haven and Saugatuck, Grand Haven. Pretty warm tomorrow. Not as warm Wednesday. That's going to be a common theme for a lot of the Great Lakes. You know, very toasty tomorrow. Look at it, Grand Rapids, 94 tomorrow. Traverse City, not as warm, 81 Tuesday, 76 on Wednesday. That's more like sweat. Now, look at Marquette. I was going to say that's more like sweatshirt weather. 73 and 70 for Marquette. So they're definitely getting a break up there. A pair of 77s for Mackinac Bridge, Mackinac Island area. Chance of showers tomorrow. And then our last stop on the tour is East Tawas. 82 degrees tomorrow, 77 on Wednesday. You know, let's go through the forecast, and then we'll go back to the radar, because I want to point out one thing that's way off to our west. Perhaps a stray shower tonight, not out of the question, but the heavy rain is done. It does stay quite humid for the rest of tonight. We're down to 71. Tomorrow, we're back in that 90-degree range, give or take a few. Perhaps a stray afternoon thunder shower. Not much of a breeze tomorrow. Now, here comes the full 7-day forecast. So Wednesday, that cold front crosses the area with spotty storms. It will not be as hot, or muggy Wednesday with a high of 84. There's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Look at that secondary banner I put there. Much more comfortable. So the heat and the humidity are out of here for the end of the week into the weekend. I think a lot of us are going to welcome it, you know. Yeah. Let me go back to the beginning. So to reiterate, here's that cluster of storms that brought us the heavy downpours this afternoon. Some parts of Metro Detroit had very heavy rainfall. Not all of us had heavy rainfall, but, you know, close to Ann Arbor, close to Metro Airport, and close to Sterling Heights and Mount Clemens. Some spots picked up better than 4 inches of rain. But thankfully, all of that is moving east. So there are some showers around Cleveland, approaching Erie, PA, approaching Youngstown right now. Perhaps Pittsburgh getting into the action. Okay, here's what I want to show you. Is this big cluster of storms in the Dakotas. Now, this is a long way from us, you know, and more than likely, this will all fizzle long before it gets, you know, anywhere close to the central Great Lakes. But there's going to be this ongoing severe weather event for the remainder of the evening. South Dakota, parts of southern Minnesota especially. Some of this could get into northern Wisconsin over time. Even northern lower, you know, close to Traverse City. It's possible overnight tonight that some of this holds together. So I'll zoom it out a little bit. But this cluster of storms has been talked about for a couple days now, and it certainly is packing a punch for eastern South Dakota and extreme western Minnesota. Something very interesting. You know, I've used that word a lot. And I'll tell you why I've used it a lot. Because weather is interesting. I'm into it. You know, whether the weather is happening here or whether it's somewhere else. Oh, you know, back on Sunday, there was a confirmed tornado up in the Thumb, up in Deckerville. Now, that's up there a ways. That's way up there. That's in Sanilac County. But it's just interesting that, you know, today we had some flooding. A couple of days ago, we had a tornado up in the Thumb. And it just reinforces the notion that we do get severe weather in Michigan. You know, we do get tornadoes occasionally. We do get, you know, these very strong storms with damaging wind gusts occasionally. We get flooding occasionally. It's, Michigan is certainly a state of all seasons, but within the 4 seasons, we get some interesting, there's that word again, very interesting weather. And we saw some today with the heavy downpours. All right, that's going to do it. What do we have? The Tigers are in action, and I think they're winning. Let me just see real fast. Tigers are winning 4-0. So it's at the end of the 4th inning. Tigers up 4-0 against the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's good. We're going to have Fox 2 News tonight at 10, 11. Roop is on the pulse at 11:30. Normal news tonight. We'll give you a full update. I'm out of here. I got about 10 seconds left. Be safe. Stay away from high.
People started coming out. People that looked like they worked in the building running out. And then 4 officers came out and they were carrying what looked like to me another officer that looked injured. They were carrying him by arms and legs and carrying him to an ambulance or to another police car.
They were running basically with him.
Yeah. And it went on for a while because the police had their guns drawn for a long time. And they kept, nobody knew what to do. So people were just still milling about 51st Street. I did hear a few gunshots, and then officers started flooding the area and then pushing people back, and that's where we are right now. Is more than ambulance and officers just started coming into the area.
And now you and I have seen, because one of our colleagues was able to get a picture of the suspect. There's 2 pictures of him, and he looks like a guy. It looks like he's about late 30s, early 40s. He's wearing dark sunglasses. He's got black curly hair. He looks to be like he's dressed like a hip guy, and he's wearing a blazer, a collared shirt that's either white or light blue, jeans and sneakers, and he is carrying what has been told to us is an AR-15, carrying it like this. Now, I don't know if you can see, and now an AR-15 would go from like here on me up to about here. In broad daylight, walking down Park Avenue and going through an esplanade that is normally a very busy area at that time of night because people are on their way home from work. And you're in Midtown, lots of financial industries here along Park Avenue. Walking with purpose, and you can see the intenseness on his face. He was on his way to do something, and you get the same feel looking at those pictures.
I mean, that area was wide open too, so walking with an AR-15 down Park Avenue, you wonder if he got out of a car right there or how far he was walking. It was a big, wide open area, and there's nobody else around him. And you can see from that security photo, it's just him. And it does look like an AR-15 rifle. And when I was taking videos, I talked to one eyewitness that said that he spoke to a woman that was sitting right there. She saw somebody walk in with an AR-15, and she heard automatic fire. And that's what she told this gentleman who told me.
Okay, now the building that we're talking about, again, is right around the block from where we are. 2 of the primary businesses that are in that building, the NFL, which it was reported that they told their employees to shelter in place when all of this was happening, and also Blackstone, a financial company. Again, this is along Park Avenue here in Midtown. Lots of financial companies here. They're not just down on Wall Street. They are here as well. Nobody knows at this point who this person is, who the suspect is, but it is being reported that he killed himself on the 33rd floor. So he went in to do something. We don't know what floor that he did that on, but we are hearing that the moment that he entered the building that he started firing. That's what we are hearing. But again, so much of this information, this is breaking news. This just started happening around 10 after 6 tonight. So this information can change as the night progresses. What we do know is that there is a suspect. He has killed himself, and multiple people were shot. Now, I just want to take a look here real quickly at what they were saying here with the Associated Press. Associated Press reporting at least 2 people. The AP is reporting at least 2 people, including a New York City police officer, have been shot in a Manhattan office building. That a person familiar with the matter tells the Associated Press. We don't know the conditions of any of these people at this particular time. But, you come and go. This is your route that you take every day to work. So you're not really thinking. You got your earphones on, like so many people today, even on the subway, really not paying attention because it's just how we live our lives now. And then this happened. So, tell me more about how you're feeling about it.
I'll tell you, I won't wear the headphones where it kind of muffles the sound ever again, because you have to be alert when you're walking down the street, because you just don't know what's going to happen. And thank goodness I saw a rush of people, because who knows what could have happened if I was, left work a little bit later and I was right there when the gunman was walking by. It seems that I was lucky enough that I walked past the area before the gunman came past me. So it's just luck on my part, but certainly with the headphones on, I wouldn't have known what was happening.
All right, Matt, thanks so much. I appreciate it. Okay, Natasha, back to you.
All right, Linda, just a terrifying ordeal unfolding there in Midtown Manhattan. We do want to let you know that NYPD Commissioner has said that this scene is contained. The shooter has been neutralized. We'll have to leave the special report there. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks so much to Fox 5 New York for their coverage. We want to stay on it here for you on Live Now from Fox, as this is Sky Fox aerials that are happening right now as they are taking a deep look here at this car. And we'll take you now out live to more of the ground that we are getting these images in. We have this shot here as well for you, just showing you the huge police presence that continues right now out in New York. Thanks to all our viewers for continuing to watch with us here worldwide. All right, everyone, it looks like more Fox 5 coverage is happening, so let's go back out to more right here on Live Now from Fox.
Street with an AR-15 along his side. So at this point, NYPD tells us that the scene has been contained and the shooter has been neutralized, but it is still a very active scene out there. A lot of police presence. A lot of the area has been shut down. We've got a number of reporters on the scene as well, Linda Schmidt, Kendall Green, who've been reporting and grabbing some witnesses to talk about what they're saying. One person telling us that they heard gunshots popping. They also saw that shooter walking into the building with an AR-15. This is a look from Sky Fox right now, live over the scene. Officers look to be searching a vehicle. It's a very, very active scene. We're kind of getting all the details right now. Still a very large police presence. What we do know is 2 people have been shot, at least 2 people, including a police officer, and this has sparked a massive police presence. We know that this is a very busy area in terms of commercial businesses, big hedge funds, law firms, banks. You think about this around 6:10 with this all unfolding towards the end of the workday, and there's a big MTA station in the area as well, 53rd and Lex. People at the end of their day heading home, so this sparked a shelter in place for a lot of the businesses in that building. One person who we talked to said that he was evacuated for 30 to 45 minutes. So as you can imagine, a very scary ordeal with people hearing gunshots, with people even seeing the shooter walking in with an AR-15. Let's get out to Kendall Green, who is live in that area. Kendall, it's still a very active scene behind you. What can you tell us?
Yeah, hey, good evening, Natasha. We're here along Park and 54th. I'm just going to give you a look right now. You see a bunch of people. They were inside a building that's pretty close to where everything unfolded. They're now being evacuated. Several folks in that situation who were working in this building at the time, they tell me they were told to be in a shelter in place because that was an active shooter going on. And I talked to a few people out here that are waiting for loved ones, just wanting to make sure that they're okay. But one of the witnesses we spoke with earlier, he says he was in the corner building that's about maybe a block over, just from the corner from where this all happened. And one of the managers or law enforcement, they told him that they needed to be in place, and he looked outside from, I think, the 30th floor, he recalled, and he saw the danger inside. But as AP has reported, at least 2 people, including New York police officers, were shot on Monday in Midtown office building that houses some of the country's top financial firms and National Football League. That includes the National Football League. And police haven't immediately identified any victims, but we spoke with one of the witnesses here who says he saw some of those victims that were in a black BMW. I believe Sky Fox had some shots of that actual car, but he said he saw they didn't appear to be alive at the time when he saw after this shooting. He said about maybe early, once the shooting happened, he heard saw about 5 officers, and then from there, this is the scene you have. Dozens, I mean, you maybe even say hundreds are out here lining Park Avenue. And this is with a bunch of businesses, banks, firms, and like I said, including the NFL. And we spoke to some of those witnesses who just really honestly couldn't believe what they saw here, being this close to Park Avenue, here in Midtown, busy side of New York, police presence in this area, unlike anything they've ever seen before, Natasha.
Yeah, Kendall, I just can't get over that picture that we're showing of that suspect. He just seems to be walking with such purpose, striding, and he looked like he was wearing a business suit with sunglasses, just walking into this very busy area. Look at that. And you can see the AR-15. It's just unbelievable, all those people around him, too. what's your take? What's the, I guess, are there still people out there just in shock?
Yeah, I'll show you. We want to show you some of the folks. If you look in this area, you can see folks are lining this sidewalk where police have moved us back, and some of them have been looking at pictures of that suspect, and they've been standing here just basically in awe, like in shock of what they saw. This is an AR-15, as you described, walking into a building like that. So, of course, there's a lot of shock here, a lot of worry, because it's unlike anything they've ever seen. But, yeah, they've been here. Some of them have been here for the last hour, an hour and a half since this stuff unfolded. And, they told me they couldn't believe this was happening.
What do we know about that black BMW you mentioned? Because we do have video from Sky Fox showing police appear to be taking things out of the car, looking at the car. What are you hearing about this vehicle that police are searching?
Yeah, this is according to witnesses, not anything confirmed by police so far. But one of the individuals that we spoke with, he said that he saw those individuals after the shooting he said they weren't in, they didn't appear to be alive. And he said that there was also maybe an attempted bank robbery in that area, and that may have been the start of it. So we're not sure how, if that's the exact connection here, but he told me that that was a bank robbery in the area. And when he saw that those people were there, he assumed that those were the perpetrators involved with that shooting so far.
Yeah, it's really interesting because people were hearing the gunshots and bank robbery. And again, we're getting all this information in drips and drabs, but, we're also hearing from sources that the shooter shot himself on the 33rd floor. So you have to imagine that he was in the building for some bit. Are you hearing anything about that, Kendall?
Yeah, we don't know about how long the shooter was inside, but we did see some of the people that were standing here on the side worried about their loved ones because they work here close to where everything was happening. So if he was there in that same building, I couldn't imagine having a family member inside or worried about whether they're safe or if they're going to be okay with something like this going on.
Yeah, such a scary situation. We even talked to Matt Onimus, one of our Fox employees who was walking home trying to grab a train from Grand Central, and he said he just saw police officers rushing down the street, some of them with machine guns. So, and this is a very, very busy area. Behind you, what seems to be the perimeter in terms of police presence?
It's got to be at least, I'm here on 54th, it's got to be at least 3 to 5 blocks here along Park Avenue. So 54th Street, East 54th Street, this scene basically spans a couple of blocks. It looks like it's all the way to 55, 56, a little further up, further down, I'm sorry. But yeah, it's just laid with a bunch of police, laid with ambulance, laid with law enforcement here, just trying to keep a hold on the matter right now.
Yeah, quite the active scene there, Kendall. And I do want to say, for those of you watching right now, we did get an update from NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch saying that the scene has been contained, the lone shooter has been neutralized. So whether this is an active scene in terms of a crime scene, this is what they're working on right now, and that's why it's still advisable to just stay away from that area. Heavy police presence in the area of 52nd and Park Avenue, 52nd between Park and Lexington. Very active scene right now. This is a look from Sky Fox. We keep hearing about a black BMW that was involved in this. We're still hearing information, but as we pull out here, you can see just how big of an area this is, and that this is just essentially a pavilion, home to a number of hedge funds, law firms, banks, a lot of people, hundreds of employees in that area who were sheltering in place when they heard about an active shooter situation. This happening at the end of the workday on a Monday, so very busy. And then we've heard witnesses say that they heard gun pops, and then we have a picture of the suspect as well, who this picture truly just unbelievable of him just walking into this pavilion with an AR-15 just by his side, and you just have to wonder how he was able to get this far. It looks like he's just on a mission, and it's just a really scary situation to see in the middle of the day. 6:10, end of the day, work day for a lot of people, hundreds of people in that area, and this building, home to the NFL headquarters, JP Morgan, Blackstone, a number of law firms as well, and a massive police presence still going on right now in Midtown Manhattan, 52nd between Park and Lexington Avenue. Let's go back to Kendall Green. Kendall, you were on the scene and you've been talking to a number of witnesses. Do you have anyone right there with you?
Yeah, I got you, Natasha. Well, this is one of the folks that have been here on scene. You're looking at this picture. Talk to me. You work here in this area, right?
I live in the area, so I was shopping.
You're looking at that picture of the individual with that AR-15, that weapon taken into that area. What goes through your mind?
Well, first it's super scary. Like, I just landed on a plane this morning on a trip to South America, and this wasn't my fear while I was out there. So seeing something like this so casual, like, I don't know, it gave me a very eerie feeling. It's just, it sucks.
And we do know that there are casualties here associated with this. Any reaction with this being such a busy stretch here in Midtown?
Yeah, it's literally the middle of the day, and I was walking, and I was seeing a whole bunch of people just casually walking, and all of the police cars and the firefighters and the helicopters going that way, and I'm looking around, I'm like, everybody's normal, but something, as a New Yorker, I'm like, something is definitely going on. So we walked over here, and to hear that that's something that's happening broad daylight, and as I'm looking up the news to find what's going on, I'm seeing all the other shootings that have happened today or yesterday or this week, and I've been gone, so I've been gone for a while, and I didn't realize that's what was going on, and it's very scary, very unfortunate.
You got to be unnerving. I appreciate you making some time for us. Yeah, so, I mean, and we've been still seeing folks coming out. It seems like they're coming out slowly, not just, they're coming out in drips, basically. A lot of folks are coming out of this building, and I'm assuming it's the same thing for other buildings that are close here in this area. But yeah, that was a reaction to an AR-15 being carried in a building housing finance firms and banks, in the NFL as well. So, I mean, yeah, definitely unbelievable.
Yeah,
Natasha.
Just a scary situation. Yeah, when you look at that picture, it really, just as she said, it truly gives you an eerie feeling of that suspect just walking leisurely with an AR-15 into this very busy building. Kendall, you did talk to someone who was just 2 blocks away from where this active shooter situation was going down, and he talked about being evacuated 30 to 45 minutes. Tell us a little bit about what he said.
Yeah, he said he initially heard that there was an active shooter. A witness, they told him and warned him that was going on. And a couple minutes later, they were having to shelter in place. And he says he was not too far from an area of danger, as he described it, where, I mean, I guess if there were to be an issue with how, bullets flying somewhere close to him, he didn't want to be hit. He didn't want to be struck. And they told him to stay in place, stay safe. And he did just that. But of course, out of just pure, I mean, he was worried about what was happening, telling me he was kind of frantic. And yeah, it caught him off guard. Of course, as everybody here out here.
Yeah, I mean, this happening middle of broad daylight, middle of the day, as people are finishing up their workday. And we did see that witness when he talked to you, Kendall. I mean, he was still in his suit, backpack on. People, it's a very transient area. There's a big subway station there, a lot of food, restaurants. The woman you talked to was shopping. So this is a very busy area of Midtown Manhattan, 52nd and Park. And for a shooting like this to happen, it's scary.
Yeah, not just workers, not just residents, just folks in this area just shopping, as you just mentioned. But you can see several folks who look like they're coming from these finance firms. They still have their suits on, as you mentioned, and we're looking at one of them walk past right now. We're looking at one standing right beside me. I'm going to try and talk with them to see if we can. You mind talking with us for a second? Were you inside at all? Are you guys? Were you inside at all? We're going to bring them into that shot. But what was going on? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I wasn't in that building exactly, but I was in 399 Park, pretty much like right next door. Yeah.
What happened?
Pretty much right next door, and I mean, all we could hear is something happened outside. Stay indoors. It's not safe to be out, and yeah, it was pretty crazy to hear it. So we just stayed put, and we got all our information from online as far as what happened. Like we heard someone walked in with a active gun. So yeah.
And so what? Yeah. Just talk to them about what was going on. So he said he heard something with an active gun. He was actually, on standby somewhere else. But he was telling me he was inside and he didn't know what was going on at the time. Natasha.
All right, Kendall, thank you so much. We want to go to Arthur Sheehan right now. He's at Columbia Presbyterian Hospital right now on the Upper East Side. Arthur, we're hearing that that's where the police officer was taken in. What can you tell us?
Yeah, first of all, it's New York Presbyterian Weill Medical Cornell Center. This is York Avenue that we're on and 68th Street. This is where we are told the officer was brought. We have some preliminary information from sources that the officer may have been on paid duty, which is technically off duty, but you'll see police officers in uniform in certain commercial places in the city as added security. B&H Photo being one of those places where they beef up their security by using NYPD police officers because they're trained, they're professional, and they use them there. Our understanding is that officer might have been stationed at a precinct in the Bronx, but was doing this paid duty down here. Now, the officer was right after the shooting brought over to this location. We've seen a number of police brass arrive here at the scene, including the head of the Police Benevolent Association, which is the union representing patrol officers. He walked in here maybe about the last 10 minutes or so. Going inside, we see another convoy of police cars going by, and there's been an influx of police officers descending on this location to sort of control the traffic and to control the flow. As for the condition of the officer, we don't know yet. The NYPD and the city's officials have not said anything. They've talked about other parts of the scene there, but they have not talked about the condition of this police officer. From sources, we know that his injuries were considered to be very serious. Now, worth pointing out, some of the discussion going on right now is whether or not that officer was wearing a vest, and from our information that the NYPD's officers do wear vests, but while they are very effective at preventing penetration from 9mm weapons, that if in fact the shooter was using an AR-15, the rounds that are fired from that, we are told the vest that police officers wear might not be effective in those cases. It's simply not a weapon that's used very often here in New York City. Another police car zooming by right now. But that's the latest from here at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center. The officer is inside, the condition unknown, but believed to be very, very serious, if not grave.
Yeah, Arthur, while I have you, because I do know that you have a number of sources and was hearing earlier that the shooter shot himself, what can you tell us regarding what you're hearing with that?
Yeah, so we see well, let's talk about the official word from the city. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch sending out a message that the shooter was neutralized. That language seems to imply that they did it. What our sources are telling us is that the shooter, if neutralized, was because of a quote-unquote self-inflicted gunshot wound that he was discovered on the 33rd floor of that building. Again, maybe the end result is the same in saying that the gunman is not believed to be a threat and that scene from an active shooter standpoint is under control, but our sources are saying that the shooter is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We do not know which weapon. The surveillance video, I don't know if we've been putting it on the air, shows the suspected gunman walking into that building, and it looks like 51st Street, by the way. I know we're talking a lot about 52nd Street, but it looked like he walked in through the 51st Street Park Avenue entrance and had a weapon in his right hand that resembled a camouflaged AR-15. Not sure right now that self-inflicted gunshot wound, what weapon was used. That's certainly something that we'd like to find out. But that's what we're hearing from our sources. Officially, the NYPD says that the gunman has been neutralized.
Yeah, and while I have you, Arthur, I mean, we did show that picture. It's kind of unbelievable. If you've seen the picture, it's just this man walking casually in, just strolling into that pavilion off of 51st. Looks like he's in a business suit. He's wearing sunglasses. He's got that weapon drawn to his side. Looks like he's just striding in. When you look at that picture, what do you make of it?
That's a great question right now. There is a casualness to it. It looks like he knew where he was going. Now, there are a lot of financial institutions in that building. It's been pointed out the NFL's offices are in that building, and I think at some point Deutsche Bank was in that building too. There is a vehicle outside that is of interest to investigators, and from our understanding, it's considered a luxury vehicle. So this individual may have had means. So that will all probably be folded into the key question of what was the motive behind today's shooting. Of course, it doesn't excuse it in any way, but investigators want to know what drove this. To also find out if he was working with any accomplices. Worth pointing out, immediately after he was found neutralized, that scene was still considered dangerous. They wanted to see if there were any other devices that might represent a danger in that building. And if obviously they want to know if he was acting alone. But certainly from that surveillance shot that you described, it looked like he was walking in by himself.
And seems like he's walking with purpose. Just a terrifying ordeal. We want to get out to Kendall Green right now. Arthur, thank you. Let's get to Kendall, who's on the scene right now. Kendall, you are talking to this gentleman who works at 399 Park, which is just a couple of blocks away from where the shooting happened.
Right. This gentleman, Shad, you were just a couple blocks from what should happen, and you said you were in shelter in place for how long?
For about like 2.5, 3 hours. We were stuck in there. They told us to stay put. They told us that there was something happening outside, and it's not safe to be out there. So we just tried to stay put and do what we can. Yeah.
And to know that shooting happened right there next door.
I walk that way. I walk that way all the time. Like I get lunch there. I sit there. I have a lot of friends that work around here, so it's just crazy to hear something is happening so close to you. Like you hear about it on the news, but then when it's right there, it's crazy.
And what's going through your mind? You said you have a whole bunch of friends that work here in this area. What was the sentiment when you talked to them about what was going on? Were they responsive?
No, I mean, as soon as I realized that, because it took me a second to realize, wait a minute, I have other people here too. And so I started calling people up. Thankfully, they were okay. Some people didn't come in today, which is great. But no, I mean, it was just straight panic, as soon as I heard it.
And what, you said 3 hours. What's going through your mind when you're in there and you're watching everything unfold?
Yeah, I mean, we weren't getting much news or information at all, as far as like from the company. I mean, obviously we're just kind of there, staying put, trying to hear what's happening. But I did hear from friends, and I heard from, certain news articles online that, basically what was happening, an active gunman walked in and he walked straight into a building. We weren't for sure, like we didn't know whether it was our building at first, so we were, it was straight panic right off the bat as far as just being concerned. But then once, even regardless, it was right next to us, so it was just really scary.
There's been images of that individual walking around with that weapon, with that assault rifle.
Yeah, I saw that picture, yeah.
And when you saw that, and you're seeing that's just a door over.
Yeah, no, I mean, those same steps, that same area, I walk through that all the time. So seeing that online and seeing that person with a gun walking right through it too, it just puts it into perspective. You don't know what's going to happen to you. You're not going to, you think it's not going to happen to you, and then it does, right?
And then all this police response. Nothing like you would have expected, I'm sure, right outside of where you were.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't. I would never expect that. Again, like this is a regular thing, walking through here. To hear someone just walk right through with a gun, it's just puts things into perspective. It's you got to be safe. You got to stay safe out there.
Thank you for making time. Sure. This is just one of several folks who were in a shelter in place, Shad there, and a lot of folks, they just tell me that they couldn't. It took a while for it to sink in what was going on, and then when they got the details of what was going on, as they got them slowly, similar to how we did, then it started to sink in, and they knew it was a really serious situation. Shad there, similar to other witnesses, that similar one we told you about, who was watching things unfold from the top. He showed me some of the video of it, and it looked like that black BMW in question in the middle of it, that was connected to everything that was going on. That's the latest here in Midtown so far, Natasha.
All right, Kendall, thank you so much. Yeah, if you're just joining us, a really scary situation out in Midtown Manhattan. At least 2 people have been shot by a gunman who we do have pictures of, just seeing casually walking in with a weapon by his side. We're hearing reports that it was an AR-15. This is all happening at 51st and Park Avenue, that entrance there. A number of major businesses in the building where the shooting took place, the NFL headquarters, JP Morgan, Blackstone. So a lot of hedge funds, law firms, like a lot of financial institutions in that area. This unfolding around 6:10 p.m., end of the workday. A lot of people going home. It's a very transient area. There's a subway station, 53rd and Lex nearby. And look at this video. I mean, you can see police running to that building where the shooting happened with their guns drawn. And at some point, you can even see other people, and looks like just employees. I mean, you think about these buildings have hundreds of employees just running out. We've talked to a number of people who were evacuated 30 to 45 minutes, just trying to get home and not really knowing what's going on, hearing gunshots. And then we also do have Arthur Sheehan, who is on the Upper East Side. This is NYU Presbyterian, York Avenue, and that's where we know that an officer was taken to the hospital. We're trying to learn more information about that officer, but one officer has been shot, another person at least, in what appears to be a very scary situation unfolding in the middle of the day. We do have Arthur Sheehan, who's live. Arthur, what can you tell us? Have you heard anything about the officer's condition?
We have heard some things, mainly that our police sources tell us that he was brought here after the shooting. It was being treated. We do not know the specific nature of his injuries that we can share. One source said it was that the officer was in very bad shape, possibly with a gunshot wound to the chest, if not more. That has yet to be confirmed by the NYPD. As for the scene here, police officials continue to arrive. As we said, at this point, it was about 15 minutes ago that the president of the PBA, which is the Police Benevolent Association, arrived here at the scene. And that is the union that represents patrolmen, which we are told from sources that this officer is. We're told this officer might have his regular duty in the Bronx at a precinct up there, but was serving in a paid capacity as additional security at that building because, as you pointed out, there are some very important financial institutions and other organizations that are in that building. Right now, police continue to arrive here. You're going to see some people come around the corner over here. It is very tense out here, which does not bode well for how things are probably going on upstairs. There's no sense that anybody's relaxed or relieved. Quite the opposite at this point. And that, that continues to be the scene here, if that answers your question.
Last time we spoke, you'd mentioned something about the police officer and whether or not the officer was wearing a vest. Any more information regarding that?
Yeah, interesting you bring that up. We have had further conversations about it. NYPD officers generally do wear bulletproof vests, which our understanding are very effective in stopping gunfire from 9mm weapons, which is a lot of what we see here in the city. Our understanding is that there are more rounded bullets that it fires. Obviously, nobody wants to get shot with that either. But when it comes to an AR-15, both some of our own crews and sources are telling us that fires a much more powerful round and one that is pointed. So the ability for that that type of round to penetrate is much more deadly. Just the fact that this officer was shot, for instance, if he was shot in the chest, doesn't mean he wasn't wearing his vest. He could have been wearing his vest, but an AR-15 is such a powerful weapon that it will penetrate a police vest. We're told that round is called the 5.56, and we'll look that up and see what that looks like. And this is all based on information on that surveillance video capture that you said we've been showing, which was in the right hand of the alleged gunman as he walked into that building. It looked like a type of dark brown camouflage that was on it, but our law enforcement sources tell us it looks pretty clear to them that that's an AR-15.
And Arthur, the scene has been contained. The suspect has been neutralized. Sources are telling us that the suspect shot himself. What more information can you tell us about that?
right, we can tell you that the suspect was found on the 33rd floor. We should also share that the official police word on it, because we have to share the official information, comes from the NYPD's Commissioner Jessica Tisch, who says that the suspect has been neutralized. If that implies somebody else did it, we want to point out that our sources are telling us that he is dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Again, we don't know which weapon he used. Putting an AR-15 at oneself would be somewhat unusual, but our photojournalist Pete Zanante just showing me the difference between a 9mm ammunition and that of a 5.56 round of an AR-15, and it is exactly as it's been described to us. 9mm are rounded bullets, and AR-15s look like little pointed missiles. So for police officers who are used to guarding us, keeping us safe in urban environments, that's not the weapon that they're usually up against. So it was a pretty unfair advantage on this gunman's part, aside from the surprise also.
Yeah, and we are also just piecing together stories that we're hearing from eyewitnesses. Arthur, we heard people say that they heard gunshots being fired. We heard that, that there could have been a potential bank robbery, and then hearing that this suspect made it up to 33rd floor before shooting himself. Are you hearing anything about, I know that we're speculating and we're putting together information based on eyewitness reports, but are you hearing anything from sources on what exactly transpired?
We are hearing that multiple people were shot. That includes the police officer. We have it on pretty good authority that the police officer is here at New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center. Here on the Upper East Side, we also are hearing that multiple individuals who were shot at the scene were brought to Bellevue Hospital, which is a couple miles south of here. As for the motive, that is really unknown at this point. All we know is that he showed up in that luxury car. I heard my colleague Kendall Green point out that it is a black BMW. That matches with what's been described to us as well. But for him to walk in, unfortunately, bank robberies in New York City are fairly commonplace. A lot of times people walk up and hand the teller a note and says, I have a gun, give me all the cash that's there. Unfortunately, it is something that banks, commercial banks, which is on the ground floor of that building, if I recall correctly, are accustomed to dealing with. We don't hear about people walking into banks with an AR-15, so if that in fact did happen, that's something that we haven't heard just yet, but hopefully we'll get that from city officials, importantly, when they do finally brief us on this.
Yeah, Arthur, we are talking about an AR-15 style gun. We keep showing this picture of the suspect walking into that pavilion on 51st and Park, and it really is a stunning picture because it says a lot without saying a lot. It looks like this shooter is walking with purpose, wearing a business suit, sunglasses, with just unbelievable to have an AR-15, a weapon like that out, just walking in. Feels very eerie, feels casual, and the middle of the day. I guess, Arthur, paint a picture of what it feels like when you look at this picture, knowing that this is happening after 6 o'clock, people are getting out of work, and it's just a scary, scary ordeal.
Yeah, it is an incredibly vibrant area. Well, we talk about it being a commercial district, but right where that area is that we see in that picture him walking through is a public plaza. It's got water fountains. That's where they hold concerts, events out there for the public to enjoy. And if I'm not there right now, but if recollection serves, right south of that, right on the other side of the street of that, is St. Bart's Cathedral. Also very known for a very peaceful place. So to talk about how jarring this must have been for that area, that simply doesn't happen. Also worth pointing out that that is just a block away from the 17th Precinct Station House, which is on 51st Street between 3rd Avenue and Lexington Avenue. So for this location to be chosen, it really boggles the mind. I obviously feel very badly for the people who had to sort of wake up to this reality of what was happening around there for him. But that is, there are parts of the city that probably have higher crime rates. That is not one of them.
Yeah, I can't imagine just loved ones and people who work there. They must be shaken going to work tomorrow after seeing a scene like that. All right, Arthur, we got to leave the conversation with you there. Really appreciate you talking to me. Let's go to Linda Schmidt, who is live on the scene. Linda, what can you tell us?
Well, first, I just want to give you a heads up. The light on top of the camera here keeps flickering off and on. So if that happens, I just want you guys to be aware and our viewers to be aware of what's happening. We are at 50th and Lexington, and this is where we have been for quite some time now. And there are police, hundreds of police still on the scene. Lexington is still closed off from 50th until at least 52nd Street because this happened right around the corner from where we are right now. But I want to bring in our colleague, Matt Onimus. Now, Matt was on his way home from work when this all started happening at around 10 after 6, and he actually heard some of the gunshots. But you and I were talking earlier multiple times, and you were saying that he had to have had a car because that huge AR-15 that he was walking with on Park Avenue, someone at some point would have noticed it and called 911.
Yeah, from that security picture, there's a big wide open area, like a big esplanade right in front of the Bank of America. I mean, somebody, and he seemed like he was all alone. Somebody walking with an AR-15 down Park Avenue and in that area, they would have seen him a lot sooner. I was walking home from work. I had my headphones on, so I didn't really hear anything, but I saw a rush of people rush past me, which then caused me to take my headphones out, and somebody said gunshots, shooter. I turned around, and I was in between 51st and 50th. I turned around, and I saw police officers heading back around the Bank of America, so I walked back. I called the newsroom, and I said, there's something going on. And I started with my phone just recording, seeing what I could see, and I saw officers with their guns drawn on the side entrance, not at Bank of America on Park Avenue, but right on 51st. Yeah, and they were, hiding behind planters, behind the building, and then they went in. A few minutes later, people who looked like they worked in the building came running out in a panic. They looked distressed. And then shortly after that, 4 officers came out, and they were carrying what looked like to me another officer who looked injured. They were carrying him by the arms and the legs across the esplanade and onto Park Avenue, either to a cop car or ambulance. And then just police officers just ascended onto the whole scene, ambulance, and it just became just a lot of police presence after that.
And when you first got here, too, you said when you had your headphones on and people started rushing towards you, you could also see the fear in their face.
Yeah, that's why I took my headphones off. Normally, like you put your headphones on and those AirPods, you can kind of tune out everything. I won't do that ever again, especially walking in the city, because I could see, and there was a family with a little girl, and she looked scared. So I took my headphones off, and then I heard somebody say gunshots, and then as I walked back to 51st, I heard a gunshot. I didn't hear a rapid fire, but I heard a gunshot. And later, when I was walking around kind of filming with my iPhone, I talked to somebody who said that a woman who was sitting at the church there saw someone walking with an AR-15 and then heard automatic gunfire.
Right. And when we first got here, we got on the scene here, I guess it was around 6:30, Gus. Was it about that time? Gus is the cameraman, Gus Batista. Anyway, we got here about 6:30. It was organized chaos. I mean, the temperature here and the feeling of everybody within like a 4-block area, there was panic. There was some mass panic going on here, and police officers, literally hundreds of them, running around everywhere trying to keep the public safe, pushing back not just the media but also the public, because people are just walking around. They're on their way home from work. Some of these people shopping, tourists in the area, and you have no idea. Sometimes you just stumble onto this. You could be 2 or 3 blocks away and have no idea that anything like this is going on, and then suddenly you stumble onto this chaos that's happening. Now, the FBI is on the scene here, state police, excuse me, the NYPD, Attorney General Pam Bondi said that the DOJ, the FBI, working here with local authorities with this investigation now tonight, and this scene is not going to be cleared up for at least hours. Now, one thing I can say, and I think you probably agree with me, that things are much calmer here now because everybody knows that the shooter has been neutralized. So there is a totally different feeling right now. Don't you agree?
Yeah, Yes, absolutely. But also, too, there was a feeling of like people couldn't really believe what was going on. So people didn't just, initially people ran when they heard gunfire and ran past me, which caused my attention. But then some people were kind of loitering around, not believing what was going on, maybe. Even though we saw officers with their guns drawn, there were still people kind of hanging around 51st Street. And then once time went on and more officers came, they started pushing people back to get out of the way and make room for other vehicles and SWAT team and things like that.
See, and the thing, too, you're talking about other people not really realizing what's going on and then having to be pushed back. Gus, I want you to go ahead. I want you to show this crowd of people here. Now, again, this is the northeast corner, and we are at Lexington and 50th Street. And they've probably got, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 people over there. These people are now just standing around for most of them. They're here because they're curious about what is going on. Obviously, they've seen a lot on social media, so they've heard about what's going on here. And then a lot of people then in situations like this race to scenes like this because they're curious. They want to see what's happening. They want to be able to get their own videos and post their videos. And some of this turns into a problem for the police because then they try to cross police lines. We saw that earlier. Gus got some video of a couple of people getting arrested because police at that point didn't know what was going on. They just knew there was an active shooter, and they kept trying to push people, not physically push them, but direct them away from the area that was dangerous, and people weren't listening to them. So they had to take a couple of people, at least that we saw, into custody. Natasha, back to you. You have any questions?
Yeah, Linda, I have to say that when I first got reports of this shooting, my heart stopped because my sister used to work in that area with a private equity firm, and there are a lot of financial institutions in that building, 345 Park. I have a number of friends who texted me. One of my friends just left the building right before this scene unfolded. And also I'm seeing, you said this earlier, looking at that picture of that suspect just kind of casually walking into that pavilion on 51st and Park, business suit, wearing sunglasses, AR-15 by his side. But what did you feel when you first saw that picture?
It was stunning to me. I mean, you would think after all of the things that I've seen in this news business that I wouldn't be stunned, but I still am. When I see something like that, it's jaw-dropping because you see this man and he's very, he's put together. He's got a cool look to him. His hair, he's got the sunglasses on. He's got a nice blazer, a collared shirt. He's got dark pants. It looks like blue jeans. It looks like a nice pair of sneakers. And then he's on Park Avenue of all places, with an AR-15 at 6 o'clock at night, just walking around. But he was also, it wasn't casual. It was a look of he had a sense of purpose. Obviously, he did because he had an AR-15 with him. But he had a mission. He was focused. He was looking straight. He wasn't looking around. He wasn't lollygagging. He had pulled up apparently in a car, got out of the car, walked into that building with the AR-15 and started shooting. And it's just, it is shocking to me. It's still shocking at this. I've been in the news business for 38 years. And when I see something like that, it's still stunning. Yeah. And heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking that could happen.
Yeah. When people are leaving work, heading back home, and you think your loved ones are there, and then those people who rushed out, and Matt talked about seeing people just terrified and seeing that terror in their eyes. It really is such a scary situation. Linda, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I want to go now to Kirk Burkhalter. He's a retired NYPD detective and New York Law School professor. Kirk, thank you so much for joining us. What's your reaction to what unfolded tonight in Midtown Manhattan?
Well, it's kind of unbelievable, but unfortunately, it's a little bit of par for the course. I mean, since we can go back to 1998, 99, with the shooting at Columbine, we have seen this proliferation of active shooters attacking venues and office buildings and schools and other places where one wouldn't expect this. So it's not expected, but yet it's not totally incredible. As you just reported, him walking with that, what appears to be a replica assault rifle in Midtown Manhattan, is just unbelievable. Now, as a native New Yorker, see people walk around Manhattan with all types of just bizarre things. But it's amazing he could walk past so many folks and no one could actually be alerted and gain access to a building and so forth. So it's just rather incredible.
Yeah, it's a really scary situation as people are getting out of work, heading home. We show that picture of the suspect, and he's wearing sunglasses, he's got a suit on, jeans, nice shoes. Looks like he's walking with purpose and with a mission. And with that AR-15, that assault weapon right next to him, just holding it down. You know, as a retired detective, what are things now that the NYPD is doing to figure out a motive?
Sure. Well, the NYPD is at some point in the near future will wind down its initial response once they determine, you know, there are no devices, there is no one injured that they have yet to locate and so forth. And the next phase will be this investigative phase of, as you mentioned, determining a motive. And also, we don't know yet if there are any other persons in any way, shape, or form involved whereby they may incur criminal liability. So we saw this, for instance, with Luigi, the shooting that Luigi Mangione allegedly committed. I think one of the main things we'll see the police department do is scrubbing video from all over that particular area. That's a really active area of Manhattan, and there are a lot of video cameras, private security cameras, private video cameras, public video cameras, and the police department, as we learned, has an entire unit. So that's one of the first things they will do. The shooter has also been tentatively identified. So what the police department will attempt to confirm that identification through fingerprints or other types of forensic data. And you know, initial reports is that the shooter is from Las Vegas, Nevada. So they will immediately, if that is the case, immediately engage with the law enforcement authorities in Las Vegas and try to track down this person, where they lived and so forth, and try to determine any motivation. And obviously the final step, or not final step, but a major step will be a really deep dive into any social media footprint that this shooter may have.
Do you think, in terms of the motive, just any speculation of it being this building, 345 Park, has so many financial institutions in it, hedge funds, banks, law firms, Blackstone is there, NFL headquarters, so finance heavy in that area. Is it anything motive related to do with that? And also it being one block from the 17th precinct, so it appeared that police response was very fast.
Well, that's a distinctive possibility. I mean, I would go as far as to say quite often what we see in these cases is the shooter in some way, shape, or form felt aggrieved, either personally or on behalf of another person or persons. So I would think the first thing the police department is going to do is look at who occupies that space, what business entities are in that space. You have the NFL, you have Blackstone, you have various law firms. So I would not be surprised to find that the shooter has had some form of history with one of those business entities. Needless to say, he had to walk by several other businesses, you mentioned a precinct and so forth, to get to this one specific building. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that he had some type of beef or grievance with some entity in that building, or person even.
Yeah, pretty wild scene there. Kirk Burkhalter, retired NYPD detective, thank you so much for joining us and for your insight.
You're quite welcome.
All right, now I believe we're going to go to Kendall Green, who is on the scene. Kendall, any more information you can share with us?
Hey, good evening, Natasha. I'm just telling you a lot about the witnesses who were working here in this building on 399 Park Avenue. They were alerted about the shooting, but within about 2 to 3 minutes of it happening, and the police presence went from a few officers to the droves that you see right here, right now. You still see still an active scene, still a bunch of folks, law enforcement here in the area, but we spoke with several folks who work in the finance industry who were telling us that they got the alert and they were put on They were on the 30th floor where they could see a lot of the action taking place, and they were told to shelter in place. Now, from that corner building, well, from that corner office, they saw that black BMW with believed to be connected with that perpetrator, and they saw all the connections going on. Well, they saw what was going on there, but they told me that they were told to stay in place, and many of them, they told us they didn't think that something like this would happen so close to where they work. Some of them, many folks out here, they were shopping. There were folks that just live out here, and with these with professionals here in this building, just simply stunned by everything that was going on.
So we do know now that the scene is contained. The shooter has been neutralized. What's the mood out there now? Because I know earlier Linda said that things are really calming down. From when you first got to the scene to now, how have you seen the mood shift?
Yeah, from where I am, there was maybe 3-4 dozen people, 50, 60 lining the streets. Now it's maybe looks like between 20 and 30 still with their phones out, just recording what's going on, standing by, trying to get more information of it. But earlier, this place was packed, and police officers were moving folks out the way, telling us to get back. At first, we were really close to the building right here at 399 Park. They moved us across the street. We were here for a while, and since then, this, as you said, has died down quite a bit. But still, a lot of folks out here.
Yeah, and still heavy police presence there. How far are you from where that BMW is located? Just trying to get an idea of, how maybe they've been, detectives have been investigating this, or where exactly the scene is centering.
Well, I'm here at 54th Street. This took place about a block away from where I'm standing. If you see a bunch of the officers. If you were to cut past one of the NYPD officers, that vehicle there, you can see that's where everything is located. So Park Avenue is right here to my left, and then further down is where that scene is. That center of the scene is.
Yeah. Quite a massive scene out there, because we know Linda is down near the 51st area too, and has been moved a few times as they look to kind of have this perimeter filled with police. All right, Kendall Green, thank you very much. If you are joining us right now, we do want to let you know that there was a shooting in Midtown Manhattan in a very busy office building there. At least 2 people have been shot. One person was the officer. Are we going to Arthur Sheehan now? Okay, and this is all happening at 51st between Park and Lexington Avenue, but truly that entire area has been affected with heavy police activity. There is a black BMW that is being searched right now just to figure out, what's going on and where the scene, what had happened with the shooter. We want to go to Arthur Sheehan right now. He is live from NYU Presbyterian on the Upper East Side. This is where that officer who was shot has been taken to. Arthur, what can you tell us?
We can tell you that police brass continue to arrive right now. I'm looking at a car with lights and sirens, and we've seen members of the police department that we recognize arriving here. Let's see if this pulls in behind us here. This vehicle here might be Mayor Adams, who we are told is on his way down here. This is New York Presbyterian Weill Cornell Medical Center here on York Avenue between 68th Street and 70th Street. Another convoy is coming. And I'm going to ask, our photojournalist Pete Sanate is already focused on the vehicle, but 2 are coming right behind him and splintering off. All right, so there are multiple entrances into this building, and they look to be going in different ways. But the latest word that we had from Mayor Adams himself is that he was on his way to the hospital. We're told that some of those shot were brought to Bellevue Hospital, which is a couple miles south of here, and then that the officer who was shot is here. What we have learned since, Natasha, last time we spoke is that confirmed that this officer was on paid detail and is generally stationed to the 47th Precinct Station House, which is in the borough of the Bronx. Paid detail is a paid assignment that officers are are allowed to work at if it has prior approval. And a lot of businesses, whether they be commercial buildings or commercial businesses that want to beef up their security, often pay for an additional uniformed police officer to be present to make things safer. One of the things that we've also learned, Natasha, since last speaking to you, we've heard from multiple sources that this officer is a relatively young member of the NYPD and has about 4 years on the job. In terms of his condition, we do not have official word from the city yet, and we are waiting for that. Our sources told us that his condition was considered to be very serious, if not grave, as he arrived here at this hospital. We are seeing from the posture of police arriving here at the scene, and there's another one coming around, that this is a very tense scene. A lot of times when an officer's been shot, they immediately try to set up something to brief the media on what happened, and thus far right now we do not see that being set up. And if it's of interest to you, Natasha, we're learning some about the vehicle that's being searched that my colleague Kendall Green has been describing, a black BMW. Our sources tell us there might have been prescription medication in that vehicle. Our source also tells us that there were bags of additional ammunition, additional rounds in a box, in Ziploc bags, and then contained in a box that was also found in that vehicle. Of course, they are looking to confirm that that was the vehicle that belonged to the gunman, and that's all part of that investigation right now. Natasha?
That's really important information that you're sharing. Also, the fact that this weapon, AR-15, and perhaps this officer, we don't know if they were wearing a vest. And like you said earlier when we talked to you, just really an unfair advantage. Talk to us a little bit about the AR-15 and what we're hearing about the weapon that was used.
Right. By all assumptions right now is that the officer was wearing a bulletproof vest. The information that we're getting is that the bulletproof vest that NYPD officers wear is very effective, but mainly effective in urban environments where weapons like 9mm are used. As I say this, there's yet another official New York City law enforcement vehicle going by us here. And those rounds tend to be smaller, than tend to be rounded. They're very deadly, but we're told that when it comes to AR-15s, the exit velocity of that weapon is much higher, and the bullets are longer and come to a sharp end in the front, and they tend to penetrate things like vests far more effectively. The talk amongst law enforcement officials that we're sources that we're talking to is that a bulletproof vest might stop as many as 2 or 3 9mm bullets, but when up against an assault weapon, it's just not meant to. It's not meant to do that. There's no way to prepare for this. We want to see what it is that's happening over here right now as more police vehicles continue to show up here. But yeah, that's a point that's been raised. This officer may have taken every precaution that he was supposed to, and by all assumptions he did, but in a surprise situation and against that kind of weapon, unsure. But also important to know that it's possible that looking at the rounds that were in the vehicle, that perhaps this gunman had more than one weapon on him. In addition to the AR-15, he might have also had a handgun. That's something that investigators are looking into right now.
Yeah, really sad situation there, and a very tense situation that Arthur is describing right now. Arthur, thank you so much for joining us. Right now, we want to go to Mike Alcazar. He's a former NYPD detective, John Jay professor. Mike, I've talked to you on air, breaking news, a number of issues. We just heard from Arthur that the officer was on paid detail, paid assignment where you get prior approval. A young member of the NYPD, 4 years on the job. It's just a sad situation. What do you make about what happened in Midtown Manhattan today?
Yeah, it's a tragic situation. We have this individual armed to the hilt, armed with a weapon that, like Arthur covered, that our vests will not protect us from. And this police officer, if he only has his sidearm, he's not really equipped to handle a situation like this. So a heroic effort on that police officer to, potentially stop this perpetrator. So, he had to think fast. Hopefully we're wishing for the best for his, his recovery. Again, a very scary situation for everybody in Midtown Manhattan during this shooting spree.
Just, so scary. Number of hedge funds in that area, banks, law firms, all of this unfolding just after 6 o'clock. People are finishing up their shift. It's a transient area. And then we see a picture of that suspect just walking, looking like he's on a mission, sunglasses on, just out openly carrying that AR-15. It truly is a shocking image. When you looked at that, what did you think?
The first thing that came into my mind is that this could have been a lot worse. I mean, we don't know the official count. I heard it was like 6 people shot, but it's a very dense population in Midtown over there, and this could have been a really bad shooting.
I think now comes time to check what that motive was, as detectives are trying to piece together the story of why this man decided to do what he did. Take us through the process of that and what NYPD, FBI might be doing at this time.
Yeah, so once they identify the perpetrator, they're going to go through his, electronic history, his arrest history. Any recent complaints that might have been lodged against him, any other complaints that he might have lodged against anybody. Where did he work? Did he work in this building? Was he recently terminated? It's a lot. It's a lot to sift through. It's a lot of information to go through. The vehicle that he drove in, where did it come from? A lot of video surveillance, so we're going to have to track his way of travel. Are there any potential accomplices? Did anybody help him? So, a lot of processing right now. A lot of interviews. They're going to interview the witnesses that were on the scene. Any potential tips that are coming through right now through Crime Stoppers that might help us identify the perpetrator and his motive. So I'm sure all that information is being gathered right now and being processed.
And sources say that there's a black BMW 2 in question, and they're finding prescription meds in there, bags of ammo. What do you make of that information that we're getting?
Well, again, if they identify the vehicle does in fact belong to him, we're going to check any kind of history, talk to family members, friends that might identify, is he mentally ill? Are there issues that were, we've seen recently an active shooter, I believe in Georgia, where he was this guy was a patient. So it's a lot to investigate to find out what his motive is. Why did he pick this building? What is in that building? What's on the 33rd floor? Why did he go there? So it's a lot of information to investigate.
Yeah, and Mike, when you think about it, hundreds of employees in that building too had to shelter in place. They're going home after witnessing something so terrifying, and they got to go back to work tomorrow. What do you make of that? And do you think that with the scene being contained, is it safe for them to return tomorrow, or what's the situation there? What's your best advice?
Probably not. I mean, this is a large crime scene. They're still processing it. We don't know where this perpetrator went in the building. We don't, his path of where he walked towards the buildings, because it's an extremely large crime scene to process. They're going to have to recover whatever evidence they have inside the building, spent shells, his fingerprints, any video surveillance. I don't see him processing it by tomorrow. They're going to be working overnight. Crime scene's going to be processing the scene. Investigators are going to be gathering evidence. Lots of those offices will be closed off. So unlikely that it'll be open for business tomorrow.
That's really interesting. That's a huge business, 345 Park Ave. I mean, you've got Blackstone in there, the NFL headquarters, JP Morgan, Bank of America in that area too. So tomorrow, that building, from your experience, might not be open?
Highly unlikely. It's especially a police officer was shot and other victims were shot. It's a lot of information we have to gather. We have to maintain and preserve that crime scene. We cannot have it disturbed, and we don't want to release it early either, because we need as much evidence gathered and processed, to investigate what happened, why he did this, what weapon was used, what kind of ammo. So it's a lot. It's a lot to process.
Yeah, and a block away from the 17th precinct too. My first question that comes to mind is, how does this man just carry an AR-15 and walk through this busy area, perhaps pass by that precinct without being stopped?
Yeah, I'm sure witnesses saw him and they thought it was unusual. I'm sure they reported it to 911. I'm guessing there was no police presence. You know, of course, we have a shortage of police officers, so maybe there were no police officers on the scene except for this young police officer that was working paid detail. So that's something telling about our lack of omnipresence right now. Again, because of the shortage of police officers, you know, throughout the country. So it's more important than ever, you know, that we have a full police department. So very telling right now that no police officer was on scene to stop this guy until he went into the building and met up with this heroic police officer.
Do you think there's going to be a conversation started about the kind of vest that the officer was wearing?
100%. There is no conversation. That vest cannot withstand an assault weapon, a high-capacity rifle. It's just not designed for that. It's not graded for that. It'll go through it. I hate to say it, let's go through it like, you know, hot steel through butter. Butter, you know, it's just not gonna stop it. Fortunately, these events, these crimes don't happen often, and we don't need these vests, but they'll probably revisit it. But you know, his weapon too was lacking. It's not something that can stop somebody with a high capacity rifle. We don't carry that much ammo to deal with somebody with this much ammunition and this kind of a weapon.
You know, we're getting ready to take an NYPD presser. Mayor Adams will be addressing the city. What do you expect him to say?
Well, I expect him to give us like an update on the victims, the police officer, hopefully the identity of the suspect, and perhaps if they have a motive already, and how did he, you know, how did he his life ended. So we want to know if it was actually like, did he take his own life, or was it police involved?
Yeah, a lot of questions, and hopefully we'll get some clarity from that press conference with Mayor Adams. All right, Mike Alcazar, appreciate you as always. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Now I want to take you to earlier. Linda Schmidt was talking to Matt Onimus, who was heading home just moments after he heard that shooting.
Now, Matt, who works with us, we've worked with each other for more than 20 years. He was on his way home from work. And so, Matt, I want you to describe, because not many people got to see what you got to see. Talk to me about it.
Yeah. I was walking home, going to Grand Central to take the train home, and about 6:20. And all of a sudden, I had headphones on, and all of a sudden, just a rush of people were running past me, and more so than just a couple of people. So I took my headphones off, and somebody said gunshots, shooting, and I turned back and I saw some people, it quieted down for a second, and some people were walking back towards 51st Street. So I started walking back to check it out. I saw officers with their guns drawn. I immediately called Fox 5 and talked to our news director and said there's something going on. And then I just got my phone out and I started shooting video of just the officers around the Bank of America building, about to go in, just hiding behind, you know, trees and the planters that were there. Right. And then they ended up going into the side entrance, and then a few minutes later, people started coming out. People that looked like they worked in the building running out, and then 4 officers came out, and they were carrying what looked like to me another officer that looked injured. They were carrying him by arms and legs, and carrying him to an ambulance or to another police car.
They were running basically with him.
Yeah, and it went on for a while because the police had their guns drawn for a long time, and they kept. Nobody knew what to do, so people were just still milling about 51st Street. I did hear a few gunshots, and then officers started flooding the area and then pushing people back, and that's where we are right now. Is more than ambulance and officers just started coming into the area.
And now you and I have seen, because one of our colleagues was able to get a picture of the suspect. There's 2 pictures of him, and he looks like a guy. It looks like he's about late 30s, early 40s. He's wearing dark sunglasses. He's got black curly hair. He looks to be like he's dressed like a hip guy, and he's wearing a blazer, a collared shirt that's either white or light blue, jeans and sneakers, and he is carrying what has been told to us is an AR-15, carrying it like this. Now, I don't know if you can see, and now an AR-15 would go from like here on me up to about here. In broad daylight, walking down Park Park Avenue and going through an esplanade that is normally a very busy area at that time of night because people are on their way home from work, and you're in Midtown, lots of financial industries here along Park Avenue, walking with purpose, and you can see the intenseness on his face. He was on his way to do something, and you get the same feel looking at those pictures.
I mean, that area was wide open too, so walking with an AR-15 down Park Avenue, you wonder if he got out of a car right there or how far he was walking. It was a big, wide open area, and there's nobody else around him, and you can see from that security photo, it's just him. And it does look like an AR-15 rifle. And when I was taking videos, I talked to one eyewitness that said that he spoke to a woman that was sitting right there. She saw somebody walk in with an AR-15, and she heard automatic fire. And that's what she told this gentleman who told me.
And if you're joining us now, I'm Duarte Geraldino taking over for Natasha right now. We have a developing story. There was a shooter in Midtown Manhattan just after 6:30 p.m. Monday. A man with a rifle and a bulletproof vest, he was wearing a bulletproof vest at the time, walked into the lobby of 345 Park Avenue and opened fire. This is the major office tower that houses companies, some of the biggest names in finance right now. We're talking about Blackstone, KPMG, and of course the NFL. This was a developing story with a lot of locations went on lockdown. 3 people were shot. A police officer working private security and 2 civilians. They were shot. The officer is expected to survive. One of the civilians is in critical condition right now. Now, after the shooting, the gunman, we're told, ran upstairs and barricaded himself on one of the upper floors. A short time later, he was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, police and the FBI, they responded very, very quickly, and the FBI actually helped with this investigation. By around 8 p.m., the building was secure. Hundreds of people in that area, and this is a densely populated area, had to shelter in place during this lockdown. And city officials, including Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul, they asked the public to stay away from East 52nd Street while this investigation was continuing. And right now, there's no ongoing threat, but a lot of people are just shaken because of the risks of mass shootings and the idea of this guy walking in to a major financial building and opening fire, just shooting people in the lobby. It's almost unbelievable, but it happened. It's shocking. And then the ease with which he was able to walk in there and then somehow get up to some of the upper floors. And right now, again, there's no ongoing threat, but the shooter's identity and motive, well, that's still being investigated. Now, we have a lot of coverage. We've been on this for hours right now, where we are trying to piece together the elements to this story. What happened? Why was he there? What did he want? Did he actually have a connection to that building? And how long, if at all, this was being planned? Once again, just after 6:30 p.m., a man with a rifle and a bulletproof vest, so there was some sort of planning involved, walked into the lobby of 345 Park Avenue and just opened fire. Just opened fire. This is, again, a major office tower with some of the biggest names in finance. 3 people were shot. A police officer working private security and 2 civilians. We understand that this police officer who was working private security, he was there trying to earn extra money. So he wasn't there on an official New York City job, but he was actually getting paid extra money to work security to keep the people in this building safe. And he was shot. Now, after the shooting, the gunman runs upstairs. It was a frantic situation and barricaded himself on one of the upper floors. A short time later, he was found dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Again, we're still trying to find out what the motive is. What was he trying to accomplish? Was this always going to be some sort of suicide mission? These are the big questions that investigators are trying to piece together. And right now, they are trying to get as much surveillance footage as possible. New York City has some of the most surveilled streets in the world. There are many private cameras, there are public cameras, and all of them may have caught him walking into that building, may have caught him several blocks away for that matter. Where did he take out that weapon? What kind of bag was he wearing? All these things are questions that investigators are going to roll back all that footage and try to determine as he walked into the building. I mean, these are key elements. And then, of course, Why wasn't he stopped sooner? These are big issues. Now, police and the FBI responded very, very, very quickly. The FBI was on scene. They were working. And again, by 8 p.m., the building was secure. Hundreds of people had to shelter in place during this lockdown, which was frightening. I mean, some of our crews, they spoke to people who are still in shock, who can't believe they had to go in lockdown in Midtown Manhattan because of an active shooter situation where a police officer had been shot. There's a whole lot of questions tonight, and we're going to bring you a lot of coverage where we're going to have experts who are going to be talking about the elements of this investigation and what can be done to prevent a situation like this. We always talk about lockdowns. We always talk about preparation. But to see it actually happen again at this level in a building like this, that's raising eyebrows tonight. That is raising some big eyebrows tonight. Now, city officials and the mayor, Eric Adams, they're still working right now, and the governor, Kathy Hochul, they've asked the public to stay away because they're still gathering evidence and doing some interviews. And you're looking at this video right now. You can see the officers with their weapons drawn, prepared to shoot in the event of something happening. Again, a shaky situation. They were standing at the door. You can see them right now, peering in, trying to figure out if this man was working by himself, if he had intelligence inside, if he was going after a particular target. You're looking at him right now. You see in that yellow box, this is the suspect that reportedly walked into that building, and what he is holding on his right hand is that weapon. We're giving you a closer look right now. You can see him holding it. This is a major weapon. He's wearing sunglasses. He looks like a very sophisticated person, anyone who would be in this area, but for the fact that he's wearing a weapon. He's carrying this weapon, and he's walking very, very calmly into this building right now. This camera caught him, and investigators are now combing the area. They're trying to gather more camera footage to see how many other cameras caught him. And at what point was it clear that he was on this attack mission? You can look at that weapon, and you have to imagine the people around in the area, they look fairly calm. You can see those two gentlemen up in the center of your screen above him, all calm. This guy has a weapon. Again, we don't know a motive for this attack. We don't even know his identity right now. He's wearing sunglasses. Difficult to tell who this man is. You can even see people sitting around. No one was shocked as he was walking toward that building. That gives you an understanding of how calm he was as he approached the building, prepared to shoot people. We understand that he shot multiple people. We don't know what his goal was, how many more he wanted to kill. And eventually, we understand the initial reports are telling us that he died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. At this point in the investigation, investigators want to know who he is, exactly where he lives, who he lived with, and they're going to be combing his internet history to find out if this was planned. You can see all the officers on your screen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on there. Weapons drawn once again, because they didn't know if there were more shooters in this location. All they knew was that there was an active shooter, an officer down, 2 people shot, and then he's running up a building that had hundreds of people working in this building, housing some of the biggest names in finance. So there are a lot of high-profile targets. We don't know what connection he has. It's still too early to know what connection he has to this building. That's going to be the bigger question. Did he choose this building? Did it mean something to him? We don't know these things right now. But what we do know is that an officer is shot, civilians are shot, and the city right now is in shock, absolute shock. A scene like this we've seen unfold in a lot of different other countries, some parts of the U.S. But here, you can see this woman running outside. She has her bag. She's running outside after having been locked in. Another gentleman, you can see him in a suit and a tie. He's trying to run out of this building because there was an active shooter. Again, this is footage taken earlier in the day. There's no threat right now. But the type of emotional stress that this has put on the city is evident. And we now know, obviously, they're going to be investigating. How did a man with a weapon like this get so close to this building, manage to walk in? Everyone, you can see people, they're looking around in shock. Some walking calmly, wondering what exactly is happening. Again, if you are joining us right now, the headline is, there was an active shooter in Midtown Manhattan. He walked into the building, 345 Park Avenue, one of the most high-profile buildings in the city. You can see a picture of him right now. We have circled him out in this yellow box, a close-up shot. You can see him with that weapon in his right hand, walking incredibly calmly into this building. Big questions tonight. Why this building? Was this planned? Is he connected to anyone? Did he have any intelligence? How was he able to get that close? And then, how was he able to get up to some of the upper floors? We understand that he was barricading himself on some of the upper floors. The question is, how did he know to go there? Why there? Now, the shooter, again, opened fire in the lobby. He struck at least 3 people, including an NYPD officer. That officer was not there on official duty. He was working private security, getting paid by a private company who seek out NYPD officers because of their specific training to prevent situations like this. Now, the officer, we got some more details. He was shot in the back. He is expected to survive. One civilian is still in critical condition right now. Another civilian is likely to recover. Now, after the shooting, the suspect, he managed to get upstairs. He barricaded himself. Reports range anywhere from the 32nd to the 34th floor. We're still trying to get very, very specific details. But he was able to shoot people in the lobby, somehow, then go upstairs, where his body was eventually found. Now, reports suggest that he died by suicide, a self-inflicted wound. NYPD Commissioner Jessica Chish announced at 8 p.m. that the scene was contained and the shooter had been neutralized. Again, this is footage that we shot earlier today. This situation has been contained, but the fear, you can see people running out of that building because there was an active shooter. We understand the companies inside that building were sending alerts to all of the employees who were actually still left in the building, telling them, shelter in place, hide, do not come out of your office, stay away from any sort of door or window where someone could take aim at you. We have someone who's going to be joining us soon. We have a guest his name is Kurt Buckholter. Now, he's a professor at New York Law School, and he's a retired NYPD detective. Kurt, thank you for joining us. We know the facts of this case so far. A man, and the images are pretty shocking, walks into this building holding a weapon in his right hand. When you see that, what's your immediate reaction?
No, my immediate reaction is that it's just it's such a New York thing that someone can walk the street in such a bizarre fashion by so many people. And there's a, small chance that he's going to garner some type of reaction. It's just wildly unfortunate, to say the least, that someone can walk with some type of replica assault rifle, walk down the street, walk into the building. And I have no doubt that at some point, the NYPD will recover footage from the various surveillance cameras of him exiting a car or exiting the subway, pulling that rifle out and walking perhaps an entire block at a rather slow pace. So it's really unfortunate, and it's just totally bizarre.
In a situation like this, I mean, everyone is thinking, okay, I may work in a building, I may walk in this area. What are the types of security procedures in place when you have an active shooter? What are we supposed to do when you're in a building this tall and there's a suspect going through, taking aim? And at this point, we believe it's random.
So, it's difficult. That's a difficult discussion because it presupposes that every single active shooter follows some type of specific pattern, and they don't. These are human beings. The best thing that an individual can do is to be vigilant and to take cover and try not to present themselves as a target. Most buildings, their security is there to challenge persons, to aid those who are either employees or visiting the building, and to guard against fire and other types of hazards. Security is not there to protect against some type of assault by an active shooter. They're there to discourage that, hopefully, but it's virtually impossible. There's an old adage, the most difficult thing about setting off a bomb is not being there when it goes off. So once someone is unconcerned about their well-being and they're unconcerned about whether they survive, they have a very high likelihood of causing damage, either by any form of weapon.
You said something that is just, it echoes in my mind right now. Security is not there to protect from an active shooter. They're there to deter one. In a situation like this, can we go through what might have happened inside in a situation like this? They're not there to prevent an active shooter, but what happens? You've had a lot of experience, many years in law enforcement. What happens in a situation like this inside?
Well, security should be the eyes and ears of law enforcement. Hopefully, they had time to notify the authorities, call 911, and then to direct the authorities when they are there and to help with the evacuation of civilians. It's very difficult to keep eyes on this person when they enter the building and where they travel, which direction they travel to. It sounds like the off-duty police officer was somewhere in the lobby on the first floor and was one of the first persons that the shooter shot. So here you have one of the most trained individuals in that building with regards to law enforcement and protecting others, and he succumbed to his wounds right away. So right away things went askew. And, you know, who's to say that security is on each and every floor and how robust that security is? There's just not enough people in the world that have that level of training to be perform these types of security duties in every single office building in New York City.
So when we look at this investigation, we know that they're going to be looking at security footage, trying to determine where he actually walked, how long it took him, how long he was walking in Manhattan on these streets calmly with what looks like this replica assault rifle. What else are they likely to do in this investigation to try to figure out a motive? And the big question, determine whether he was working by himself or if there were more people involved.
Sure. So let's talk about that weapon, which was rather large and menacing. There's a strong possibility that he did not walk for many blocks with that weapon before entering the building. So I would not be surprised to find that we see he exited the public transportation or some type of vehicle and then pulled the weapon out within fairly close proximity to the building. But that's the next piece of the investigation. The police are going to scrub every piece of video within that area. Next, determining where he came from and if he had any associates or accomplices or anyone with him. Did someone drive him to the scene or did he arrive there on his own? The weapon in and of itself, where did it come from? Was it purchased legally? Was it purchased illegally? Was it modified to operate in fully automatic mode, or was it a semi-automatic weapon? Did he purchase it? If it was purchased legally, did he purchase it or did someone else? And then finally, the information we have now is that the shooter is from Las Vegas. So I'm fairly certain that the authorities in Las Vegas are already at his residence of record, determining if anyone lives there. And they're going to have to work and get some type of search warrants and do this properly, because there may still be others who are alive that might incur some type of criminal liability. So the police just can't go willy-nilly and kick down doors and do those types of things. So they're going to have to involve prosecutors on the state and possibly federal level.
You've been doing this for so many years. Is it possible for a lone gunman to do all of this, or is it highly unlikely?
Oh, it's certainly possible. I mean, we've seen this throughout history. Folks that operated alone did far more. Timothy McVeigh basically operated alone, and many others. So it's certainly possible.
You could walk behind.
Yes, dependent on how, and I hate to use this term, but how motivated that individual is. So people can do these types of things. They can operate alone. As a matter of fact, if they don't operate alone, it's probably a greater possibility of preventing some type of action like this, because someone is likely to notify the authorities or some mental health official or someone. So more likely than not, someone gets away with this, so to speak, because they were acting alone.
because they were acting in London. How important are going to be these internet searches? Are they going to be looking at his search history?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's in this day and age, it's almost impossible to do something like this without having some type of internet footprint. Now, it could be anywhere from Googling how to assault a building with a rifle to simply doing research on purchasing that rifle, doing research on traveling from Las Vegas to New York, whether he drove or took a plane or some other form of transportation. There will be something in his internet postings, communications with each other, posting with other folks, postings on social media that express some type of grievance, perhaps, at one of the business entities that were in the building. So certainly, in this day and age, I think his social media will be extremely telling as to motive and methodology.
The facts that you have highlighted, this man is from Las Vegas, or at least lives in Las Vegas, somehow pops up in New York City, takes this rifle, walks into a building. These are very specific things. He might have traveled thousands of miles. At this point, investigators are going to be wondering why and for who. Thank you so much, Kurt, for your insight in this investigation. We look forward to hearing from you a little bit later on. Thank you. I want to bring in,
quite welcome.
Thank you. I want to bring in Linda Schmidt, who has been on the scene for many, many hours covering this case. Linda, are you with us now?
Yes, yeah, I'm here. You got me. I've been here on the scene. Gus, what time did we get here? About 6:20? Yeah. I'm talking to my cameraman. Yeah, we got here about 6:20. Now, we are in Midtown. We're on 50th Street. Right behind me here, this is Lexington. And Gus, just go ahead and push in, because the scene here is dramatically different from what it was earlier. You can see there are still dozens and dozens of police officers on the scene, but since the shooter has been neutralized, the tone of everything here has dropped significantly. It is not the chaos that we were dealing with earlier, and the extreme sense of danger. People are much more calm right now. In fact, Gus, let's go ahead and show them over here. This area over here had been closed off to not just the press, but also the general public, because the NYPD, state police, had cordoned off several blocks here, so people were not allowed to walk along Lexington Avenue, starting here at 50th Street and stretching for 2 blocks, maybe even 3. They just opened up this street right here for anybody who lives in these blocks now. You are allowed to have access, again, because the shooter has been neutralized. Again, I'm Linda Schmidt, Fox 5 News. We have been out here since about 6:20. I want to bring in my colleague here, Kendall Green. And Kendall was located about 6 blocks from here. But I want to give you, just so you have the lay of the land, where this all happened was, I'm on 50th and Lex. It's on 51st Street, 1 block from here, and then it's just right around the corner. And it was that entrance right around the corner where that gunman went in with an AR-15 earlier this evening and started to open fire. Now, Kendall, you were located, what, about 5 or 6 blocks from here?
Yeah, we were right along 55th, close to 56th and Park. Right. And then we were talking to a bunch of the residents, we were talking to workers there, and they were telling us that they had to put into a shelter in place. Many of them were standing there for about a couple of hours. One gentleman we spoke with earlier, he was standing on like the 30th floor, looking down at the scene of that BMW with that perpetrator you saw there. And he was just talking about what that looked like. And he was saying that the officers were there at first. In a matter of 5 minutes, they got alerted what was going on. And right after that, you just saw drove of police officers, drove of ambulance, EMT. We heard some of them, some of the scanner talks where they were actually directing EMS right there to the location. We're there at 9:43.
So employees in some of the surrounding buildings, because again, on Park Avenue here in Midtown, there are a lot of financial businesses down here. So it's not just down Wall Street where these financial institutions have offices. They have some here as well. And by the way, 2 of the biggest companies that were in the building where this happened the NFL and Blackstone, which is a financial company. Now, the people that you were talking to, did they work in the buildings adjoining them or a few streets away?
One of them was about a block away, right across from where that building is, the Blackstone building.
Okay.
And he was saying that he saw all the interactions there going on with that shooter. Other people, they were in the building that looked like it was maybe right next door to the building that's right across the street, cat a corner to where that shooting happened, and they were just talking about the scene and how crazy it was there.
Right. But some of those employees were saying that they were alerted. So were they alerted by their own companies? Was it through a text message saying shelter in place, active shooter? What did they tell you?
One person, they told me they were alerted by a woman, just a woman that said that there's a guy with a gun. Everybody needs to be careful, get out the way. And then after that, that's when they started getting alerts from people that they worked with, and then authorities told them to shelter in place from that point. So, of course, they were worried about that. This is something they've never seen. Park Avenue, that strip, it has so many businesses, so many financial firms, as you just mentioned, the NFL. So this was something that just caught them completely off guard. And then we were showing them the pictures. They're hearing about it, and then we showed them the pictures of that.
Of the gunman, because there were 2 pictures that were released of the gunman.
Yeah, and when they saw that, and you're thinking that's a couple of blocks, not a couple of blocks, a building over or 2 buildings over from where you work, and you see somebody walking in with clean cut, as you mentioned earlier before we got on air, clean sneakers. It seemed like a statement to be made, but they were frantic when they saw that AR was something that was so close to them, and to hear that there were, casualties involved.
Right. When you talk about this going on first of all, in the country, it really is heartbreaking that anything like this would happen. But then you're talking about New York City, 6 o'clock at night, so many people, thousands of people on their way home because it's still the evening commute. And to think that someone is walking along Park Avenue carrying an AR-15. Now, I don't know how many of you have seen the picture, but the picture showed the shooter, and if you want to be kind of wide on me, Gus, here, the shooter carrying the AR-15 like this, right next to him. So it would have gone about from his knee up to about here, and just walking straight and walking with purpose. No look on his face, clean cut, had on dark glasses, had on a dark colored blazer, a collared shirt that was either white or light blue. Kendall, you can come back in here. Light blue, had on black, it looked like black jeans, nice pair of sneakers, but walking with purpose. And obviously walking with purpose. If you have an AR-15, you're intending to do something with it.
Absolutely.
You have some intent. But he was not looking around. He was looking straight. He knew exactly where he was going. So it was not something that was random. So did people talk to you about that picture?
Well, yeah, they were so shook by the picture, and then they were worried about their own loved ones, their family members. There was someone pretty close. There was someone there. We saw families that were sitting there waiting because their building is so close, waiting for individuals who were shelter in place, worried about what was going to come next, if they were going to get bad news. We saw one individual close to the scene where we were burst out into tears with her mom. With one of her parents, and you don't know whether she is how connected she is, but where we were, you saw after things calmed down, you start to see just worry. It went from kind of frantic. Are you safe? Do you know? Just having your wherewithal about you, and then it went straight to worry and just hoping for the best for those folks.
Right. Because when you're going through something like this, and being in the news business, we have gone through situations like this before. Immediately and within like the first hour, again, until the shooter is neutralized, it is it's organized chaos, and it is panic, and your adrenaline is kicking in for everybody, even the general public. And it's after the shooter has been neutralized and everybody realizes that it is no longer dangerous. That's when this starts to sink in. People start thinking about it, and then you start thinking about your coworkers and your family, and that's when it really starts to hit people. and that's where a lot of people end up breaking down.
Yeah, and then you see the tension between police officers there. At first you're worried, you're seeing how they're being really aggressive with everyone, trying to keep them out the way.
Right.
And then they get things kind of subdued, and you know where things, you think you know where things are, where they stand. And then you start to understand, okay, this was something going on very close. Folks were in danger, clear danger, and they seem to get more sympathized with that.
Right. Well, when we first got here, we actually, Gus, my cameraman, and I, we made it up to Park Avenue, which is a block from here. And so now this has all been opened up to the general public, so they're allowed to walk on this. But we initially were allowed up a block from here, which was right around the corner from where the shooting happened. But then quickly, I guess maybe we were there for about 45 minutes, and then police actually started pushing us back for our safety. They wanted to get not just the media, but the general public pushed as far back as possible until they realized that the shooter had been neutralized. Because not only are they trying to deal with what's going on in the building, they have to keep the public safe outside. Because you have a shooter inside a building, they don't know if that person's going to open a window, start firing down at the street. They have no idea what could possibly happen, but that is a scenario that they have to prepare for. So they pushed us back to this area right here. And again, where this happened was just a block from here, and then you would make a left and you would go up, I don't know, maybe 20 yards, maybe 20, 30 yards up this block is the entrance to the building where it happened. And I know you were talking too, come back in, Kendall. You were talking about some of those people saying that they had been notified by other people. Yeah. But the NFL actually sent out an alert, and I'm sure other businesses in that building did the same thing, telling their employees not to leave the building, to shelter in place. And this is what these folks, I mean, it's a Monday.
Right.
In the summer, right. 6 o'clock at night, right. People are on their way home from work, and
just getting ready to close out, and then you have to shelter in place for couple of hours, right. And you don't know what's coming next. You don't know if you're going to be there for the rest of the night. You don't know what's going to happen. So yeah, there was plenty of worry, and some of those finance workers, you work in finance, you kind of get comfortable. You're on Park Avenue. You kind of don't expect anything like that to happen. Yeah, so, I mean, the fact that this happened right there on Park, such a main stretch of Manhattan.
Right. In a financial area.
Right, so you have to ask the question, what was the motive and the connection to that financial institution? What's, that, of course, that's going to come out later on in the presser or when police get to the bottom of that part of it.
Well, right now the mayor is at the hospital, New York Presbyterian, which, by the way, is not too far from here. That's at 68th and First Avenue. So that, again, is on the Upper East Side. We're in Midtown. We're at 50th and Lex. So that's a good, 50 to 68th. It's probably about 20 blocks from here. So the mayor is there. The chief of department is there. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is there as well. And the mayor is going to be having a news conference. Now, he arrived on the scene here shortly after we got here. And there was a block. We were originally up about a block. And they had the police tape up there because the mayor arrived soon after this started happening. And so he was already obviously being briefed because the moment something like this happens, the mayor knows about it. He is being continually briefed on what's happening. So he got here to the scene, and then he got closer to the building. Now they are all up at the hospital because it has been confirmed one of those people shot is an NYPD officer, and it appears that NYPD officer was moonlighting, which they are allowed to do when it's approved by the department, and it appears that's what this officer was doing, providing security inside this building. So the mayor's going to be having a news conference shortly, and he will be updating us on exactly what's happening. But do me a favor, can you just grab the mic here for a moment? And again, I'm Linda Schmidt with Fox 5 News. This is my colleague, Kendall Green.
And another point that kind of stuck out was that weapon and how, I don't know, just how chilling it was for a bunch of those witnesses to watch that this was so close to them. And I know a bunch of them that we spoke with. There was a woman, we showed her the picture of that AR-15, and the look on her face as she was looking at it, it just looked like she was worried. You could tell, you could see it in her eyes that she was really worried, concerned about this. And I mean, this is a really busy area, and so you have to wonder, like, was she in danger? What everybody there, dozens of folks just outside, were they in danger simply just by being there? Thankfully, things calmed down at that point. But yeah, it was something definitely to see. And another point was something else that kind of stands out about this is the temperament of some of the officers that you saw there. You could tell that there was a lot going on, a lot of moving parts. Several blocks spanning of an area that is packed with thousands and thousands of people with any given hour or so. So you have to contain that block. You have to contain the wider perimeter to make sure that other buildings are safe and there's no issues with that. So it was a heavy load for NYPD there, and it seems like things seem to be calm, and we're going to find out what all of this was about. But I mean, in all your years of reporting, have you ever seen anything this crazy right here in Midtown, and does anything compare?
No, nothing really compares to this right here, right now. And I hate to, I've been at Fox now for 32 years, and I hate to bring up, I hate to, invoke 9/11. But that, of course, was one of those situations that you carry with you for the rest of your life. None of us will ever forget that. But the intensity and the amount of police officers in the FBI and the state police and the units with the heavy guns, the ECU, with the NYPD, seeing the coordination with them. There were literally hundreds of members of law enforcement here. And when you see them trying to protect not just the media, but the public, and trying to get them out of the way because they don't...
Frantically themselves, right, who are getting worried and wondering what's going to happen next. A lot of tension, a lot of commotion, a whole lot going on. But as you were saying, go ahead.
Right. But as far as the amount of police officers in dealing with what was happening here today, the unknown, the scariness of it, the danger of it, it did remind me a little bit of, that feeling that we all experienced on 9/11. And again, that is something in and of itself. I don't mean to compare it to 9/11 because there really is no comparison. What I'm talking about here is just that feeling when you are a first responder, and members of the media, we are first responders. And when we get out here and we're dealing with the police because they don't know what they're going to be dealing with, and at any moment, someone could lose their life at any moment because you have no idea what the circumstances really are. And is there one person involved? Are there two people involved? Is somebody suddenly going to jump out of a car and start firing? You don't know, and it's very scary.
You don't know what or who is a threat. You don't know exactly, and you could tell that was more why they were so intense. Why? I mean, delivery drivers, they go up and down that street every day, and we saw one of them fall off his bike, just trying to get to the area, right, because he was rerouted by police. But that kind of goes to show you it's a packed area, it's a lot going on, a lot of moving parts, but police were definitely adamant about keeping folks out of that area for...
See, and one of the other things, too, that the NYPD deals with, and any police department in a situation like this, is that you also then get your gawkers, your curiosity seekers, and now especially because of social media, because they see this stuff posted, and instead of staying away, which they are instructed to do, they then they do the opposite, and they gravitate to the area, which makes it more difficult for police. And Gus and I saw a couple of people get arrested, and they appeared to be people that were just here, and they thought this was all some big game, and they wanted to come and they wanted to create problems for the police department. They thought it was funny. Well, it's not funny. People's lives are at stake here. Their life could be in danger, and that's what police were trying to explain in a very quick way to people today.
You have a matter of 3 seconds to get that point across before you have to either use your words or use your actions.
You got to move.
Yeah,
You got to move.
Absolutely.
Because they moved us multiple times.
Yeah.
Linda, you guys are here. You got to move.
Right.
You got to keep moving.
Right.
And we were live and walking and talking while they were moving us, and they were doing it for our safety.
Right, and we were talking to a woman, like I think around 6:30, 6:40, and we were trying to talk to her about what happened, and we're moving with police as well.
Yes.
So they're moving us out the way, and we're trying to get her account as a witness, and they're just doing what they have to do.
Yeah, and one of our colleagues, Matt Onimus, now he's not here right now, but he has been going live with us since about 6:30 this evening, and he was on his way home from work, and he had his AirPods in, and he was passing that area just moments after it happened, and he was telling me that suddenly he looked up and he could see this flood of people running toward him, and he could see the fear in their eyes, and he's like, and it takes the brain a couple of seconds to process what you're really seeing, That's what talking about that.
That's what we heard over and over again. They're like, you hear the words at first, and then you take a beat, and then you realize what's going on. You realize the imminent danger, and then you just go into a mode where, all right, you're watching intently, your antennas are up, you're paying so much attention to everything going on, and you're worried. We talked to one guy who was calling some of his colleagues up the block. This is a financial district, a bunch of, they're close. This is a tight-knit community, and so many of them, they were saying they were calling in, checking in on some of their friends who they've known for years. Yeah, and they're like, are you good? Are you good? And they're getting thumbs up on this side, thumbs up on the other side. But there is a worry that somebody with an assault rifle will walk into a financial institution in New York City on Park Avenue. You have to question, what's the message? What's the message behind this? What's the motive behind this? That's not our job. That's what police will tell us. But yeah, it's one of those days folks are never going to forget. I mean, and even if you weren't in the building, even if you weren't in one of those places, a shelter in place, you walk past the scene and you're seeing this is what's going on, and this is the guy, and here's an AR-15. He's all over the news, and you're worried because is he working by himself? Is this a single actor? And then one of the witnesses we talked to, he was on the 30th floor, saw the BMW, that black BMW we've been showing with the skycopter the entire time.
Which appears to be the shooter's car, the black BMW.
He said, he reported to me as a witness, he wasn't sure how they were involved, but the people didn't look alive at that BMW. Police were carrying. They didn't look like they were okay. So in that black BMW, he was from his high, on the 30th floor. He was looking down on it, and he said he was worried about that car particularly. It's connected with it. Whose lives were taken, we're not sure, but those images alone, enough to just...
That stays with you for the rest of your life, because it's not a normal thing for anybody to have to experience. But again, I want to get back to our colleague Matt Onimus. When he stumbled upon this, then catty-cornered, he took his cell phone out and he started taking some videos, and he could see some of the videos that you folks have been seeing on YouTube and on the air, on commercial television, where there were multiple NYPD officers that were by the entrance, and it looks like something out of a movie where they're right up, they're plastered right across, right next to the building with the guns drawn, and then other officers, there were 4 or 5, carrying out what appears to have been the New York City police officer who was shot. Now that has been confirmed that the officer was shot, and they were running him out, carrying him by his arms and legs and getting him to an ambulance. And seeing those types of scenes, I mean, it's hard to believe that it's happening in your city at that time.
And then for Onimus, I mean, you're in there. I overheard him in my IFB. You have your headphones in, and just the visuals alone, before you take the headphones out and see all the commotion, you know that there's something insane going on.
Right.
And the question I would beg to ask is, if, for people who didn't have that, people who did have their headphones in and were not alert of everything going on, how they could have acted, how if you're getting behind on the updates, how the scene itself just affects your psychology, affects what's going on in your mind.
Oh, absolutely. And then again, it's not like this is something that we're all used to. It takes you time to process what's going on. It can take you a solid 3 to 5 seconds for you to go, wait a minute, I know I'm seeing this, but whoa, this is what's really happening here, before you know how to react at that point. Now, what I'm doing here, I'm just checking some stuff that's online. What's that?
I mean, this just at least two, just thinking about what New York City is, yes. Park Avenue, what it is. Right. At least 2 people, you get that headline, 2 people shot at a Manhattan office building. Right. This is not some domestic situation. This is not some off the beaten path situation. This is somewhere where you don't expect it at all. But go ahead. What were you looking for?
No, that's okay. I'm just getting an alert here that the media was just allowed inside to New York Presbyterian Hospital. So the mayor is going to be having a news conference there. That's going to be starting shortly. But they were just allowed in. So that what they'll be doing is they'll be escorting all of those reporters and the camera crews to a room, and then hopefully it'll be a spacious room, because there are going to be dozens and dozens and dozens of members of the media there, and then they will have that news conference. So I'm guessing right now it's about 8 minutes of 10. It's probably going to take them a solid 15 to 20 minutes to get set up, and then the news conference would begin after that. I'm sorry, I thought somebody was yelling my name. And then it would be about, say, 15 minutes after that before the news conference starts. And again, the mayor is there, the chief of department is there. My assumption is the FBI would be there as well. Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Justice Department is working with the NYPD on this case. So she put that notice out right away. Governor Hochul has been briefed on everything that is going on. The FBI was out here as well earlier today, as well as state police. So I would imagine they will have representatives from all of those law enforcement agencies, and they will all be speaking. And Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg is also there, so he may speak as well. But it will be the mayor who updates everyone on the number of people who have been shot and the conditions. Okay, hold on just a second here. We have to, okay, all right. So now at this point, give me one moment here. I mean, this is how the sausage is made, so to speak. This is what we do when we're live out in the field. Sometimes it isn't pretty, but it's just the way that we have to do our jobs here. So I'm just reading through some notifications to see if I can gather any more information that I can actually share with you at this time. But again, just to recap, I'm Linda Schmidt with Fox 5 News. This is my colleague, Kendall Green, here in New York City, where there was a shooting at a Manhattan office building. It was right around the block from here. It happened about 6 o'clock tonight. Literally thousands of people would have been on their way home, leaving those businesses and on their way home for their evening commutes.
How backed up the place was. I mean, for folks just trying to get home who weren't connected to the adjoining buildings, who weren't on the same block, maybe 4 or 5 blocks over. You have folks coming from 3rd, you have folks coming over from 5th, trying to get to where they're going, whether it's the subway, whether it's, whatever their commute, a bus, whatever the case is. Yeah, wherever they're parked. And this is something that kind of locks you in for a while. And it's like, because you're locked in it, you become more aware, and you're a little bit more worried about it. And you're seeing how intense the police officers are, trying to make sure that they keep things calm, cool, and collected. But what another element that sticks out is we saw a father. He appeared to be a father. He just standing outside of the building, and he says he doesn't say. He's just standing there, and you kind of where he. Basically, someone shared that he was waiting for somebody outside the building, and I asked him about him, and he said he's just waiting for them to come out. We didn't catch back up with that man, but just seeing that sight of worry, seeing that concern. He doesn't say, he's just standing there, and you kind of where he basically someone shared that he was waiting for somebody outside the building, and I asked him about him, and he said he's just waiting for them to come out. We didn't catch back up with that man, but just seeing that sight of worry, seeing that concern. He doesn't say, he's just standing there, and you kind of where he basically, someone shared that he was waiting for somebody outside the building, and I asked him about him, and he said he's just waiting for them to come out. We didn't catch back up with that man, but just seeing that sight of worry, seeing that concern, he doesn't say, he's just standing there, and you kind of worry. Basically, someone shared that he was waiting for somebody outside the building, and I asked him about him, and he said he's just waiting for them to come out. We didn't catch back up with that man, but just seeing that sight of worry, seeing that concern, he doesn't say, he's just standing there, and you kind of worry. Basically.
All right, Andrew Kraft here now in the anchor chair. You've been watching there. Our incredible colleagues cover a really, really tough story there in Midtown Manhattan this afternoon there, as we learned that a shooting at that office building today, and we are getting some conflicting numbers on the number of those injured and the number of fatalities. But at the top of the next hour, in about a few minutes here, we are going to get a live press conference from the NYPD there. This is going to be outside New York Presbyterian Hospital on the Upper East Side. So this is a live picture right now as we await for this press conference to begin. But that is what happens during some of these major breaking news stories. The information is very fluid. Sometimes it is contradictory. And I know that you've seen probably a lot of conflicting numbers, especially with regard to those injured, those shot, and unfortunately, those killed. So there are sources like the Associated Press, like Fox 5 New York, like the Fox News Channel that we rely on here on Live Now. We're going to wait, though, to confirm some of this information after this very press conference here. You're going to be listening, I would imagine, from NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch, from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. I would imagine the Manhattan DA, Alvin Bragg, is also going to be there. And so they are going to walk us through this incredible tragedy that happened this afternoon in Midtown Manhattan on a busy Monday afternoon, late afternoon, after 5 o'clock local time there at 345 Park Avenue. This major high-rise skyscraper office building, whatever you want to call it, it houses some pretty big organizations, financial institutions like Blackstone. Also, we know that the NFL is headquartered there. That's where their New York City offices are. So Mayor Eric Adams did say that multiple people were injured. All right, we're going to step away from this. We do have some commotion going on. Take a look at this shot that we have here. Not entirely sure what that is. All right, so as you would imagine, let's go back to the other shot here. As you would imagine, though, during these very fluid developing scenes, a lot of people, especially in New York City, the biggest city in the country, a lot of people want to come out. They want to find out what's going on. They want to also post on their social media about it. As you know, citizen journalists, they get on the scene for this as well to try to tell their followers what's going on. But we don't rely on them. We rely on what we know in the moment. And so you can see there we have a podium set up outside New York Presbyterian Hospital. Also, you probably have been seeing a suspect's name floating out there in some of these reports and information about that said suspect. Again, we're going to wait until we hear from the NYPD to offer any information, to offer any details about that. So in the meantime, we're going to stay on this shot here. Like I said, I'm Andrew Kraft. It is at the top of a new hour right now, 7 o'clock here on the West Coast, 10 o'clock there in the Big Apple. Thanks so much for being with us as we continue to cover this very fluid developing situation that all happened there in Midtown Manhattan on Park Avenue, Park and Lexington, earlier this afternoon at 345 Park Avenue there. That's the Blackstone building. The Fire Department of New York said emergency crews.
Working for you. Fox 2 News at 10 starts now.
Southeast Michigan gets soaked. Fast-moving storms rolling through, causing big problems across our area.
From flight delays at Metro Airport to flooded neighborhoods in Macomb County. The Fox 2 Weather Authority working for you with live team coverage in Romulus and St. Clair Shores tonight.
We begin out at Metro Airport, where a sudden downpour temporarily grounded flights.
And the rain also created a nightmare for drivers. Both airport tunnels saw flooding, causing just some major backups. And Fox News' Dave Kinchin is live with more on that and the cleanup underway. That must have been just a mess for people practically stuck.
Yeah, no doubt, a big mess. We're along Vining Road here in Romulus, not far from the airport, where the waters have receded. It was so bad at one point the traffic was piled up for it seemed like miles. There were people getting out of their Ubers, grabbing their bags, and either walking to the airport or walking to another place to catch their ride home. In a word, just crazy. Massive flooding in Romulus and in tunnels leading to and from Detroit Metro Airport, prompting major traffic backups and frustrating delays.
Somebody at the airport came in and then said, hey, both the tunnels are flooded, so nobody can get out of the airport.
Serenity Reddy zoomed with us from his Uber ride home to Novi after a summer vacation trip to India.
We crossed 7 oceans, but not 2 tunnels, I guess. We booked our Uber ride. And then the ride kept saying 7 minutes, 10 minutes, and then kept changing. We didn't know what was going on.
It got worse from there.
So we were stuck at the airport for more than 90 minutes after nearly 25, 30 minutes, 30 hours of travel.
Detroit Metro sent notes out across social media updating travelers on the situation, encouraging them to check with their airlines on any flight delays. While on the ground,
the flood, the water that we've seen, it was in an Uber lot there when we wait.
Rideshare drivers like Edmund gave it their best shot, knowing customers would be pretty stressed out due to the elements.
I was worried about my customers. As a driver, I'm, used to this weight, and traffic and stuff like that. And nature, it's nature. You cannot beat the nature.
And most of those waters have receded. There could be some residual delays, so you may want to check with your airline if you are flying out tonight, or check if you're picking somebody up as well. But that's the situation, the live and latest here in Romulus. Dave Kinchin, Fox 2 News.
Well, Dave, we see this not only in Romulus, we're seeing it in other places as well, and it seems to all be tied back to our infrastructure, our aging infrastructure, I should say.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of people were wondering, don't they have systems or more refined systems to pump some of that water out of the way? And that does seem to be a major concern for a lot of folks out there, especially as we've had so much rain really this year.
Yes, especially with that deep water, you don't want to drive through it. We always tell our drivers. Thank you so much, Dave, for that.
Yeah.
Well, a huge amount of rain in a short period of time proved to be too much for the drainage system in parts of Macomb County as well.
Yeah, streets were flooded there throughout St. Clair Shores, and that's where we find Fox News' Dave Spencer. He's live with more on how people are coping with the high water over there. Dave.
Yeah, we're talking main streets, side streets, even a portion of I-94 had to be shut down following that torrential rain. We also saw multiple drivers try and push their luck and drive into floodwaters, only to learn a lesson the hard way. Unfortunately, not everyone was enjoying a flooded street as much as this guy.
We've been here about 2 hours.
2 hours.
Tow truck won't be here for another hour.
The driver of this white SUV says she cut down Grant Street near 12 Mile in St. Clair Shores, only to get stuck in floodwaters much longer than she bargained for.
A car was coming at the same time as me, and water went over my car and got in the engine. And now the car's stuck because the park brake won't come off.
While she waited for a tow, she tried to prevent others from suffering the same fate.
It has not flooded this bad. It has flooded multiple times, though.
Eventually, reinforcements came along to make sure no one else drove down here as well.
The police had it blocked off by flares.
Further east on 12 Mile at Jefferson, an Uber driver says she was given bad advice from a client.
The guy that was in the car with me, he's like, plow through it. You can't let it get in your engine. And I'm just like, okay. And then I plowed through it and halfway in the midpoint, and my car just stopped.
A hard lesson to learn, but Julia is hoping others won't suffer her same fate.
If you see any like floods or anything like that, don't go through it. Don't even try it. Don't attempt it.
Even if that Uber passenger tells you to.
Right. If the Uber passenger tell him he can hike a ride with someone else.
Yeah, and that Uber passenger did end up hiking a ride with somebody else to get out of those flooded waters. Meanwhile, Julia, that last person you heard from, she was stuck there for about a half an hour, and then we watched as her tow truck came. I spoke to that tow truck driver. He said he alone in his tow truck had to pull 12 drivers from the flooded waters in a span of about 2 hours. So all that water is receded, thankfully, here, but there's still going to be a mess to clean up come morning. Reporting live in St. Clair Shores, Dave Spencer, Fox 2 News.
You hear news reporters like you and me and Taryn all the time saying, if you don't know how deep the water is, don't drive through it. Easier said than done when you're driving on a street you're used to driving in and you really just can't even tell. And I know that's the key. If you can't tell, try to turn around, but you just don't know. And it's a tough one out there when it rains that quickly.
You really don't know, and that's why you just can't risk it, right? You have to see those cars going ahead of you, spreading that water everywhere, and just say, is it worth it? Can I find another way? And if you can, I advise to do just that.
Yeah, finding the other way is the best way possible, it seems, with all this water. Dave Spencer for us live tonight. Thank you.
It's tough, though, when you want to just go home.
Yeah, like my house is right there. If I could just get there.
I know. Well, then we do have a chance for more storms tomorrow, but the good news, they shouldn't be as severe.
Yeah, we need a little break. Weather Authority Rich Luderman keeping his eyes on the sky tonight. Hey, Rich.
Hey there, Roop and Taryn. Yeah, we saw these storms develop on the other side of the state between noon and 2 o'clock, and then they quickly raced across the area. Now, northern Oakland County, parts of St. Clair County didn't see a whole lot, but most of us saw at least one round of strong thunderstorms with the heavy downpours. Right now, it's all quiet out there. I'll step out of the way and show you. Southfield, that's 9 Mile Road. It is quiet across the region, but here are the rainfall totals, and you can see some of the bullseyes close to Metro Airport, also from St. Clair Shores to Sterling Heights, around Roseville and Fraser. Some high totals on the accumulation of water side. Look at that. St. Clair Shores, 4 inches of rain. Roseville, Ann Arbor, Beverly Hills. There's Metro Airport, a little more than 2.5 inches of rain right now. Again, we like the quiet weather, but it is muggy out there. The rain has knocked the heat down a bit, but the mugginess remains. That's our forecast. Could be some areas of fog as we get down to 71, and then check out the next couple of days. More heat, more humidity, more storm chances for tomorrow, and then we have a big change coming later in the week group. We'll check that for you coming up in 20.
All right, Rich, thank you. Still ahead, the man accused of stabbing 11 people inside that Walmart just up north from here, appearing before a judge, what he said in court, and why prosecutors call him a serious threat to public safety.
Still ahead, the mystery that stumped investigators for decades. What really happened to Jimmy Hoffa? Theories about his disappearance keep spreading, and they go way beyond Detroit.
I'm Jessica Dubnak. Tonight on The Edge, 164 dogs rescued from a sickening puppy mill situation.
They were completely matted. I mean, one dog lost her feet because the blood supply couldn't get to her feet anymore.
No names, just numbers. Rescued from Colorado. Now 40 of these Schnauzer mixes are with Detroit Dog Rescue.
Some of them never been touched, never heard I love you. It's sad.
It's about a $40,000 undertaking to care for these pups. Help is needed. That's all tonight on The Edge.
Breaking news in New York City. An off-duty police officer is among at least 5 people shot and killed in Midtown Manhattan. We're told a man from Nevada was walking with an AR-15 wearing a bulletproof vest in broad daylight. Moments later, he allegedly opened fire inside a Park Avenue office building that houses some of the country's top financial firms and the NFL. A witness describes what he saw.
4 officers came out and they were carrying what looked like to me another officer that looked injured. They're carrying him by arms and legs and carrying him to an ambulance.
Tonight, we're told the alleged gunman is dead after he turned the weapon on himself.
A gunman opens fire outside Reno's biggest casino, leaving 3 people dead and 3 others hurt. It happened this morning at the Grand Sierra Resort. Police say the shooter didn't know any of the victims. He walked up to the valet area, pulled a gun, and it was jammed at first, but then he allegedly started shooting. He took off, fired at a security guard, and then killed a driver in the parking lot. Officers got there within minutes and took him into custody. 2 victims are still, we're told, in critical condition. Others treated for minor injuries and trauma. No word yet on a motive.
Well, the man accused in the Walmart mass stabbing in Traverse City facing a judge today.
42-year-old Bradford Gille is charged with terrorism and 11 counts of assault with intent to murder.
Authorities say Gille, who has a long history of mental illness, homelessness, and drug abuse, was being sought by deputies just a day before the attack. Saturday afternoon, security video showed him entering the store with a knife, then stabbing 11 people near the checkout. Good Samaritans chased him down, deputies making the arrest. The victims, ages 29 to 84, were all in the hospital. 1 has been released. The rest are expected to recover and be okay. Prosecutors called Gille a threat to public safety. The judge agreed.
The defendant does have 2 prior assaultive convictions, as well as at least 1, if not more, malicious destruction of property convictions. Additionally, he does unfortunately have a history of mental illness, including prior involuntary hospitalizations. It also asks you to look at the seriousness of the offense. Clearly, this is one of the most serious crimes that someone can commit in the state of Michigan, and it has a huge impact on public safety.
Certainly is one of the most heinous accusations from an individual that's been before this court in 30-some years.
Well, you know the tobacco. Y'all like have the tobacco company, and you're selling cigarettes with fiberglass and chemicals in them just to kill off the population. You know, and you can't really accuse me of anything if you're doing that. You know, so.
Okay.
Gille tried to change the subject, as you heard there, but the judge said, you know what, let's mute him, and they did. They also set a bond of $100,000 cash. He's due back in court August 12th. Nearly 10 years ago, Gille was found incompetent after trying to dig up a grave, claiming people were buried alive. Now with no job, no home, and no one to post bond, he's likely going to stay behind bars.
A mysterious discovery today in Belleville Lake. A red Ford Mustang pulled to the surface after years underwater. Van Buren Township's dive team recovered the 1997 convertible this afternoon near Rawsonville Road. The car had no license plate or visible VIN number, and it looked like it's been submerged for years. If you know anything about the vehicle or how it got there, make sure you contact Sergeant Jeff Stanton with the Van Buren Public Safety.
Well, the man accused in the rape and murder of a Detroit teen, Neziah Harris, is now headed to trial in a separate sex abuse case. A judge ruled there is enough probable cause to send Jarvis Butts to trial for allegedly assaulting a 13-year-old girl back in Allen Park in 2014. The alleged victim testified in court today. Butts is already facing a separate trial this fall for murder and criminal sexual conduct in the 2023 death of Neziah Harris.
Well, tonight, Detroit police are trying to find the person responsible for killing a 6-year-old boy.
Yeah, this happened last night during a drive-by shooting. This was the scene on Anglin Street on Detroit's east side. Riley Love was inside his family home, waiting by the window for his dad to come home. That's when he was killed by a single bullet.
He wasn't responding to me, so I ran over to get him. He was limp, and it was just blood gushing from his head, like.
A $5,000 reward is being offered for information leading to the arrest of the person or the people responsible for Riley's death.
A deadly quadruple shooting at a gas station on Detroit's west side leaves a man and a woman dead and the gunman on the run. It happened around 4 a.m. at the Marathon on Puritan and Fairfield. A man in his 30s and a woman were killed. 2 other women were shot and wounded. A witness says the shooter got into an argument over snacks and then opened fire. Another woman says she ducked for cover as the shots rang out.
I ducked behind the car that I was coming out of, and then people started running out, and one of those people wasn't my friend.
Well, investigators believe the shooter ran from the scene. Detroit police are asking anyone who saw something to speak up.
Well, up next, one of history's hottest mysteries still unsolved.
The disappearance of Jimmy Hoffa has haunted Metro Detroit for decades. But theories about what really happened stretch far beyond state lines. Our special look back into the disappearance of Hoffa that continues next. It is one of the most infamous disappearances in American history, and it all started right here in Metro Detroit.
Theories about what happened to Jimmy Hoffa and where his body might be stretch far beyond state lines. Mob connections, buried secrets, and a mystery that still won't die.
Even decades later, the search continues, and the investigation lives on.
It's still an open investigation.
The search for Jimmy Hoffa is not officially over.
Obviously, some people were not being forthcoming at the time. We're not being as honest with law enforcement as they should have been.
One theory that has never had a motive tries to explain Hoffa's disappearance without the slightest trace. It supposes that Hoffa met someone he trusted, was killed, and his body shipped to New Jersey in a barrel. The barrel was buried in Brother Moscato's dump on the shore of the Hackensack River.
Over the years, tips, many of them far-fetched, leading to searches
far and wide.
Another local theory is that Jimmy Hoffa ended up in the foundation of the Renaissance Center someplace. The Renaissance Center was being built at that time, and they were pouring footings a few weeks after July 30th. After those theories, you get a little farther afield.
There was an urban legend that he was shipped to New Jersey and buried under the end zone of the Giants Stadium, which was being built at the time.
Maybe he became a protected witness. Maybe the CIA took him out. Maybe the mob took him closer to home, back to Jersey, where they could laugh about where he was buried all that time.
There have been a lot of other theories, but most are easily disproved or simply ridiculous.
In 2004, based on a tip from mob hitman Frank Sheeran, the FBI was at it again. Sheeran is the focal point of the book I Heard You Paint Houses and the movie The Irishman. He says he murdered Hoffa in a home on Detroit's west side. Investigators searched and found blood, but it wasn't Hoffa's.
We're in metropolitan Detroit. Everybody has a story of someone's farm field getting dug up looking for Jimmy Hoffa.
In 2006, the feds spent 2 weeks digging up a farm in Milford. They found a lot of dirt, but no Hoffa. Same thing in 2012 under a driveway in Roseville and in Oakland Township the next year. Then another dig in New Jersey.
So you're saying your father buried Jimmy Hoffa?
Yes. My dad, later in years, he said that he couldn't fit in the drum, body first, feet first. They had to turn him and put him in head first.
So your father said Hoffa couldn't fit in the drum?
Couldn't fit in the drum, feet first. He couldn't get the legs to bend right. So he had to take him out and put him in head first.
But that tip and dig, like all the others, led to nothing.
The body of Teamsters President Jimmy Hoffa may still be beneath this pavement.
Their theory is that Hoffa's body was secretly moved in 1995, buried under the now demolished Milwaukee County Stadium's third base.
More rumors and more searches, but no closure.
If you get that, you got to follow it. You got to do what you can. And as I said, the family, they deserve a closure.
Reality buried under a mountain of silence.
I don't think he will ever be found. I think whoever did it was professional.
One possible reason no one ever found the body, it's gone. The mafia ran a number of funeral homes a short drive from the Bacchus Red Fox. His body could have easily been taken there and cremated, or taken to Hamtramck.
He also may have been stuffed in that trunk and driven right down to Hamtramck, a 20-minute drive away from the Bacchus Red Fox in Bloomfield Township, and incinerated. There was an incinerator there that was owned by a couple of brothers who were known to be organized criminals. That incinerator had been used to incinerate people before. This was a known fact. A couple of weeks after July 30th, that place was burned down. The police said, okay, the incinerator was burned down, arson. I think it's fairly likely that those things could have been connected.
The mystery deepening with every dig. The lack of evidence weighing heavily on the scales of justice. The truth lying somewhere behind the sealed lips of the mob.
He was this old, rough and tumble, bare knuckle brawler union guy. He's almost become, to us, like a cartoon character. But I think, he fought for the rights of his union workers. May have got too close and involved with some organized crime guys. But as I said, he was a colorful guy.
People forget of the real humanity that was involved here. Jimmy Hoffa had a family. He had children. They miss him still.
I wish somehow we could find out what happened to Jimmy Hoffa.
Jimmy Hoffa was both loved and revered, and also understood to be willing to do illegal things. And so I think that it really seemed that the popular opinion was split between, a horrified, we've lost a real champion of the people. What are we going to do now? To, looks like he finally got what was coming to him.
And tomorrow night, my exclusive one-on-one with his son, James P. Hoffa, one of the legendary labor leaders. He opens up to me about his father's disappearance and the legacy the Hoffa name still carries. Don't miss it tomorrow at 10 p.m. right here on Fox 2.
I'm meteorologist Rich Luderman. The storms from earlier today with all the heavy downpours, they are long gone. Notice more rounds of showers and storms up close to Minneapolis. Are they coming our way? Perhaps. It is muggy out there. A lot of us have numbers in the middle 70s. We may dip a few more numbers, and there could be some areas of fog. It's going to be very warm again tomorrow, but there's a big change coming later in the week. We'll check it for you in the 7-day after the break.
As a potential solution to youth violence and criminal activity, Detroit's police chief wants to hike the curfew violation fines from $75 to $250, while he believes more money could create less problems.
For you. This is Fox 2 News at 10.
Take a look at this. Trucks wading through water earlier tonight in St. Clair Shores after fierce flooding washed over the area. Many streets completely covered by water.
So what can we expect with more storms in the forecast?
Let's hope nothing like what we saw today. Weather Authority Rich Luderman, having a little rain is one thing. This is a bit much.
Sonny Elliott used to say these were gully washers.
Yeah,
that's
big
right.
old gully washers. It's been warm, it's been humid, and that's what has been fueling these storms that we saw today. Some spots saw better than 3 inches of rain. Notice it's quiet out there right now. There's one small shower near Lansing, but there are more clusters of storms up there near Minneapolis. And we could see more spotty storms Tuesday and Wednesday, but we're not expecting a repeat performance of what we had this afternoon. Notice the storms from earlier are long gone. They are weakening down over Ohio and Pennsylvania. Let's look at some of the numbers. St. Clair Shores, about 4 inches of rain this afternoon. Roseville, Ann Arbor, Beverly Hills, there's Metro Airport, all better than 2.5 inches. As a result, area creeks and streams are still running high with the runoff. So the rain is over, but the runoff continues. Notice the only shower out there right now is up there near Lansing. That's going to be fizzling as well. But look at the bullseyes with the rainfall totals close to Metro Airport there in southern Macomb County, close to Sterling Heights, better than 3 and 4 inches of rain. That's what happens when you get all that rain in a short amount of time. Look at the numbers today. Daytime highs close to 90 for us. There's 90 for Saginaw, 92 Chicago, 90 way up there in Oshkosh, Wisconsin. Now, the heat has been knocked down a couple of notches, but the humidity is on full force. So with numbers in the 70s, we have a light breeze. We also have dew points in the lower 70s. It is rather thick out there. There could be some areas of fog, especially where the heavy rainfall did occur today. 82 Chicago right now, 75 for us. There you go. That's more comfortable. 64 degrees in Sault Ste. Marie. Now, we do have a change coming. It's this cold front that'll eventually cross our part of the state. This will be late in the day Wednesday, and that'll bring much more comfortable air in behind it heading into Thursday, Friday, and for the weekend ahead. But tomorrow, still rather warm and muggy. That's our forecast tonight, down to 71. Watch out for some patchy fog overnight tonight. Tomorrow is going to be warm and sticky with some stray thunder showers, not the coverage that we had today or the intensity. And then right there's the 7-day forecast. We start to see the heat break Wednesday. Look at Thursday, 78 degrees. Could be a morning shower, then much more comfortable. You see it there? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, much more comfortable. Taryn, how about a full check on the exit 11?
Very good. Thanks, Rich. Well, a 14-year-old boy who stabbed and killed his 7-year-old sister in Taylor last September has been given a blended sentence. The teen sentenced to 25 to 60 years as an adult, but that prison term is on hold. For now, he'll serve as a juvenile in a sentence with probation and rehabilitation services. If he fails to meet those requirements, the full adult sentence could still be imposed.
You know, with youth violence on the rise, Detroit could soon actually see its first curfew fine increase in nearly 40 years. City Council is considering bumping the penalty up to $250, hoping it'll help keep kids safe.
But as Fox News' Brandon Hudson reports, not everyone thinks this is the right move.
Chief Edison, last time we saw you were staying with the mayor. You were with city leaders, city activists, trying to promote, more curfew enforcement. We saw the vans. What's the progress we made today in the decision at the hearing?
So today it was all about an amendment request to increase the fines. So the fine hasn't been increased since like 1987. Currently it's $75, and we're asking for a first-time offense that it goes up to $250. For a second offense, it goes up to $500. We feel that that's reasonable.
If either proposed fine can't be paid, Detroit Police Chief Todd Bedison says the parent can participate in a parental responsibility course. At a hearing for the proposal, there was some pushback from residents and a city council member.
Are you all trying to raise money, or are you trying to solve a problem?
I cannot support this ordinance. There is, for me, a lack of data that shows really the changed behavior that I'm looking for in the young person. I am concerned about unintended consequences.
You're a parent. Yes. Many of your officers are parents as well. Absolutely. So when you have to go to these scenes and you're seeing a child, a victim of violence, what goes through your mind?
You imagine your child laying there. It's the most gut-wrenching, toughest thing that you can see. It reminds me of when a police officer's killed in the line of duty. Folks will say, are you trying to criminalize parents and kids? No, we're not. This amendment even took jail time out of it.
How confident are you that this proposal can pass?
I'm confident. I believe that we do have the votes, and I just want to thank my city council members, and I thank Detroiters too, for their robust discussions.
In downtown Detroit, Brandon Hudson, Fox 2 News.
Your child.
Looking to build on their breakout win over the Blue Jays Sunday, the Tigers opened up a set with Arizona tonight at Comerica Park. And in addition to an impressive start by rookie Troy Melton, the bats stayed hot as well. We're going to show you what it meant to the end result next in sports. let's start with baseball, where today the Tigers' day began with some more injury news. As starter Reese Olson landed on the 60-day IL with a shoulder strain. Parker Meadows also goes to the 10-day IL with a strained quad. Not great news. Detroit also added right-hander Chris Paddock, who will start Wednesday in a trade with the Twins for some pitching depth. Of course, all of this led up to Game 1 of their series with Arizona as rookie right-hander Troy Melton made his second start as a Tiger. Already 1-0 in the second inning, and Javi Baez is going to drill an RBI single to center. That's going to score Andy Ibanez, and it's 2-zip Detroit. Hey, speaking of Ibanez, he made his presence known in his first game back since June 5th. Bottom of the fourth, he smashes one deep to left field and gone. His third home run of the season. Tigers extended that lead to 4-zip, and that was more than enough for Melton, who was nearly flawless in his second big league start, giving up just 5 hits and 7 scoreless with no walks and 5 Ks, including that one there to Geraldo Perdomo to end the 6th. Later that inning, Dylan Dingler gets in on the action, padding the Detroit lead with his 9th dinger of the season. That put the Tigers on top 5-0. They go on to win it by a final of 5-1, and much of the talk after the game was about the rookie right-hander. All right, to the NFL, where the Lions were back to work today, ramping up for Thursday's preseason kickoff against the Chargers in Canton. And while the game marks an important audition for young players working to make the team, it's also an important first step for the Lions' new coordinators, especially first-year OC John Morton.
I'm all about making the defense uneasy.
Lions first-year offensive coordinator John Morton is a student of the game. And for those still questioning his ability to replace Ben Johnson, think again.
I just love the whole aspect of just sitting in my laboratory by myself and, trying to dissect the defense. I think that's fun. I'm always looking to put our best players on the field at all times. I come from the school of multiple packages of personnel groupings.
Now in his 27th year of coaching, Morton credits a lot of his football education to former head coach John Gruden. And the mentor was in Allen Park on Monday to pay a visit to his former student.
He is a hard-working guy. For all the Detroit fans, what you don't see is the work ethic that you're getting. This guy's nuts. People thought I was nuts. This guy is freaking nuts, man. He loves it. He's a creative guy. He's a great competitor.
It just opens your eyes to the whole aspect of everything. I thought I knew football, but man, he just put me in a room, go do this, go do that. It was projects one after another, and just all of a sudden you start learning football, so it was really cool.
This Thursday, some of what Morton has learned will be on display in Canton, as the Auburn Hills native is finally handed the keys to his shiny new car.
Go ask a defensive coordinator where you got your 5 best players on the field. So we can throw it, we can run it, we can do whatever we want. The one thing that's impressed me is all these weapons. Man, I'm just trying to get the guy's balls as much as I can.
I'm going to tell you something. For those of you that think Ben Johnson was cooking up all those trick plays in his laboratory, John Morton has a lab too, and he is cooking. He's going to cook.
That's a great way to put it. I love that.
Yeah, we won't see any of that till the regular season. Of course, we won't see that in the preseason.
All right,
you'll hear from AJ Hinch coming up on the Edge at 11.
Thanks, Hammer. Well, coming up, AG Dana Nessel takes on the Trump administration, why she's suing over a move that could strip food benefits unless states hand over personal data.
President Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein is under scrutiny.
It comes as the Department of Justice presses on with their investigation into his sex crimes. And now he's sharing more about what led to his falling out with the disgraced financier in the early 2000s.
He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place. By the way, I never went to the island.
The Deputy Attorney General interviewed Epstein's former girlfriend and accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, for 2 days last week, and some wonder whether she's looking to cut a deal in exchange for what she knows. Maxwell is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence for helping Epstein abuse underage girls. And other GOP lawmakers do not want to entertain a pardon. Ghislaine Maxwell is appealing her conviction at the Supreme Court level. She believes she should have never been prosecuted because Epstein made a plea deal in 2008 to protect his co-conspirators. Also tonight, Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel is taking on the Trump administration, suing alongside 20 other states over a controversial SNAP benefits policy.
The administration is threatening to cut off food assistance unless states hand over personal data on applicants and recipients. The Trump administration claims it's all about fighting fraud, but Nessel claims it's a blatant overreach and an illegal data grab.
Federal government is demanding 5 years worth of sensitive, identifiable information on every single SNAP recipient in our state. Not to improve the program, not to fight fraud, but to create a database and share information with entirely unrelated agencies, including immigration enforcement.
More than 1 million people in Michigan rely on SNAP benefits to feed their families.
Michigan voters could see up to 11 statewide ballot proposals next year. The groups behind them just filed fundraising reports, and so far the numbers are underwhelming.
But as Fox 2's Tim Skubik tells us, Attorney General Dana Nessel is now speaking out on at least one of those measures.
Here's an update on some of the major petition drives out there. The group trying to tax the rich to raise more money for the schools raised no money, but it did get $20,000 from so-called in-kind contributions. Meanwhile, the opponents, led by the Chambers of Commerce, they raised $26,000 to defeat this tax on the rich. The group pushing to make sure that only citizens vote in our elections, it raked in $50,800. And on the battle with Consumers Energy and DTE, the group tried to prevent consumers and DTE from shoveling money into the legislative races. Well, they raised over $40,000. However, in a brand new unreported twist to this effort, for the first time, the Democratic Attorney General, Dana Nessel, has entered the debate. Asked if she would sign the petition, as Attorney General, she said she would not, just in case her department got involved in a legal case over the ballot issue. She put it this way.
I'm not saying anything about this particular, proposal, and I'm not going to become involved in it, but theoretically, do I support that as a policy move? Then yes, I think it's a good idea.
The giant utilities argue they have a right to participate in the democracy, and since none of the contributions come from ratepayers, what's the problem? They'll fight this ballot proposal. But the Attorney General counters, if you really want to lower utility rates and improve services when you need it the most, this should be done.
Just take them out completely of political gift giving, or at the minimum, making sure that people know exactly who they're donating to and how much in terms of these dark money PACs.
Just how many of these petition drives actually make it to the ballot is one thing, and if they get there, it's quite another on whether they pass or not. That will depend on you. In Lansing, Tim Skubik, Fox 2 News.
You know, we're supposed to be drinking lots of water during this heat, but what if you don't really like the taste of plain old water? In HealthWorks, how to make H2O a little more appealing.
And before you go to sleep tonight, here's a question for you. You think you're getting enough of it? A massive new study says you might be way off, and it could be putting your health at risk. A surprising link between sleep rhythms and serious disease when we come back.